nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to 420.
Sweet the taste of love can be, until you let me pick the fruit of the forbidden tree.
The world is flat. I'm here to ring the alarm with my puppet-like charm, straight from the barn. I'm talking about Flat Earth Farms, cause most don't know. They think we live on a globe, a ball that floats. So listen and take notes, and take it to a higher plane. Imagine yourself in all it contains, in all its glory, and Flat Earth Farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at NASA's Photoshop. No more moon landings, no line to ya. No more people standing backwards in Australia. Just facts and pure truth, planning straight to the roots. Flat Earth Farms help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land.
The world is flat, and that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you chat. Let them know a ball ain't that. Let's stay playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming at the barn, a higher place, the Flat Earth Farm.
You've done this 1,000 times. And the show must go on. You've got to give the people what they want. Piece of cake.
Man, I'm just sitting back watching the pussification of this whole country. Can't say this, I can't say that. Shit, what the fuck can I say? When did y'all become so fucking sensitive, man? Lighten up. I'm just here to entertain you. And if that triggers you, well, then you're a pussy. Listen, it's a cold world, easier to play this shit safe. Knowing how the world gon' judge you if you make a mistake. These miserable fucking people so saturated with hate, they can't wait to pile it on someone else's plate. Like if I'm right with every word except for one in the song, they'll only focus on and judge me for the one that was wrong. Cancel this, cancel that, fucking welcome to America, the home of specializing in assassinating character. I hate it, I prefer going in guns blazing, annihilating anyone who's testing my patience. Ain't no room for pussyfooting in the rap game, and I'm drawn to controversy like a moth to a flame. And you little snowflakes better quit your complaining. Not racist, I'm just not too big on the Asians. Shit, I'm kidding you, idiot, but with no hesitation. These fuckers run with it and post it up on Twitter while saying that Webby's some sort of bigot for fucking making a joke. You're not woke, you're just sensitive and quick to provoke. So I'd like to invite you to suck my dick till you choke. Deep throat, pow pow, got your bitch in my scope. Everyone that I'm seeing is looking pussy as fuck. Go and cry about shit without even looking it up. So I'd like to thank my bullies all for making me tough, because it's looking like y'all ain't get bullied enough. Yeah, I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone, I'm all raw. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong. Because I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone, I'm all raw. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong. Easy does it, Webby, try to keep that temper in check. I'm going off like Terminator in the metal detector. Hit him with the blur like my memory gets from blowing benzos while I'm drinking. Yeah, I tend to forget, a devil's reject. Ever since a kid I've been a loser, but I dealt with it. It's called developing a sense of humor. Learn to laugh a little bit, this shit is good for your health. If you can't take a joke, you need to take a look at yourself. Shit, if I didn't have the haters, then I would probably withdraw. Shit, dog, honestly, I would probably miss y'all. Haters, really please, promise me you'll never quit, y'all. Here, I'll make fun of me with y'all. Here's my impression of Webby, no one's doper than me. I got the hairline of someone that's 10 years older than me. Sitting dissing politicians like I'm fucking sport fishing. Say I fucked their wives and daughters when I obviously didn't. And I'm pale year round, summertime or deep winter. And I chew with my mouth open when I eat dinner. My liver has put up with plenty of cheap liquor and more drugs in a lifetime than Keith Richards. I used to work out, shit, I really was buff. Then I stopped working out, now I'm skinny as fuck. Like so skinny, when the wind blows hard I lose balance. So skinny, looking like I won a tapeworm challenge. It ain't that hard to laugh a bit at your own expense. Fucking just relax and shit. Smoke a joint, eat a Xanax, you bitch. This uptight bullshit's what I've had it with. If you're still mad after what you've listened to, then that's just a bitch in you. Suck a dick or two, ain't no fixing you. Fake woke can't take a gay joke. People that I'm spitting to, I am here to trigger you.
Yeah, I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone, I'm all raw. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong.
Fucking pussy.
Trigger.
Forget about it, Frankie.
Yeah. Look. Come on, man. Stop fucking playing with me, man. We ripping and running. Look. Yeah. No capping and leave the plug alone. 6 days he can establish himself above the throne. We take pesticide and we drug the clone. This the HKB30, it's from Cologne. We over there. It's bounties on the wall shit. You should have faith in the oneness of God's lordship. The vortex is like a horse wish. Free the gods and blood all over the swords. I saw the biochemical grift. That was honor, that was part of my dimensional shift. We was outside, we was smoking Neville and Piff. You was outline, we was from the Nephilim drift. Look, they worshiping a DACA. It's blood around the body, yet we circling the Kaaba. We smoke Marley and hold sickles. Talk like Charlie and roll nickels. If you don't know where I'm at, don't tell me. Let off this drum till it's empty. Blood gon' spill, the 12 come get me still. You all gon' feel who sent me. If you don't know where I'm at, don't tell me. Let off this drum till it's empty. Blood gon' spill, the 12 come get me still. It's all fun and games till it's empty. Crescent and star and the gold rubies. The Aki's all draped with Shamak and they hold toolies. Running and ripping and smoke movies. Motherfuckers out here stick you with old Uzis. You was a bitch in the womb. It's an overkill, that's the elephant in the room. You doing the dash, you live in the lake. He a stepper, he a bad mind, Vivian Blake. This motherfucker still mention my name. So I call over my young boys, send for the flame. How you still alive? I'd have thought you ended the pain. You a burden on society, it's simple and plain. That simple. Look, I'm heavy with the hardware. Too close to the magazine will burn your arm hair. Small grave and a cold coffin. Pull up with a new 4-5 at the old Jordan. If you don't know where I'm at, don't tell me. Let off this drum till it's empty. Blood gon' spill, the 12 come get me still. You all gon' feel who sent me. If you don't know where I'm at, don't tell me. Let off this drum till it's empty. Blood gon' spill, the 12 come get me still. It's all fun and games till it's empty. It's all fun and games till it's empty.
Oh, yeah? Well, me and the Lord, we got an understanding. We're on a mission from God. We're putting the band back together.
Forget it. No way.
We're on a mission from God. Matt, me and Elwood, putting the band back together.
Ma'am, you gotta understand that this is a lot bigger than any domestic problems you might be experiencing.
Would it make you feel any better if you knew that what we're asking Matt here to do is a holy thing?
You see, we're on a mission from God.
First you trade the Cadillac for a microphone. Then you lie to me about the band. Now you're gonna put me right back in the joint.
They're not gonna catch us. We're on a mission from God. It's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses.
Hit it. The Lord works in mysterious ways.
Yep.
am I supposed to go? I don't think I can do this for too much longer. These are the last verses I'll ever write. Lonely roads have been walked, bridges been long, nights never melt. The price of my sins, I'm on a credit card. Paying my debts, my personal health. Kids looking up. What should I tell to them? The nightmares call me, the dirty laundry is on me. I am the diamond standing amongst an army of zombies. The 7-8 of a renegade has been sung already. And then some of the past is catching up, coming to get me. People know my blow to face everywhere I go to chase the cops. I need to slow down, I need to stop. It motivates my flow to space, the motor races in my thoughts. I'm moving at the speed of light. I can't through the case. Mommy crying on the phone. Wife kick me out the crib. Strangers wanna buy me drinks. Right about the life I live. Push me deeper down. I creep around in this isolation. What am I after? What is this life I'm chasing? Back into the darkness, everywhere that I go. My enemies on me, it's all my survival. It's all about being more ruthless than a rival. Faster than my pants with my hands on the Bible. And I can't see the world beyond. I'm too far gone. I can't go home. He's trying to drink again. I seen him smoking in the alley downtown the other night. He's doing coke again. He thinks he's getting rich, he's just gonna be broken in a million different pieces with the hands of fate choking him. I'm still alone, walking with the killer's tone. I never lived this place, but I don't feel at home no more. My memories are moving slow, my past is speeding fast, I'm full of anger and rage. And I'm a greedy bastard, dollar signs in my rhymes, Benjamins are in my eyes. Enemies are hard for me to see, pretenders in disguise. My mind's fucked up inside, I can't remember lies, I don't even know the truth. I've been on a bender like ever since September, right? Now into February. What about the bodies in your past that you said you buried? I can't remember shit. Taking up the cemetery, the voices in my head. You talking to them already? Like it's in the darkness, everywhere that I go. My enemies on me, it's all my survival. It's all about being more ruthless than a rival. Faster than my pants with my hands on the Bible. And I can't see the world beyond. I'm too far gone. I can't go home.
Light was about everything, everything's alive, it's alive, it's alive, it's alive. The light was about everything, everything's alive, it's all lies, it's all lies, it's all lies. Light of us about the shape of Earth. We know it's land. The Earth is fucking flat. It's flat. It's flat. It's flat. They lied to us about 9/11. There was no planes in that attack. That attack. That attack. It was attack. On us, on us, on us, on us. lies. It's all lies. It's all fake. It's all lies. About everything, everything's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. They lie to us about everything, everything's a lie. It's all lies. It's all lies. It's all lies. They lie to us about the shape of Earth. We know it's flat. The Earth is fucking flat. It's flat. It's flat. It's flat. They lie to us on the news every single day. It's all lies. It's all lies. It's all fake. It's all lies.
Someone's cooking around here. It smells good. I don't know what it is. All right. So anyway, how we doing? We got 16 people here already. No way. Wow. We have Mr. Super Sidewinder, Sailing Fan Man, Melanie Moran, Mojo Shop, Emilio's Man, the Nightbot's here, Scott Level Realm, Grandpa Bear, Jen, True Seeker 69. What's up? Okay. No Despair Bear. Sean Goudreau. Oh, Sean Goudreau. No Despair Bear. Anybody else in on this? I don't know if I said Super Sidewinder. Genie. Super Sidewinder. Love you too, Genie. You hear that? My mic like went in and went out. It got loud and what the fuck? What's up with that? All right. Well, I got a few things I want to do tonight, but while I was like popping in, I noticed this. I don't know if you guys ever looked at this. I have no idea. I'm just some cool pictures that I was looking at. What the fuck's going on outside my window? Like fucking, Jesus. You see something? That might be a little better. Okay. So, this is called Crowley Lake, like Aleister Crowley. Look, well, that's how I think it is, and it's in like Cali. But look at this shit. There's like, I brought it up, and there's the Crowley Mountains I was looking at. I can't zoom in here. That sucks. I should have brought it up on the other thing. Amateur hour. But yeah, look at these like formations here. What is this shit? You see what I'm saying? Let me see if I can make it get bigger or something. How the fuck you make these things get bigger? God. All right, you know what? Fuck this thing. I'm doing this right. All right. Sorry about the pounding. Hold on. Hold on.
I'm gonna make a pizza. I'm not here to do that.
All right, forget that.
Yeah,
So,
I'm not.
all right. So anyway, here we go. Boom. All right, here we go. Here's some pictures that I can look at. Get this fucking thing out of my face. We go fucking. All right. Today in history. They always do that to me. All right. What is all this? You know, I don't know. I was just looking at it. Is it melted? I mean, it's got water around it. Is it from the salt water? I'm not a meltologist. I have no idea. I just thought it looked kind of cool. All right. Doesn't it look kind of cool? I guess this is in California. So some of y'all probably already know about this, but I never seen it. I don't know. I just thought there's some really cool pictures. And then there's the Crowley Mountains. Well, this is the Mid Sierra Mountains, but you know. But they have the Crowley Mountains and Lake Crowley. Why would they name it after Aleister Crowley? Why you gonna name a lake after Aleister Crowley for? Like, because it looks like this? Is that why? What is it? Are those columns that got melted and they're still there, or like drippings? I don't know. I have no idea. What do y'all think? What do you people think? You guys are the experts, not me. I'm just looking at this stuff. I mean, the name is what caught my eye. When I saw Crowley, I was like, "Whoa, is that like a melted building right here?" And then that used to be a door, like a doorway almost, or something, like windows, or something, like a big building with a bunch of windows, and that was like the doorway right there, or like that was like a door, like a driveway that opened up, right? Like, like you pull your car in there. You know what I'm saying? Like right in that little square right there. Like it's like a revolving door that opens up. They can pull in. That'd be so cool. Legs of Giants. When was it named? I don't know. I'll look it up if you want. Hold on a second. Let's just look at some more of these pictures while I'm here. Excuse me. A little congested there. All right. So anyway, we got this. Look at them. It looks like they're like got like rings around them, like, you know what I'm saying? Like they're tied with like string around them, or wired up, maybe. Maybe they got wires wrapped around them. Like almost like a spring. Like it was like a spring. Oh, what is it? Man-made late 19. People are figuring it out. Very strange indeed. Erosion wouldn't be that symmetrical. Man-made late 1941 lake. Oh, did I find something good? Did I find something cool? You guys seem like you like it. All right, let's see. Oh, what is it? Look, is that bricks? Is there any bricks in there? I don't know. I can't tell. Looks like cobblestones to me. Those look like melted cobblestones. And then don't start talking shit about me because I'm talking about melted cobblestones. Okay, I'm just saying they could be melted That could be a melted cobblestone street. No, I don't know about this is melted brick, but that could be melted cobblestone. Oh, there's no such thing as melted cobblestone. There's no such thing as a melted brick. I don't give a shit what you guys think. That's what I think. I'm Boston Ray, and that's my slice of the mud. Look at this one. So this is the perfect example right here. You see this guy right here? So the earth is spinning right now at 1,000 miles per hour, and these rocks manage to just stay like that on top of each other without falling. Okay. Look at this Davis Lake in Huanmuya. Well, you might as well look at it while it's there, you know what I mean? So, very interesting. Actually, I was there when they took this picture, and I was kind of like up over here in the corner somewhere, like kind of like trying to like hide. I had my camouflage gear on, and I had my face painted like an army guy, and I was like in the bushes over here somewhere. You can't really see me because I was like blending in really good, but I did a good job of it. Oh look, here it is. Is this in the wintertime? Or is this just a changed colors? Whoa. This looks like, oh, look at the top. Look up there. They got shit up at the top too. Look, it goes all the way through the rock. Look, you can see it. That's melted into the rock right there. You can tell. Somehow it got melted into the rock. I don't know how it happened, but it did. That piece right there, that's like it looks like it all got melted. I mean, they didn't just come along with clay and make this. You know what I'm saying? And look, what are these things? People set these up. People came around and just started stacking rocks on top of each other. Maybe they did, but I don't see any people anywhere. Where is all the people? Is there any people in any of these pictures? Oh, here we go. I found some people. Let's see what they're doing. Oh, he's taking his son fishing. Hopefully. Hopefully that's what they're doing. That's what I would like to believe. Okay. So then we got Lake Crowley, California, ash column, science and nature. Melted cobblestones? No, I don't know. It's on the edge of a river too, so all this could have got washed up from the water. But this is weird. You can like go in there, like inside, maybe underneath. Who knows? Maybe it goes all the way through. Oh, okay, it's a cool picture. Oh, there's a woman. She climbed up. She climbed all the way up. Well, someone has to be taking these pictures, I guess, right? It looks kind of cool. Let's see how the water looks. Crystal clear almost. Nice. Look, here's an aerial view of Lake Crowley, Bloody Mountain, and Laurel Mountain. So there's Lake Crowley. It's all flat as far as you can see. There's no curve anywhere, and that's Crowley Mountain in Bloody Mountain or something. Doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound like the right. But why would they name it that? Out of all the things you can name a mountain, yeah, let's name it Crowley Mountain and Bloody Mountain. Like, all right, cool. Everyone just went along with it. Everybody consented. They all just bent right over. I would love to go swimming in that water. All right. Anyway. What else do we got? All right. Oh, look at this. This is on the inside. Look, you can. Look, this is from the inside looking out. You can go inside. What do they got on the walls? All right. I think we did a good job scanning that place. What's this? Crowley Lake Campground. Oh, that you can camp there? Perfect spot, Singe, man. There you go. Crowley Lake Campground, Singe. You need a place to stay? Pitch a tent. Right there. Boom, baby. We got look at the mountains in the background. There's a picnic table for you and everything waiting. Shit. Here we go. Mid Sierra Crowley Lake views. Yeah. Crowley Lake, baby. Crowley Mountains. Well, once I heard that it was like a lake and a mountain and it looked melted, I knew it was something weird was going on. Whoa, take it easy out there. All right, so anyway. Here we go. Oh, look at that. You can see right through. So, yeah, you can walk in underneath these things. So this was like a building. You can get inside. You know what I'm saying? It gives you some shelter. Oh, what's that? Look at this. There's a fish in there. Oh, so cool. Look at that fish. Wow. It's a big fish. All right, so anyway. Oh, look, here's another tunnel. You can go inside. How far does it go? You think it stops right there, or you think you can like just hit it with a hammer and get through? Break right through that shit. It looks like it might go in. It looks like it might go in pretty deep. That's what she said. Anyways. Crowley Lake. Oh, what's this? Crowley Lake from. Oh, this looks like Mars rover footage. This is Crowley Lake, but like also it's Mars rover footage. Same thing. What's the difference? Yeah. No, yeah, I don't give a shit. Now the notifications are going out. I see them all come in. I have like a bunch of different channels. Late much YouTube. Okay, so anyway, look at these two goofballs. Yep, goofballs. They're like, we don't even know what we're standing next to. Like, we just got a lot of money and came here for no reason. This is vacation for us. Look, he's like, take your shoes off and just relax. This one's like, she might know. She might know. He might know. Oh, shit. All right, what's this? In case you didn't know. Oh. Yeah. It's a melted building, I think. And then somehow it got flooded by the water, too. Oh, look, they're inside. They're on the inside. Boom. What's in there? What do you got? What are you looking at? Dude's afraid to go in. Look at him. He looks scared. Shook. The shook ones. I know. Yeah. All right. I don't know how many more of these I'm going to look at. I mean, let's see. Anything look interesting? What's this? This looks a little different. Quiet down over there. You're making a lot of noise. Oh, you hear the cops? What is going on outside today? Oh, what a nice couple. Standing next to all these melted buildings. Look at this one. What? I don't know, man. I'm not worried about it right this second. Do I seem worried about it? Do I look worried? Alright, so there you go. What's up? What's up, random fan? Hey, thanks for the support, man. I got the support today. Thank you, random fan. I needed it. I meant to call you actually, but I've been rocking out all day with Levelhead, man. Well, not all day, but we rocked out for a few hours. It was fun. Yeah, the concerts that me and Christian have by ourselves are the best. The ones that no one sees. It's like we do amazing things, but it's just like practice, you know. We do all kinds of experiments with music. It's amazing. And those are the moments that I hold sacred to myself. That looks like something. It looks like a dinosaur just came and took a dump right there. That's what that looks like. You know what I'm saying? Big dinosaur dump. All right. All right. All right. Whoa, was that someone's house? Let's see what this looks like. Someone lives there. Someone lives there. Pretty nice home up in the mountains. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how far it is from like the grocery store. Fucking, that's a pain in the ass. Trying to get food. Oh, look at this one. Sunrises at Crowley Lake. It's probably just a painting, but you never know. It might really look like that. If it really looks like that, that's beautiful. Look at that. There's a bear crossing the street. Bear crossing. I think that's one of the bears. All right. So anyway, look at this. That's definitely an entryway. Oh, definitely. That's like a driveway for a vehicle, like a 4-car garage. That's like a 3 or 4-car garage, at least. At least. Maybe it's a whole parking garage. Parking garage. You know what I'm saying? Look at this one. Just beautiful colors. Just make it even more colorful than it's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? Just overdo it. Just go out of your way. Oh, here's some people in there. Crowley Columns, Hidden, California. Here you go. You can't go. See? It goes way inside. It goes way inside the mountain. That was a building. You can't see the archway. You can't see the things around the edges. Now I'm starting to get aggravated. This is a building. Okay? This is a building. This was a building. Okay? At one point, this was a building. You can see it. All right, that's an archway. You can see around the edges right there. You can see the shape of the archway. You can see like whatever this brickwork was right here, maybe, possibly brickwork, melted bricks. Look, it's even red. It's even got red in it. Look at this. What do you think? Melted bricks right here? Right here? That's a melted bricks, right? It's got to be melted bricks. Why would it be shaped like bricks? If it wasn't melted bricks, why would it be shaped like bricks? Look. Down here. And it's still red. That part is still red. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm starting to see bricks. I didn't see any bricks before I was looking, but in some pieces I'm starting to see it. Oh man. What about here? All right. All right. Well, this is going to just keep going on. That's going to keep just going on for days. Here's a map of fishing in Crowley Lake. You want to go fishing there? Don't go. I don't think it's a smart idea to go fishing in Crowley Lake. All right. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna get out of Crowley Lake. All right. Let's see. Oh, we got 21 people here paying attention to me. Dude, I thought I was by myself. Now I have to entertain you guys. What's up, M10? Trinkets Delight. Sean Goudreau. Melanie Moran. My random fan and my random supporter, too. Thank you. You know what? Since I got 23 people here, if you ever want to support, this is what you do. I'll put it in there. I got friggin' PayPal, which nobody wants to use anymore, but I'm not afraid of them. Okay? I got Cash App. Okay? I got Venmo for people out of the country who don't use PayPal or Cash App, that their country only has Venmo. There you go. I also have Buy Me a Coffee that I uploaded a bunch of, well, I'm uploading more stuff too. I'm uploading music to Buy Me a Coffee, exclusive Ray Betts music. None of y'all ever heard. Some of it is exclusive. You can go there and even listen to it for free, I think. I'm gonna Buy Me a Coffee, but you can support me there too, or you can support monthly. It's like Patreon. I can post things. I'm gonna start posting more stuff there. I'm gonna start uploading my music there. All kinds of stuff I can't even put on YouTube right there. Buy Me a Coffee. Also, I have my Teespring. Okay, there it is in the chat. Okay, and then you know what else? The band, Levelhead. It's about the band. We need to get across the country. We need to get on this tour. We need equipment. I keep breaking things. Things keep breaking. Okay, so we need support. So when you want to support Levelhead, you should send it to Christian's Cash App. All right. So in Christian's PayPal, he takes care of all that, and he's been doing a good job with it. So Christian Cash App. That's to support Levelhead. I'm gonna see if it should pop up. And Christian's PayPal. That's to support Levelhead. And Christian too, if you want to support Christian, of course. By all means. By all means. But I'm putting it in here for Levelhead. All right. Cool. So let's see. Did Nightbot take care of all that for me? Yeah. Thank you, Nightbot. See? I knew I was paying him for something. So I saw this pretty cool video that popped up a little while ago. I love to play the newest stuff. I don't know. I might not agree with it. Not everyone might not agree with it. Who cares? Let's watch it. The Mystical Palace.
But look at these guys. So they're posing
the
for the
Majestical
camera.
Palace.
I just want to show you this guy in the middle. He looks kind of pissed off, doesn't he? He looks a bit angry. I think
because he's later gonna find out that people who are completely out of shape and sit at their computers all day are gonna claim that he's not real and the work that he did is not real.
Exactly. Yeah, he's heard rumors that there's a bunch of YouTubers in the future talking rubbish on him. Say it to his face. The majestic Crystal Palace in Sydenham, southeast London. I love this structure. Do you know much about this structure?
Not in great details, but I am aware of it.
Yeah, well, neither did I really until actually doing more research. But we get a lot of comments on the Crystal Palace asking for us to explain it. And I think one of the reasons people ask that, and this confused myself back in the day, is that it was constructed very quickly. But I've been looking into this structure for a long time because it's part of London's history. And I think the first thing to say about it is it was originally built for the Great Exhibition of 1851. The Great Exhibition was the first in a series of World's Fairs in the 19th century. But the fairs and the expos actually go back to the 1700s, so it wasn't the first World's Fair. Another thing that's worth highlighting as well is its architectural style. It's got this cruciform structure, a bit like a cathedral in a way.
I was going to say it looks like a convention center as well. Modern day convention centers kind of take this look. There's one in New York City that's very reminiscent. I'm sure they were inspired by it.
Well, yeah, exactly. Because, yeah, you're bang on, because it's what you're seeing with this structure is actually the birth of modern architecture. You know, it's made from metal. It's all iron and glass. So, you know, a metal structure like this is not something that should have a kind of beauty, but it does. It's a bit of a paradox. Yeah, it's like once a palace, but it's a bit of a monster as well, you know. It epitomizes the Industrial Revolution. So this one you see here is not the original. This is in Sydenham. The original was originally constructed in Hyde Park, and that's the one for the World's Fair, the Great Exhibition. And that's the one that was done in a year. You can kind of see here that it's not as grand as the one that we find in Sydenham. It's more just a kind of a block of iron and glass. It's a huge rectangle, really. But a lot of people, including myself, struggle to fathom how this was possible to build in just 1 year, in 1850. But there are a few important things to consider. The first is the amount of workforce. So apparently more than 5,000 navvies worked on the building during its construction. And I think they say it's with up to 2,000 on site at one time during like the final stages, you know, those peak stages. That when the prefabricated parts of the skeleton arrived on the scene, they were carefully tested for strength and then fitted together with nuts and bolts, like a gigantic Meccano model. And that's really important. And I'll show that in a bit when we look at the construction photographs. But basically, because it was prefabricated, all the iron just came in ready to assemble parts. And because it's an iron structure, they didn't need to use scaffolding, because as this thing goes up, it almost creates its own scaffold. It becomes a scaffold. It says the glazing of the roof was also carried out with great speed, special little trucks being used to run along the gullies. So just off the bat right there, they've got steam trucks helping out with the construction for the Great Exhibition. So it wasn't, you know, just that usual argument we hear of just horse and cart, by which 18 men were able to put upwards of 18,000 panes in a week. In this way, the whole of the main structure of the building, covering 18 acres, was completed in about 18 weeks. So that's super quick. Really, really quick. But the thing is, with a team of 18 men putting up.
Give me a team of 18 men. I'll do it in 17 weeks.
18,000.
We can do better.
Panes of glass a week. You know, and if we're talking about a 5-day week, and if you break that down to each person, that's about 200 panes a person a day. So that's not too bad. That's definitely doable. The thing that originally stumped me was how the glass manufacturers, and they're called the Chance brothers, how they produce such an enormous quantity of glass in just that year. Because I think roughly they were required to produce 293,000 panes in 39 weeks. So that's just over 1,000 panes a week. And these are the panes of glass, just so you know what they look like.
So if you take a look, this guy right here, that was like my great-grandfather. No, I'm just joking. All right, let's go.
Yeah, so the reason I was confused initially, and I think the reason a lot of people get confused, is because when you look at the Chance brothers and their history and their involvement in this building on Wikipedia, they show photographs of this, which is supposed to be their factory in the Midlands, or what they call the Black Country. And here's another image of it. So it does make you think, so hang on a minute, how did they produce just over 1,000 panes?
All right, first of all, this looks like it goes levels under the ground, because this looks like it's a different level down here, and they built this brick building on top of that. So this is, I don't know, maybe that's the foundation, but It's a tough call on that one because look at this. This is like, what, water right here? I don't know. That's a tough call. I used to build foundations. That's a tough call.
The glass a day in this small factory, but it's actually not completely false, but it's very misleading. It's actually very misleading. So I spent a lot of my time, picking up old secondhand books, and I found one on the Black Country, and it's written in 1860, and it's kind of a travelogue. It's written by an American guy that was traveling over here in England, all across the country, but his main focus was the Black Country, because the Black Country in England during the 19th century was the heart of industrialization. That's where it gets its name from, the blackness, because of all the furnaces and the soot and smoke. And just by chance, I happened to stumble across a section about the Chance brothers. So I'll read you a couple pages. The Chances have the largest establishment in Great Britain for the manufacture of plate and window glass, lighthouse lenses, and optical glasses. Their works constitute a village in itself, a few miles out of Birmingham, at Spon Lane. These buildings cover a territory of about 24 acres. The main street that divides a domed and steepled town in two nearly equal parts is the railway. This again is intersected by a canal, with its landings in the middle of the works. So I found an illustration of the Chance Brothers site. So that photograph on Wikipedia is very misleading, and it does make you think, how did they do 1,000 panes a day? Enough to cover the Crystal Palace. And you think, if you don't have much understanding of the period, you think, what, and just ship them by horse and car? No, there was a railway running through, and a canal running through the middle of this great village. And this whole village belonged to the Chance brothers. Wasn't just this, but you can see the canal here, you can see it down there, and you can see the railway. So what this is a portion that's left from this, probably somewhere around here, a little portion. And it tells us a working force of 1,700 men, women, and children employed in one establishment. So it's not entirely clear what one establishment means, whether that means it's a portion of this or the whole thing. But 1,700 men. So I was thinking about, again, I like working out the numbers. So 1,000 panes a day, if you have 55 people producing 20 panes a day, then you meet your 1,000-day criteria. So it's definitely possible. And it also mentions 500 children here. So there's a lot of children working in this factory, the Chance brothers. So yeah, and again, we don't have many images of the original build, that one in Hyde Park that was for the fair. But they deconstructed it after the fair was over and then moved to Sydenham in the southeast. And then they reconstructed it. So the original couldn't have been that good. And it was rushed through because they had to, meet the deadlines for the fair. They rebuilt it at Sydenham.
Hey, what's up, Right,
Russ? It
Russ?
was new and improved, and that's this version. Now, this is where we do have a lot of construction photos, and I found them in the archives, and I want to go through them. It took me a while, actually, to find these photographs in the archives. So this is London Picture Archive. There's 161 photos here. We won't go through them all, and I'll show a handful, a good portion of them, because you can actually see the structure being built ground up from the beginning to the end in different stages. So this is the first image, and you can see they're digging the foundations, digging the site, because it was a garden as well. So this is just a workforce digging. And these get better as we go along. But again, you can see the site's starting to form. You've got your materials here. And this is in 1852. So this is very early on with the photograph. So they're not as good a quality as the 1890s, 1870s. And you do get these blurs, these people moving a lot more. And you see the cranes being set up. You start to see the structure in the background forming, like that Meccano model. So the metal version of Lego. And you can start to see these workforce. Again, a lot of blur. And here, this steam machine. So you've got steam machines, on site in the 1850s. And this is a great image because, again, the Meccano of this thing going up. And you can see here, the foundations are in brick. And you can see all these parts. This is all the prefabricated iron.
Brick foundation.
It's all here in parts, and they just put it together. And you can see just in the distance, there's another angle of this in a minute, but you can see the foundations they're building here.
That's crazy because I built foundations and they built out of concrete. You know, like building foundations out of brick doesn't make sense, but maybe they did it back like, for a reason. I don't know.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Is this the one that burnt down?
It did. It burnt down in the 20th century, and I've done some digging on that. Basically, the person that owned it, that ended up owning it, it wasn't really making any money, and it looks like there was a bit of a dodgy insurance scandal that went down, you know, in burning it.
Well, and the reason I bring that up is because a lot of pushback will say this isn't the construction, this is them dismantling it, but in this case, it wouldn't work because it burnt down in the narrative.
Exactly. Yeah, this isn't deconstruction. This is construction. Nothing's burnt here. And that's another shot. So we were over that side before, and you can see here the brick foundations. And this is old. This is 1850s. I mean, it's amazing we even have these images, actually.
And I just want to go on the record and say I do not believe in Vanilla Sky until sufficient evidence is brought forward that the science behind the sensitizing dyes is debunked. I'm not for a second believing in the Vanilla Sky pitch.
No, and that's the thing. You can actually go and get old cameras from the 19th century and test it yourselves. It's kind of what I was saying before, that this structure forms its own kind of scaffolding, and they do use a bit of wood scaffolding, but they don't require as much as usual, which again reduces the time that you can build. You can just see it slowly starting to go up. And the construction site is a tip. It's an absolute tip, but you can see the panes of glass here, you know, in bulk. They're really ready to go up. This would have been taken on top of the Crystal Palace and looking out towards the gardens that they're building. So there's a lot of earth moving going on. There's more foundations, and you can see the people where they're moving, they're blurring because of the long exposure. You can see the steam coming out because there's a machine in there. And here it's starting to take form more. That's quite interesting. I don't know what that says. I think that says Kirk and Parry's office. Must have been the boss on site. This guy's eating his lunch. These fellas, well, he's laughing. Looks a bit forlorn. But yeah, so it's starting to form. It's up in the air now.
None of the individuals look like they're painted on either. Now, they would be posing for this photo because these earlier cameras are the long exposure time ones. So it does seem like legit posing, sitting still, not painted.
Yeah, I agree. And again, even though it's the 1850s, the attention to detail is great. You can see all this detail. You can even see the detail on the soil. So now we're sort of within the structure. And again, just to emphasize that point of this being a self-assembled scaffold that it still requires the timber, but not as much. And you can see they've got their little pulley cog machines up there. And it goes back to that point that we were talking about earlier. I mean, look at the vast amount of metal. This kind of foreshadows, the Crystal Palace foreshadows the Eiffel Tower, and then the Chicago's Ferris wheel. It is the kind of birth of the modern era. It does have a beauty to it, but it's kind of a paradoxical one, you know? And this is great because this is the grounds, and you can see horses in motion pulling blocks of stone. You can see a kind of a pulley crane machine here. And a lot of blurs. These are people moving. You see the blocks of stone here because they needed stone for the grounds, for the decorative aspects of the grounds. You'll see that in a bit. This is a mortar machine in the grounds. Got our temporary tracks, got all the gear, carts back there, but they're making mortar. Another shot of the interior. Now you're going to start to see this decorative stucco plaster statues and whatnot turn up more and more, but you can see all the parts. These are stacked here, these frames all ready to go, and they moved in trees as well and planted them. There's another one. Again, the plaster statues are starting to come in. Lot of materials stacked up ready to go, a lot of bricks ready to be used. The detail is outstanding. People moving. And this is on top of, this is just showing that scaffold. This is all they needed to lay down, really. And they would walk across these aisles up here. So I don't know if you remember from the original photos that we were showing at the beginning.
The towers?
The towers, yeah, the water towers. They were an addition to the Sydenham remake. And this is one in construction. So
I am paying attention.
Oh, yeah.
I got decent grades in school. Even though they were teaching
Hey, no one's flower.
Yeah, so we've got machines again. So some kind of steam machine. This is a prefabricated iron. This is going up here. So it's all prefabricated. It's all ready to go. It's just like a big jigsaw. And you can see here a brick tunnel for the water that will pump the water into the, or take the water into the Crystal Palace for the fountains and in the gardens.
I feel like the kickback already with the water fountains, as that was already there. And it's just buried in the ground and they're reopening it. I can see the comments already.
Yeah, we'll see when we get to the fountains. But yeah, and these, I think these are called shear legs. It's like a pulley system, hoist material around. And this is all brick interior. Yeah. And this is another shot of that same water tower here. And here they're digging for some of the water features. So they've lined the bricks. They've still got earth to move in the middle. You can see that they haven't cleared it. People moving there. But you can see this water tower. It's going up, getting bigger. Here's another shot of the water tower. Now, this is a really interesting photograph because it's really cool with the water tower. That's great. But it's what's down here that interests me. So, again, you can see people moving. Blocks here. These are these shear legs, I think. It's a pulley system attached over here. You wind it, pull your block up and transport it around. But you can see with these blocks here, if you look up here, you can see they're actually individual pieces of this. There's one to go here. And if we go this way, you can see them here as well, these individual. And they're stacked right there and there. Now, I'm unsure whether they're doing this carving by hand, but I've done a video on stone cutting machines. And it could be that they're concrete plaster that's been molded. But either way, you've still got this evidence now of prefabricated or pre-molded stone on site and then building with it. And it all fits together like a jigsaw piece. So I thought that was fascinating.
It's pretty boring to me, but continue.
Yeah, everyone thinks it's boring. The girlfriend's like, cool, man. Yeah, I don't care about stone. This is an image of a dude using a steam machine. So he's having a good time. You can see, I'm not entirely sure what this machine does. I don't know. But it's on site, 1850. And the workers, so this is their lunch break. They're having a break. They're young, some of them. And, you know, they're obviously having a laugh and moving around and talking because their heads are blurring out. Yeah, I mean, that looks like a child to me. This guy's like lying on his mate. You can see his feet are here. And this guy is in a wheelbarrow. You can see that. Yeah, they've definitely heard some rumors. Look at this guy. They're not impressed. This guy looks like Bob Dylan.
Oh, we've got some clones showing up.
We've got some clones in the house. Oh, look at this is what he must have had to drink in.
I think it's actually water. You think they mix a little alcohol on the job?
Yeah, a bit of moonshine or something. Look at their little cups. He's got a knife, probably eating some cheese. But they've all stopped what they're doing because they've heard that there's some YouTubers around saying they didn't do anything. We're getting a lot closer to completion now. And you can see that a lot of statues are starting to appear. I'm going to show you them in a bit. But what you can also see is a fountain in the middle being constructed. And you can see right here, this is, again, it's more templated pieces of whether it's concrete or stone, I don't know, but it just all fits together. But you can see the plumbing, and you can see the outline of people moving around here, probably jumping in and out, working on this. But this is all connected to those water towers. These do not look like old world plumbing. This looks like 19th century industrial revolution stuff. It's all brick underneath.
I do find it funny that the advocates think that fountains are really impossible when you just research their history. They date back really far. I can't say off the top of my head. I don't want to make a guess, but the mainstream doesn't even hide the fact that fountains have existed forever. So why is it all of a sudden in 2022, this concept is really hard to grasp?
And again, just another image, close up of that fountain being made. There's people moving here, or it's one person moving around, and you can see all the pipes. You can see the equipment, the blocks. Now, this is a really interesting one. I'll show you why, because you start to get decoration. You know, they've put up the iron and now they're decorating it, and you've got these columns, and it's all red brick. It's all brick. They've constructed this brick. And what they're going to do, they're going to decorate and plaster over it. And you'll see, just like here. So underneath these pillars, it's red brick. These are not ancient, old world, antique structures. It's just an Egyptian themed part of the theme park attraction. And you can see here, you can see the red brick. Underneath, there's someone leaning there. And this guy is painting and finishing up the stucco, the plaster. And this is an engineer, one of the advisors, and this is one of the workers, the decorators.
How do you know they're not the controllers?
This is a controller, and this is a slave.
Hat on.
Controller. The slave. The old world. Ah, yes. So, this is a massive brick structure. Loads of people congregating around, blurring. Some up there as well. This is interesting because what you're about to see this transform into is a
Abu symbol. Sorry, go on.
It is. No, it is. You're completely right. It's Abu symbol, but it's a base. But like you see, they're building the legs, so the legs are on. It's Abu symbol, isn't it? What's fascinating about this is that they could do these plaster copies. I mean, look at all the sphinxes. These imitations so early on in 1850. Got pipe in here. Which means that this isn't a reset, people. They haven't inherited everything and they're just working things out. They know this world very well. They know this Egyptian style very well. But then it also raises questions in terms of, you know, in the 19th century, they were restoring most of the medieval structures, the cathedrals and stuff that had laid in ruin since the dissolution of the monasteries. And there are instances of photographs where there's new statues or, you know, there's renovation. There's a few renovation photographs where things have changed in the interior. And it does make you wonder that with these pseudo-stone, artificial stone techniques that they can do so well by this point, whether they did change things or replace things or edit the narrative in that way in terms of how we see medieval history and, you know, even like ecclesiastical history and stuff. So that's quite interesting. That's a big rabbit hole to go down, I think, if anyone's willing. There it is. Looking good, right? And they've done all this painting. I can't really tell wood, but is that, or woody? What do we call you? Woody, wooden, wood?
Whatever you end up saying. Everyone's calling me moron these days, so I'll take moron.
Yeah.
Guy who has sex with puppets. I'll take that one too. By the way, the sex tape of me and G-Dub definitely never leaked. That is in a safe space and is locked up. Yeah, I'm not worried about that one seeing the light of day.
Who could leak that? Who's seen it?
Oh, buddy, G-Dub does. He doesn't want that getting out either. It's more embarrassing for him because he was the catcher.
People set up more people covered in paint, covered in plaster, eating lunch. All they do is eat lunch, sit around. They didn't work hard. And there you can see that the bowl's here full of all the paint. So again, guys, you got to debunk all these images. I think you're gonna.
They just then use it's all AI generated because they couldn't find it, and because we found it and we're suspects that we're working with the AI. And you're actually me. I'm you. It's very easy, you see, to get past all this.
I wonder if I've got to the point where I'm sophisticated enough a creation of you that I can start thinking on my own. I don't know.
We'll find out as we go.
Yeah. There's an action shot of them doing all this stuff. So it goes back to what I say. They could do this stuff. They could do it very well. I mean, this is really good. The reconstruction of Crystal Palace only took 2 years. It didn't take that long. This is how fast they can do this stuff. And they're skilled. You know, they've got all the bowls, their paints, their plaster. This guy looks like a bit of a boss, you can tell. And yeah, look, you know, this is good because you can see the red brick underneath. And just to be clear, the red brick wasn't inherited or founded or discovered. They put up the red brick to support the plaster decoration. It wasn't like they found all these red brick structures and then thought, we're going to decorate them Egyptian style. That's not what's going on here.
And the scenic artists just come in and age it, make it look old. Trick the modern day person to thinking it's actually old and inherited.
More shots, the Egyptian quarter being constructed. But again, this is really where I think the meat is with these 19th century photographs, is that you are seeing, again, just to labor the point, you are seeing how easy it was for them to imitate and create different styles of architecture and sculpture with artificial stone. And there's a long history of them, you know, the military having secret recipes and mixtures for artificial stone. It does make you think that, you know, they could have pulled off some fabrication when it comes to ruins and whatnot. But you'd still have to evidence it. And yeah, and then this is kind of what it turned out like. There's your fountain. And you can see this is great because the fountain's not on, I don't think, or it's not on fully, but you can still see here very much of the 19th century. They've just about finished it. I think there's still some painting to go. And you can see this guy's just exhausted from working hard. He's got, well, maybe drunk too much moonshine.
Yeah, he's drunk. He's drunk on the job. He's got a buddy next to him, also blacked out.
Yeah, I think there's one there. Yeah. Is that one there as well? With his arms behind his head? Oh,
and
yeah.
Then you got another. Yeah, you got 4 people total. Oh, you can see tons of people blurring in the background too.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe. It's funny because I'm using my cursor to point one to you, and I'm like, oh, yeah, you're not even
over this way.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then there's a blur there, and it looks like a guy resting his hand on his fist. So, I mean, they're chilling on their lunch, having some moonshine, and just, you know, oh, they just built, so they're pretty tired. There's a horse there. Yeah, baby.
Well, I don't know what to believe. Am I on? Am I on? Can you hear me? I don't know what to believe anymore, but I enjoyed it. How's everybody doing? So we have M10, Random Fan, Melanie Moran. We've been kicking ass lately. Trinky Sean Grudeau, Trinkets Delight. Just kicking ass lately. Oh, Genie. Mr. Super Sidewinder. Who else do I see? Sailing Fan Man. Grandpa Bear. And then Mojo Shop. Scott Leverum. Oh, Emilio's Man. Alright. So, No One's Flower. Rye Russ. Alright, anyway, moving along. Oh, Jenny. I gotta say hi to Jenny. Hi, Jenny. Alright, so hey Jenny, you should update your avatar now. This is the old Jenny. We need the new Jenny. We need a picture of the new Jenny. Figure it out. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. Just figure. All right. So anyway. So knock.
Clocks run backwards, slowly choking out my lungs, throwing all the stones around me until all that's left is one. Youth and age haunt me nightly until their master's work is done. Give to all just what they're asking, while sex and death is all flesh once. And while I've got angels all around me,
There's a lot of opinions floating around these days, and I got my own. You know, they may not be publicly acceptable, they may get me canceled, but it's my goddamn American right to speak them. And if you got a problem with that, suck my dick. In a world made for the weak, the meek, the beta males and the sheep, too soft for debate. If they don't agree, then they just block and try to censor whatever you speak. Only like minds on the timeline that they see. They anti this and anti that, so close-minded really, they just anti-facts. And you can show them the proof, but if it doesn't all align with their views that they've been programmed with from the news, then they don't want to hear it, or even fucking be near it. See, the truth is too much for their spirit, that's why they fear it. They try to tell me no, but fuck it, I'ma say it anyway. I've been waiting for the government to kill me any day. What the fuck, I'm not important enough? Must I talk about the vax, how they poisoning us? Or the Vatican and all the little boys that they touch? I'm not scared, shit, it's not like I'm avoiding this stuff. Yeah, the First Amendment still lives on through me and certain other motherfuckers who ain't on TV. We the last dinosaurs alive in AD. When we're gone, then you'll really know that freedom ain't free. But if everybody got to showing some balls, these agendas they've been pushing will be slow to a crawl. But y'all so fucking soft, obeying and going along, sitting there triggered over a song. I know the type, got a Black Lives Matter sign on the front porch, never had a black person in the house. Yeah, it's time to call them out. Virtue signal motherfuckers ain't about shit, they just running at the mouth with these pre-programmed points of view and these ludicrous facts. Asian hate, stop acting like you knew about that. If you need a safe space, there's some room in the back with fresh vaginal wipes you could use while I rap. Pussy, yeah, it helps them all sleep at night, knowing they signed a petition for equal rights for transgenders, talking like it's their fight, when in reality they never met one in their life. They don't donate or actually do nothing about it. They just sit there sipping Mountain Dew on their couches while they clapping for each other and circle jerking themselves. Applaud the loss of freedom and cancel those who rebel. And I'm the bad guy cause I'm white and not gay, which means that I'm a bigot and discredits what I say. But I'd rather have some toxic masculinity than have an inner bitch in me, bitch, so suck a dick of 3. See, the algorithm's keeping you lost, and now you're caught in an echo chamber of your own thoughts. Let me talk while I can and speak to all my supporters before there's lawyers, threats, and gag orders. Cause nowadays that's the American way, with this false administration that has led us astray. They want the country to heal, but they don't spell with an A. What they mean is to obey and do whatever they say, but we tired of that. So when I'm here to rap, I got a duty to the people to bring light to the facts. Never see a day I'm taking it back. If I gave a shit, then I'd use a mask for wiping my ass. And when it comes to the shop, I don't care if you got it, why you care if I didn't? I'm not understanding the logic. Shit, it's such a hot topic, you can get them in malls. I just got my 8th booster, fucking round of applause. People scared to say it, so they just say nothing instead. So let me make myself clear so they don't twist what I said. Hell yeah, I'll get the shot with a gun to my head after they pull the trigger and they vaccinate me dead.
And I ain't no Democrat, I ain't no fucking Republican either.
These motherfucking raw thoughts.
I'm a free-thinking citizen of the United States of America, goddammit.
Raw thoughts.
And I've been seeing where this world's going, where this country's going, it makes me sick.
These motherfucking raw thoughts.
Fuck the New World Order. Take that vaccine and shove it up your ass.
Raw thoughts. Oh, y'all thought I was done? Hell no. This is Raw Thoughts. You know how we do. Line these motherfuckers up, it's time to get to work. Where should I start? Joe Biden, I guess. Old Yeller. Shit, I'm honestly surprised he hasn't died on us yet. You ain't a president, dog. Shit, you don't have to pretend. Come on, Joe. We all know that you ain't actually win. Yeah, them puppet strings holding you up. Weekend at Bernie's. Dementia really slowing you up. Should we be worried? You're tripping upstairs, then you're sniffing on hair. Someone go and get this geriatric man a wheelchair. And then you got his son making lots of loot from the Ukraine and blew it on prostitutes. So I'll snort a line of crack rock off the protective case up on Hunter Biden's laptop. So I'm typing in caps lock like, hi Fauci, I seen that mail leak, dog. Better get a better antivirus called a Geek Squad. The king of backtracks. Last time I seen that many wrong numbers was me when I failed math class. And Jen Psaki, I'm getting sick of that lion twat fire crotch. Always trying to tell me they'll require shots. But if it's shots that they want, I'll let them have it. If they knocking on my door checking my vaccine status. Andrew Cuomo, grabbing asses like the old days. Still had time to kill more old people than old age. We all hate you, judge and defame you. I speak for all Italians, we don't claim you. Injected Rachel Maddow with a fatal strain of mad cow. Walked her up a massive flight of steps and kicked her back down. Seeing news come out, make me wanna smack the dick right out of Anderson Cooper's mouth. So ask your senator, pass me the AstraZeneca vax. Your relative's dad, go and jab your stepmother rapid. Testing your ass when you have a temperature, shit. We going nuts, don't vax the messenger. Like Kamala Harris in Guantanamo barracks. She's incarcerated so many people, I think it merits leaving her there to rot. She deserving of it either way. Just be sure you don't forget to go and throw the key away. Now you can call me insane, but Ted Cruz is actually growing on me. Wait, let me explain. Shot-wise, he's been freedom of choice, while also fighting for the First Amendment, which I need for my voice to get out. So no matter how bad that I wanna hate, I give credit where it's due. I know it's a hot take, but before I'm off the subject, wait, you still ugly. Shit, Arya Stark won't even wear your face. I'll impregnate Melinda Gates. She said my dick was great. I said, shut up, bitch, get back in the kitchen, fill my dinner plate. Then I liquidated Bill's estate, blew their house up with them in them, let them incinerate. Gathered up their ashes and slipped them into some vaxes. The FDA approved it and shipped it off to the masses. Had some side effects, but they ain't worried about that shit. Long as I ain't tell no one and pay my taxes. Get your vaccine, shoot up like 15. And don't forget to go collect your free Krispy Kreme. Go and get tested for fun to get a swab high. Cause there's nothing quite like huffing ethanol oxide. And Zuckerberg will try to censor my words. Jack Dorsey shadow banning, this revenge of the nerds. New rules trying to regulate life as it was. More mandates than gay night at the club. So I'm sorry that I had to come and stop the show before we all need a motherfucking shot to go anywhere. So someone had to come and rock the boat and say shit that even Tom McDonald won't. And I'm just one guy with the balls to say what I see, even if I sound off the ways. All I know is that we're way too lost to save. At this point, I could write a raw thoughts a day. Shit, but these are my opinions, and I'm allowed to speak them. You wanna get the shot? Do you? It's called freedom. You don't, then you don't. Stop forcing vaccinating, cause to me, that's like pushing pork belly on a vegan. I mean it. Disagree with my views, that's all fine. I respect you for yours, respect me for mine. We don't gotta draw a line in the sand or nothing. Just respect the motherfucker that'll stand for something. So keep watching the news and keep trusting the numbers. I'll keep digging for truth and tell them what I discover as they cancel motherfuckers just for raising their hand. I'll pull my megaphone out and get to taking a stand. Raw thoughts.
Man, you hear this bullshit they be talking every day, man. It's like these motherfuckers is just like professional liars, you know what I'm saying? It's wild. Listen, Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower.
I pledge no allegiance, nigga. Fuck the president's speeches. I'm baptized by America and covered in leeches. The dirty water that bleaches your soul and your facial features, drowning you in propaganda that they spit through the speakers. And if you speak about the evil that the government does, the Patriot Act attract you to the type of your blood. They try to frame you and say you was trying to sell drugs and throw a federal indictment on niggas to show you love. This shit is run by fake Christians, fake politicians. Look at their mansions and look at the conditions you live in. All they talk about is terrorism on television. They tell you to listen, but they don't really tell you their mission. They funded Al-Qaeda and now they blame the Muslim religion. Even though Bin Laden was a CIA tactician, they gave him billions of dollars and they funded his purpose. Fahrenheit 9/11, that's just scratching the surface.
Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower.
They say the rebels in Iraq still fight for Saddam, but that's bullshit. I'll show you why it's totally wrong. Cause if another country invaded the hood tonight, it'd be warfare through Harlem and Washington Heights. I wouldn't be fighting for Bush or white America's dream. I'd be fighting for my people's survival and self-esteem. I wouldn't fight for racist churches from the South, my nigga. I'd be fighting to keep the occupation out, my nigga. You ever clock someone who talk shit or look at you wrong? Imagine if they shot at you and was raping your moms. And of course Saddam Hussein had chemical weapons. We sold them that shit after Ronald Reagan's election. Mercenary contractors fighting a new era. Corporate military banking off the war on terror. They controlling the ghetto with the fear of attack, trying to distract the fact that they engineering the crack. So I'm strapped like Lee Malvo, holding a sniper rifle. These bullets will touch your kids, and I don't mean like Michael. Your body be sent to the morgue, stripped down and recycled. I fire on house niggas that support you and like you, cause innocent people get murdered in the struggle daily, and poor people never get shit and struggle daily. This This ain't no alien conspiracy theory, this shit is real. Written on a dollar underneath the Masonic seal.
I don't rap for dead presidents. I'd rather see the president dead. It's never been said, but I set precedents.
Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth, nigga.
Bush knocked down the tower.
Tell the truth, nigga.
Bush knocked down the tower.
Tell the truth, nigga. Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth,
City
nigga.
Records was 80 seconds away from the tower. Some cowards fought with the wrong building. They meant to hit ours. To hit ours. To hit ours. To hit ours. To hit ours.
So, all right. So, there's a question I've always asked myself, and I already did a whole stream about it. I'm pretty sure I know. But it's always good to remind everybody and me. So, how do tides work on the flat Earth? Does anybody know? Boom, baby. Oh.
Isaac Newton theorized, and it is now commonly taught and believed, that Earth's ocean tides are caused by gravitational lunar attraction. The moon's gravity allegedly generates something called tidal force, which causes Earth and its water to bulge out, not only on the side closest to the moon, but also the side farthest from the moon. Using their own calculations and predictions, however, if the moon is only 2,160 miles in diameter, and the Earth 8,000 miles, it follows that Earth is 87 times more massive, and therefore the larger object should attract the smaller to it, and not the other way around. Heliocentrists claim Earth's greater gravity is what keeps the moon in orbit. Therefore, it is impossible for the moon's far lesser gravity to supersede the Earth's gravity at Earth's sea level, where its gravitational attraction would even further out-trump the moon's. If the moon has enough gravitational influence to lift the ocean's water even a single inch from their deep recesses, where Earth's gravitational attraction is exponentially greater, then there is nothing in the theory of gravity to prevent the water from continuing its attraction all the way to the moon. Furthermore, the velocity and path of the moon are uniform, and thereby should exert a uniform influence on Earth's tides, when in actuality, the Earth's tides vary greatly. At Port Natal, for example, the rise and fall is only 6 feet, while at Beira, 600 miles up the coast, the rise and fall is 26 feet. Not only this, but if the moon's gravity was truly generating a tidal force causing Earth and its water to bulge out, then all the world's lakes, marshes, ponds, and other inland waters would be similarly affected and have tides as well. These and other problems caused Isaac Newton to openly admit that his explanation of the tides was the, quote, least satisfactory portion of his theory of gravitation. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "Thus we have been carried forward by the sheer force of evidence to the conclusion that the tides of the sea do not arise from the attraction of the moon, but simply from the rising and falling of the floating earth in the waters of the great deep. That calmness which is found to exist at the bottom of the great seas could not be possible if the waters were alternately raised by the moon and pulled down by the earth. Bearing this fact in mind, that there exists a continual pressure of the atmosphere upon the earth, and associating it with the fact that the earth is a vast plain stretched out upon the waters, and it will be seen that it must of necessity slightly fluctuate, or slowly rise and fall in the water, as by the action of the atmosphere the earth is slowly depressed. The water moves towards the receding shore and produces the flood tide. And when by the reaction of the resisting oceanic medium the earth gradually ascends, the waters recede, and the ebb tide is produced. This is the general cause of tides. Whatever peculiarities are observable, they may be traced to the reaction of channels, bays, headlands, and other local causes." David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "Tides vary greatly in height, owing chiefly to the different configurations of the adjoining lands. At Chepstow it rises to 60 feet, at Portishead to 50, while at Dublin Bay it is but 12, and at Wexford only 5 feet. That the earth itself has a slight tremulous motion may be seen in the movement of the spirit level. even when fixed as steadily as possible, and that the sea has a fluctuation may be witnessed by the oscillation of an anchored ship in the calmest day of summer. By what means the tides are so regularly affected is at present only conjectured. Possibly it may be by atmospheric pressure on the waters of the great deep, and perhaps even the moon itself, as suggested by the late Dr. Robotham, may influence the atmosphere, increasing or diminishing its barometric pressure, and indirectly the rise and fall of the earth in the waters. The tides are clearly a product of the interconnected ocean waters, and not the other waters of earth, and therefore caused either by a natural fluctuation of the earth resting upon the great deep, as stated by the above and other 19th century authors, or, if more ancient explorers' accounts can be trusted, an even more fascinating possibility presents itself. Many cultures throughout history have recorded that located at the North Pole exists a large lodestone mountain surrounded by a massive whirlpool vortex which was claimed to cause the Earth's tides. This maelstrom allegedly reverses direction every 6 hours, alternately pulling in and pushing out the ocean waters like the breath of Gaia at the naval center point of Earth, breathing in and out twice per day. If true, this explains the consistent regularity of high and low tides better than any other proposed theory. Ancient Norse legends state that a gigantic violent whirlpool known as Vergelmir, or the World's Well, surrounds the polar mountain, and via 4 6-hour daily cycles of pushing and pulling through subterranean channels causes the rising and falling tides of Earth. Historical records of this deep abyss can be found as early as the 8th century AD, when Paulus Diaconus, or Paul the Deacon, wrote in his Historia Langobardorum that, quote, "Not far from the shore, where the ocean extends without bounds, is that very deep abyss of waters which we commonly call the ocean's navel. It is said twice a day to suck the waves into itself, and to spew them out again, as is proved to happen along all these coasts, where the waves rush in and go back again with fearful rapidity. By the whirlpool of which we have spoken, it is asserted that ships are often drawn in with such rapidity that they seem to resemble the flight of arrows through the air, and sometimes they are lost in the gulf with a very frightful destruction. Often, just as they are about to go under, they are brought back again by a sudden shock of the waves, and they are sent out again thence with the same rapidity with which they were drawn in. In 1035 AD, Frisian explorer Adam of Bremen recounted his deadly encounter with this abysmal chasm in his book Gesta Hemerbergensis Ecclesiastae Pontificum, stating, quote, "Of a sudden they fell into that numbing ocean's dark mist, which could hardly be penetrated with the eyes. And behold, the current of the fluctuating ocean whirled back to its mysterious fountainhead, and with most furious impetuosity drew the unhappy sailors, who in their despair now thought only of death, on to chaos. This, they say, is the abysmal chasm, that deep in which report has it that all the backflow of the sea, which appears to decrease, is absorbed and in turn revomited, as the mounting fluctuation is usually described. As the partners were imploring the mercy of God to receive their souls, the backward thrust of the sea carried away some of their ships, but its forward ejection threw the rest far behind the others. Freed thus by the timely help of God from the instant peril they had had before their eyes, they seconded the flood by rowing with all their might. Geraldus Cambrensis, or Gerald of Wales, Archdeacon of Brecon, and royal clerk to King Henry II, wrote in his 1188 work, Topographia Hibernica, that, quote, "Not far from the islands towards the north, there is an astonishing whirlpool in the sea, towards which there is a set current of the waves from all quarters, until, pouring themselves into nature's secret recesses, they are swallowed up, as it were, in the abyss. Should a vessel chance to pass in that direction, it is caught and drawn along by the force of the waves, and sucked by the vortex without chance of escape. There are 4 of these whirlpools in the ocean, described by philosophers as existing in the 4 different quarters of the world, whence it has been conjectured that the currents of the sea, as well as the winds, are regulated by fixed principles. The whirlpool was also mentioned in another late 12th century work, Historia Norwegiae, where the author, an anonymous Norwegian monk, gives a particularly detailed description, stating, quote, "The greatest of all whirlpools is to be found there, which engulfs the strongest ships, sucking them in at ebb tide and spewing out their fragments with a belch at flood tide. There is a very deep abyss in the earth itself, and alongside it are open-mouthed caverns containing winds which are said to be brought forth by the breathing of the water, and these are the breath of gales. Indeed, by their breathing, these winds draw to them the waters of the sea through hidden passages in the earth. They shut them up in the vaults of the abyss, and then, by the same force, drive them out again, causing sea surges, spates, and the whirling of waterspouts. Earthquakes also occur, and various discharges of vapor and conflagration, for when the wind's breath, held in the cheeks of earth, presses to burst out, it shakes the foundation of the world with a dreadful roaring, and forces it to tremble. So when the wind's breath contends with fire in the earth's interior, then even in mid-ocean the depths are fissured, and smoky exhalations and sulphurous flames are seen to emerge." In 1508, cartographer Johannes Ruisch published a world map featuring the polar mountain and whirlpool with an inscription reading, "Under the Arctic Pole there is a high magnetic rock 33 German miles in circumference. A surging sea surrounds this rock, as if the water were discharged downward from a vase through an opening to 4 mouths below." Later, in 1595, the most well-known mapmaker in history, Gerardus Mercator, published his Septentrionalium Terrarum Descriptio, featuring the polar mountain and encircling whirlpool in detail, along with the following inscription, quote, "A monstrous gulf in the sea, towards which from all sides the billows of the sea coming from remote parts converge and run together, as though brought there by conduit, pouring into these mysterious abysses of nature, they are as though devoured thereby, and, should it happen that a vessel pass there, it is seized and drawn away with such powerful violence of the waves, that this hungry force immediately swallows it up, never to appear again." A surviving letter from Mercator, addressed to John Dee, advisor to Queen Elizabeth I, provides more detail, stating, quote, "In the midst of the 4 countries is a whirlpool, into which there empty these 4 indrawing seas, which divide the north. And the water rushes round and descends into the earth, just as if one were pouring it through a filter funnel. It is 4 degrees wide on every side of the pole, that is to say, 8 degrees altogether." As late as the mid-17th century, the polar mountain and encircling whirlpool continued appearing in cartography and cosmography. They were included in Linschoten's 1595 map, the Ortelius of 1599, Quad's Fasciculus Geographicus of 1608, Hondius's 1619 map, Purchas's map of 1625, and in Heylyn's 1659 cosmography. He wrote about them, stating that, quote, "Under the Arctic Pole is said to be a black rock of wondrous height, about 33 leagues in compass, the land adjoining being torn by the sea into 4 great islands, for the ocean violently breaking through it and disgorging itself by 19 channels, maketh 4 Euripi, or fierce whirlpools, by which the waters are finally carried towards the north, and these swallowed into the bowels of the earth. That Euripus, or whirlpool, which is made by the Scythic Ocean, hath 5 inlets, and by reason of his straight passage and violent course is never frozen. The other on the back of Greenland, being 37 leagues long, hath 3 inlets, and remaineth frozen 3 months yearly. A certain scholar of Oxford reporteth that these 4 Euripi are carried with such furious violence towards some gulf, in which they are finally swallowed up, that no ship is able, with never so strong a gale, to stem the current, and yet there is never so strong a wind as to blow a windmill. So in summation, the prevailing modern explanation of Earth's tides being caused by the moon's gravity is provably incorrect for several reasons, including its insufficient attractive power, the tide's non-uniformity, and the lack of tides on all inland bodies of water. Their true cause could be, as Samuel Rowbotham proposed, the natural gentle fluctuation of Earth on the waters of the great deep. However, this simple explanation alone fails to provide an answer for the perfect regularity of tides rising and falling every 6 hours. To account for this, ancient explorers and cartographers offer the much more fascinating possibility of a world well beneath the pole, pushing and pulling all the ocean waters of the Earth through massive subterranean caverns. There is modern circumstantial evidence that lends strong credence to this idea as well. The largest publicly known maelstrom in the world is called Saltstraumen, just north of the Arctic Circle in Norway, where 400 million cubic meters of water pass through a 3-kilometer long, 150-meter wide strait, reaching speeds of 10 meters per second. Similar to legends of Virgelmere, this northern whirlpool actually arises exactly 4 times per day, every 6 hours, along with the shifting tides. In fact, the majority of naturally occurring whirlpools in the world, including the famous Naruto whirlpools in Japan, form 4 times per day, every 6 hours, as the tides change. If the ancient legends are true, this also potentially explains why strict flying and sailing restrictions exist at the North Pole, and why explorers like Rodney Clough were turned away at gunpoint by Russian military vessels when attempting to independently explore the North Polar region. Nowadays, the world well has all but disappeared from modern maps and minds, but with the current rising tide of truth, there are sure to come more revealing revelations. And in which the Earth, in a state of immobility and surrounded by the planets visibly moving round it, including the Sun, is at the center of our universe. These two facts, which explain almost everything, are firstly the positive existence above the Earth of a solid dome constituting the sky, and secondly, the non-material nature of the planets and constellations, which are not physical masses, but merely luminous manifestations without substance. These are the two circumstances which lead today to the fundamental transformation of astronomy. And Professor Bernstein, in his letters to the British Association, writes, "The theory that motions are produced through material attraction is absurd.
I'm not talking shit about anybody. Just saying they treated him like shit and they beat him up. And they fucking... He told Singerman the same thing he's just telling you. Come down here. It's going to be safe. And Singerman wasn't safe. And now Singerman has a $666 bill. He can't fucking leave the state. He has to come back. They were fucking beating him up. I don't know. Whatever. That's all I'm saying. I don't give a shit. Whatever. He's gone. Be careful who you talk to, Lala. Sorry. When you treat my friends like shit, you get treated like shit. Alright? You don't fuck with me, and you don't fuck with my friends. That's it. You're the one who told him to come down there. Oh, we got everything taken care of. Yeah, you really took good care of him. Thank you.
Modern astronomy's ability to accurately predict lunar and solar eclipses is a result and proof positive of the heliocentric theory of the universe. The fact of the matter, however, is that eclipses have been accurately predicted.
Once he apologizes to Singeman, and Singeman tells me that he's cool with him and it's okay, I'll unblock him from my channel. Okay? 3 fingers. Once you apologize to Singeman for beating him up and treating him like shit, then, and Singeman says it's alright, I'll unblock you.
By cultures worldwide for thousands of years before the heliocentric ball Earth was even a glimmer in Copernicus's imagination. Ptolemy, in the 1st century AD, accurately predicted eclipses for 600 years on the basis of a flat, stationary Earth with equal precision as anyone living today. All the way back in 600 BC, Thales accurately predicted an eclipse which ended the war between the Medes and the Lydians. Eclipses happen regularly.
You're not gonna come over to my channel and invite people down to your house so that you can beat them up and abuse them.
With precision in 18-year cycles, so regardless of geocentric or heliocentric, flat or globe Earth cosmologies, eclipses can be accurately calculated independent of such factors. Samuel Rowbotham said, "Those who are unacquainted with the methods of calculating eclipses and other phenomena are prone to look upon the correctness of such calculations as powerful arguments in favor of the doctrine of the Earth's rotundity and the Newtonian philosophy generally. One of the most pitiful manifestations of ignorance of the true nature of theoretical astronomy is the..."
Hi, Jen. I just had to block Three Fingers because he was because Lala needs a place to go and he's telling her to come stay at his house in my chat. Isn't that messed up after what he just did to Singe Man? I mean, it's not really like, it's not really like the Jerry Springer show or anything, but like, seriously, like, he just did the same thing to Singe Man. He like said, come down to my house and live here, and then he'd beat the shit out of him every night for like a few nights. And in the hotel room at Flattoberfest, he tried to beat him up too. So it wasn't just at his house.
The ardent inquiry so often made, how is it possible for that system to be false, which enables its professors to calculate to a second of time both solar and lunar eclipses for hundreds of years to come? The supposition that such calculations are an essential part of the Newtonian or any other theory is entirely gratuitous and exceedingly fallacious and misleading. Whatever theory is adopted, or if all theories are discarded, the same calculations can be made. Gerard Hickson said, "The Chaldeans used to predict the eclipses 3,000 years ago with a degree of accuracy that is only surpassed by seconds in these days because we have wonderful clocks which they had not. Yet they had an entirely different theory of the universe than we have. The fact is that eclipses occur with a certain exact regularity, just as Christmas and birthdays do, every so many years, days, and minutes, so that anyone who has the records of the eclipses of thousands of years can predict them as well as the best astronomers without any knowledge of their cause." Samuel Rowbotham said, "The simplest method of ascertaining any future eclipse is to take the tables which have been formed during hundreds of years of careful observation, or each observer may form his own tables by collecting a number of old almanacs, one..."
And just to be clear, I'm not talking about South Carolina. Like there's some good people in South Carolina. It's not South Carolina, it's just him.
For each of the last 40 years, separate the times of the eclipses in each year and arrange them in a tabular form. On looking over the various items, he will soon discover parallel cases or cycles of eclipses, that is, taking the eclipses in the first year of his table and examining those of each succeeding year, he will notice peculiarities in each year's phenomena, but on arriving to the items of the 19th and 20th years, he will perceive that some of the eclipses in the earlier part of the table will have been now repeated, that is to say, the times and characters
Yeah, Lala, I know that you didn't understand what was going on. I could see it. I'm not stupid. I'm looking out for you.
will be alike. Tables of the places of the sun and moon, of eclipses, and of kindred phenomena have existed for thousands of years and were formed independently of each other by the Chaldean, Babylonian, Egyptian, Hindu, Chinese, and other ancient astronomers. Modern science has had nothing to do with these. Another assumption and supposed proof of Earth's shape, heliocentrists claim that lunar eclipses are caused by the shadow of the ball.
I'm sure that there's some good people closer to you that could help you out. You just gotta ask for help and you'll get it. Ask God for help. Ask the community for help. And eventually you'll find somewhere. But don't just go anywhere because you gotta be careful. You gotta make sure you know the right people.
Earth occulting the moon. The idea is that the sun, earth, and moon's spheres perfectly align like 3 billiard balls in a row so that the sun's light casts the earth's shadow onto the moon. Unfortunately for heliocentrists,
Yeah, I love you too.
this explanation is rendered completely invalid due to the fact that lunar eclipses have happened and continue to happen regularly when both the sun and moon are still visible together above the horizon. For the sun's light to be casting Earth's shadow onto the moon, the three bodies must be aligned in a straight 180-degree syzygy. William Carpenter says, the Newtonian hypothesis involves the necessity of the sun, in the case of a lunar eclipse, being on the opposite side of a globular Earth to cast its shadow on the moon. But since eclipses of the moon have taken place with both the sun and the moon above the horizon, it follows that it cannot be the shadow of the Earth that eclipses the moon, and that the theory is a blunder. Samuel Rowbotham said, that the eclipser of the moon is a shadow at all is assumption. No proof whatever is offered. That the moon receives her light from the sun, and that therefore her surface is darkened by the Earth intercepting the sun's light, is not proved. It is not proved that the Earth moves in an orbit round the sun, and therefore by being in different positions, conjunction of sun, earth, and moon, day sometimes occur. The contrary has been clearly proved, that the moon is not eclipsed by a shadow, that she is self-luminous, and not merely a reflector of solar light, and therefore could not possibly be obscured
Oh,
or
I
eclipsed by a
definitely.
shadow from any object
Yeah,
whatsoever.
Melanie, I definitely averted a disaster for her. I just saved her life. The kid, I just talked to the kid Singe man. I call him the kid because he looks like he's younger than me, but like I just talked to him. He's traumatized now. He's traumatized from that.
And that the Earth is devoid of motion, either
He ended up in jail down in South Carolina for like 2 weeks over it.
on axes or in an orbit through space. Hence, to call that an argument for the Earth's rotation.
And his bill was $666. I called to try to bail him out, and I have the phone call. I have the phone call from. I have it. I recorded it. I recorded the phone call to the prison in South Carolina. I have it, but I can't play it because it has his information, and I'd have to like bleep out some stuff. I think I will. I think I'll show it at some point.
Rotundity, where every necessary proposition is only assumed, and in relation to which direct and practical evidence to the contrary is abundant, is to stultify the judgment and every other reasoning faculty. And F.H. Cook wrote, according to the globular theory, a lunar eclipse occurs when the sun, earth, and moon are in a direct line, but it is on record that since about the 15th century, over 50 eclipses have occurred while both the sun and moon have been visible above the horizon. As early as the time of Pliny, there are records of lunar eclipses happening while both
Lala, if you email me or call me or something, I'll tell you the whole fucking story, okay?
the sun and moon are visible in the sky. The Greenwich Royal Observatory recorded that during the lunar eclipses of July 17th, 1590, November 3rd, 1648, June 16th, 1666, and May 26th, 1668, the moon rose eclipsed while the sun was still above the horizon.
It's like I don't have a problem when I'm like I understand, like, I used to drink a lot and I stopped, but like I'm not an alcoholic, but like I can still drink. I would probably drink 3 fingers under the table. But you know what? So that's not the issue. The issue is he just needs to be real because we're in the truth community, and he needs to apologize to Singe Man. Yeah, whatever. Like, you let him stay at your house, but like you invited him there. That's all he keeps saying. Well, I let him stay at my house free or whatever it is. Whatever the fucking thing he keeps saying, right? Well, just like you still beat him up, and like, you should never put your hands on another person. So like you should at least apologize for that. At least apologize to him. And then when Singe Man says it's okay, I'll unblock you. I don't have a problem with you. I just want to make sure that you and Singe Man make up. Okay? So do whatever you guys gotta do. Talk it out. But until then, I can't allow you in here because it's gonna cause drama.
Geography recorded that on September 20th, 1717, and April 20th, 1837, the moon appeared to rise eclipsed before the sun had set. Sir Henry Holland also noted in his Recollections of Past Life the April 20th, 1837 phenomena where the moon rose eclipsed before the sun set. The Daily Telegraph recorded it happening again on January 17th, 1870,
then again in July of the same year, and it continues to happen during lunar eclipses to this very day. Thomas Winship wrote, "It is alleged by the learned that at a lunar eclipse the Earth casts a shadow on the moon by intercepting the light of the sun. The shadow, it is alleged, is circular, and as only a globe can cast a circular shadow, and as that shadow is cast by the Earth, of course the Earth is a globe. In fact, what better proof could any reasonable person require? Powerful reasoning, says the dupe. Let us see. I have already cited a case where sun and moon have been seen with the moon
That's
eclipsed,
a
and
Shriner's
as the Earth
Freemason
was
hat.
not between,
You see
or
that?
they both could not have been seen, the shadow said to be on the moon.
Right there. That was a Shriner's Freemason hat. It's not a fez. It's not for fun. It's a Freemason hat. Okay, I don't know. It disappeared. That's a Freemason hat.
The shadow said to be on the moon could not possibly have been cast by the Earth. But as refraction is charged with raising the moon above the horizon, when it is said to be really beneath, and the amount of refraction made to tally with what would be required to square the matter, let us see how refraction would act in regard to a shadow. Refraction can only exist where the object and the observer are in different densities. If a shilling be put in the bottom of a glass and observed, there is no refraction. Refraction casts the image of the shilling upwards, but a shadow always downwards. If a basin be taken and put near a light, so that the shadow will shorten inwards and downwards, but if the rod is allowed to rest in the basin and water poured in, the rod will appear to be bent upwards. This places the matter beyond dispute and proves that it is out of the range of possibility that the shadow said to be on the moon could be that of the Earth. In an attempt to explain away the inconsistencies in their theory, heliocentrists usually claim light refraction must be happening on a scale large enough to account for the phenomena. George G. Carey, in his Astronomy and Astronomical Instruments, claims that this is the reason the full moon has sometimes been seen eclipsed above the horizon before the sunset, due to a horizontal refraction of 36 or 37 minutes, generally about 33 minutes, which is equal to the diameter of the sun or moon. Even if this highly implausible reverse-engineered damage control explanation is accepted, it cannot explain how earthbound observers are supposedly able to see 12,000 miles, 180 degrees around the globe. Thomas Winship wrote, "Even if we admit refraction, and that to the extent seemingly required to prove that when the eclipsed moon is seen above the horizon, we are still confronted with a fact which entirely annihilates every theory propounded to account for the phenomena. Taking the astronomer's own equation of 8 inches to the mile, varying inversely as the square of the distance for the curvature of the Earth, where sun and moon are both seen at a lunar eclipse, the center of the sun is said to be in a straight line with the centers of the Earth and the moon, each luminary being 90 degrees from the observer. This would give about 6,000 miles as the distance of each body from the observer. Now, what is the curvature in 6,000 miles? No less than 24 million feet, or 4,545 miles. Therefore, according to the astronomer's own showing, an observer would have to get up into space 4,545 miles before he could see both the sun and moon above his horizon at a lunar eclipse. As lunar eclipses have been seen from the surface of the Earth, with sun and moon both above the horizon at the same time, it is conclusively proved that there is no curvature of the Earth, and therefore that the world is a plane and cannot by any possibility be globular. This one proof alone demolished.
Yeah, that happened to me too, Lala, for a while. I was the black sheep of my family. And then you know what happened? Something miraculous. My mom, she started watching Jen. Yeah, she did. I showed my mom Jen. I was like, look, this lady's Italian like us. My mom's Italian. I was like, she's really funny. She has a funny attitude. My mom started watching her. And the next thing you know, boom, baby. She started waking up, and then she started watching my channel. And then she started watching all the people from my channel. And now my mom comes into the chat sometimes. It took like 8 years. Like, they didn't talk to me. I didn't see they moved away. They moved to my family moved to Arizona. They moved across the country. I was homeless for 6 years, and I survived it. I overcame it. And now look at me. I'm sitting here on YouTube playing videos. But, it could happen. I prayed every day, Melanie. I prayed for the full armor of God every day. I used to panhandle to survive for a while. I had to. I lived it, but I basically figured out how to like live in Boston. That's the thing. Like if I moved anywhere else, like I don't know what I would do. Like I know how everything works here, so it's pretty much okay. You know. Yeah. My mom comes over and visits me. My dad comes over and visits me. Um, they love the Flat Earth Farms. You know what I'm saying? And they're down. You know, they understand now. You know, they live in like this like they're really getting old. But they live in like this like elderly. No, it's not like an elderly home. It's like apartments. You know, and everyone there like believes in the whole fucking charade, and they're the only ones who don't. And my dad almost got in a fight with this old lady in the hallway, like in the common area, like where the kitchen is, where they have like shit for them and stuff. About it, he was like telling her all about it, but you know, it's crazy, But like, it takes time, and you just gotta like be patient with them because, like, you gotta remember that they're not watching the same stuff that you're watching. They're still watching TV, and like they really don't like when they hear the stuff that we talk about, they're like, "Oh my god, how do they know that stuff?" We are truly the enlightened ones, but it's like I try to use it as a gift to help people. So in most cases, and then sometimes I get in this fight or flight mode, which some people don't like.
Is forever the fabric of astronomical imagination and popular credulity. One of heliocentrists' favorite supposed proofs of their ball Earth theory is...
Yeah, you would think the older people would be more awake, right, Melanie? Like, oh, you used to live in Mission Hill? Where do you live now, right, Russ? Are you in Boston still? Mission Hill is bad. Well, it was like back when I was living in like over near there. It's kind of a rough neighborhood, but then there's like all the college kids. There's all these college parties over there. I went to a few college parties over there that were pretty fun, and a few of those over in Mission Hill at those college apartments where they, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, me and my buddy, we got robbed for $5,000 on Mission Hill. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird. It's a weird spot because it's like you got like these rich college kids coming from all over the place, and then you got like these thugs and these gangs all over the place too, right? Well, that's how it is now.
Is the ability for ships and planes to circumnavigate, to sail or fly at right angles to the North Pole. And
the college parties.
Original location.
The college parties were off the hook, dude. They used to have ice luges, like you can drink out of the ice luge and like kegs and all kinds of shit. Yeah, it was awesome.
Since the North Pole and Antarctica are covered in ice and guarded no-fly zones, however, no ship...
I used to pick up some pretty good weed from over there, too. One of my buddies used to have an apartment over there. It was off the hook. Actually, yeah, now I'm remembering more. One of my buddies actually had an apartment there, and we had a shitload of weed over there, and it was really cool. It was really good times. Good times.
Ships or planes have ever been known to circumnavigate the Earth in north-south directions, only east-west. And herein lies the rub. East or westbound circumnavigation can just as easily be performed on a flat plane as it...
We had a glass bong that cost $600. We were like 20 years old.
...can on a globular sphere. Just as a compass can place its center point on a flat piece of paper and trace a circle either way around the pole, so can a ship or plane circumnavigate a flat Earth. The only kind of...
How do you like it? How do you like Orlando?
You think on a flat Earth?
I bet you still miss Boston though, right? Everybody that I know that tries to leave Boston ends up coming back, or they miss it for the rest of their lives. They wish they never left.
Is north-south bound, which is likely the very reason for the heavily enforced flight restrictions. Flight restrictions originating from none other than the United Nations, the same United Nations which haughtily uses the flat Earth map as its official...
I have a friend, right? who's a computer engineer. Okay, he could build a computer from scratch. Like he went to Cornell University for like a long time, dude. Like way too long. Like he stayed there for like 12 years. Like he was there. Like he was an old man and he was still there. You know what I mean? Like all the other kids were like young and he was getting old and he was still there. But he was he's really smart. And he moved. He said he traveled a lot, right? He traveled everywhere. And he said like, traveling is how you grow as a human, like as a person. Like, the more places you go, the more places you see, traveling the earth, you you learn things, you become like more adult, more grown up, more mature, things like that. But he said he traveled all over the place, right? He's been to Greece, fucking all over the world, and he said Boston is still the best place he's ever been, and he came back. So I don't know. I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy where I am.
Logo and flag. David Wardlaw Scott says, circular sailing no more proves the world to be a globe than an equilateral triangle. The sailing round the world would, of course, take very much longer.
Yeah,
but in
Maine is
principle,
all right
it is
too,
exactly the
Lala.
same as that of the yachtsman circumnavigating the Isle of Wight. Let me give a simple illustration. A boy wants to sail his iron toy boat by a magnet, so he gets a basin, in the middle of which he places a soap dish or anything else which he may think suitable to represent the earth, and then fills the basin with water to display the sea. He puts his boat and draws it by the magnet round his little world, but the boat never passes over the rim to sail under the basin, as if that were globular, instead of being simply circular. So is it in this world of ours. From the extreme south we can sail from east to west or from west to east around it, but we cannot sail from north to south or from south to north, for we cannot break through intervening lands, nor pass the impenetrable ramparts of
Yeah,
ice and rocks which enclose the great southern circle.
You like Ireland better than Boston, No One's Flower? Is it better? I don't know. I never been there. Is it because you're Irish, or do you think like I'm asking a serious question? Do you think like a regular person, like, all right, what if a black person from Boston moved to Ireland? Would they like it?
Circumference. Samuel Rowbotham says, a very good illustration of the circumnavigation of a plane will be seen by taking a round table and fixing a pin in the center to represent the magnetic pole. To this central pin attach a string drawn out to any distance towards the edge of the table. This string may represent the meridian of Greenwich, extending due north and south. If now a pencil or other object is placed across or at right angles to the string, at any distance between the center and the circumference of the table,
Yeah,
it
Dublin
will
beats
represent
Boston.
a vessel standing due east and west.
Well, maybe one day, No One's Flower, you'll mail me a ticket and I'll get the fuck out of here. My passport is still active, so just mail me a ticket to Ireland and I'll come round trip. Well, one way. I'll just come live with you. Just give me a place to live. I'll get out of here. I'll take off. I'll take off on my family.
West. Now move the pencil and the string together in either direction, and it will be seen that by keeping the vessel or pencil square to the string, it must of necessity describe a circle around the magnetic center.
You know what? Yeah, Melanie's right. Yeah. Make it a one-way ticket. One-way ticket. No One's Flower, Ireland, me, Boston Ray. I'll give you my mailing address. I'll take off. I need to get out of here.
And
maybe I'll come back one day. My kids are older, grown up. Things will be a lot easier by then.
Turn to the starting point in the opposite direction to that in which it first sailed. So the ball earther's logical argument is that only a globe can be circumnavigated, the earth has been circumnavigated, and therefore the earth is a globe. This is indeed a logical modus ponens statement, but the conclusion is rendered invalid because the first premise, that only a globe can be circumnavigated, is categorically false. Another similarly logical but unsound argument ball earthers make is that only on a globe would one gain or lose time when sailing or flying east or west. Time is gained or lost when sailing or flying east to west, and therefore the earth is a globe. Again, the logical conclusion is rendered invalid and the argument unsound because the first premise is incorrect. The same effect would be experienced on a stationary flat Earth as it would on a spinning ball Earth. William Carpenter says,
You can come visit me, No One's Flower. When you come in, when you let me know when you come into Boston. Didn't you come to Boston and visit Stavely once? You can come visit me. I'm in Everett. I'm right near Lynn. I'll meet you in Lynn if you want.
the sun, as he travels round over the surface of the earth, brings noon to all places on the successive meridians which he crosses, his journey being made in a westerly
Michelle is from Lynn.
direction. Places east of the sun's positions have had their noon, whilst places to the west of the sun's position have still yet to get it. Therefore, if we travel easterly, we arrive at those parts of the earth.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably stay at my place for like a week or something, or whatever you need. But I'd have to check it out with the boss first. But you know what I mean. I'd have to okay it. Rubber stamp it with the secretary. But like, I'm sure, like, we'll figure it out.
Where time is more advanced, the watch in our pocket has to be put on, or we may be said to gain time. If, on the other hand, we travel westerly, we arrive at places where it is still morning, the watch has to be put back, and it may be said that we lose time. But if we travel,
You would have to deal with constant level head jamming because me and Christian play like day and night. Like, I'm surprised he's not here right now. But like normally, like, well, it's the weekend, so But normally, like, it's just level head all day and all night, just jamming. You're just gonna be listening to loud guitars, like, and bait, all kinds of music in your head all day. You might enjoy it though. You'll probably enjoy it.
travel easterly so as to cross the 180th
A lot of oohing and eyeing.
meridian, there is a loss there of a day, which will neutralize the gain of a whole circumnavigation. And if we travel westerly and cross the same meridian, we experience the gain of a day, which will compensate for the loss during a complete circumnavigation in that direction.
Really, you play piano? We have keyboards. We have multiple keyboards. I'm gonna stop playing the bass too. I already know how to play the bass. I'm a bass player. So we're getting it together. It's gonna be even better. When Level Head comes back, it's gonna even be better. Better than ever. We can do better.
The fact of losing or gaining time in sailing round the world, then instead of being evidence of the Earth's rotundity as it is imagined to be, is in its practical exemplification an everlasting proof that the Earth is not a globe. Another favorite supposed proof of ball earthers is the appearance from an observer on shore of ships' hulls being obfuscated by the water and disappearing from view when sailing away towards the horizon. Their claim is that ships' hulls disappear before their mastheads because the ship is beginning its declination around the convex curvature of the ball earth. Once again, however, their hasty conclusion is drawn from a faulty premise, namely that only on a ball earth
Yeah, that's what I try to get him to do too. I try to get Christian to show me riffs to play too.
can this phenomenon occur. The fact of the matter is that the law of perspective on plane surfaces dictates and necessitates the exact same occurrence. For example, a girl wearing a dress walking away towards the horizon will appear to sink into the earth the farther away she walks. Her feet will disappear from view first, and the distance between the ground and the bottom of her dress will gradually diminish until, after about a half a mile, it seems like her dress is touching the ground as she walks on invisible legs. The same happens with cars speeding away, the axles gradually getting lower and the wheels vanish until it appears as if the car is gliding along.
I mean, my place is tiny, but like Irish people are small, right? So I think you'll fit.
Its body. Such is the case on plane surfaces. The lowest parts of objects receding from a given point of observation necessarily disappear before the highest. David Wardlaw Scott says, "This law of perspective meets us on every hand and cannot be gainsaid. If, in a straight line, we look at a frozen lake from a certain distance, we shall observe people who appear to be skating on their knees, but if we approach sufficiently near, we shall see them performing graceful motions on their feet. Farther, if we look through a straight tunnel, we shall notice that the roof and the roadway below converge to a point of light at the end. It is the same law which makes the hills
Have you
sink
seen
to the
my
horizon as the
Have you seen my son? His hair? My son has red hair and blue eyes.
observer recedes, which explains how the ship's hull disappears in the offing. I would also remark that when the sea is undisturbed by waves, the hull can be restored to sight by the aid of a good telescope long after it has disappeared from the naked eye, thus proving that the ship had not gone down behind the watery hill of a convex globe, but is still sailing on the level of a plain sea. Not only is the disappearance of ships' hulls explained by the law of perspective, it is proven
Yeah, he looks Irish, right? I'm like, he is Irish. But I'm saying like the Irish, like it's a mixture because like I'm German, Swedish, Sicilian, Italian. Even my mom is like a quarter Jew. My mom's a quarter Jew, so that makes me a little, I guess, Jew because my my doctor told me that he's like, if your mother, he's Jewish. He's like, if your mother's side is Jewish, then that means you're Jewish. You have Jewish blood. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, if it comes from the mother. I'm like, all right. So I'm German. I'm Jewish. I'm Italian. I'm fucking Sicilian. Because the Sicilians and the Italians, they, if you go to Sicily and say, all right, if you go to Italy and you're Sicilian and say you're Italian, they're gonna say you're not. They're gonna be like, you're not Italian. The real Italians, they don't think the Sicilians are Italian. So I'm Sicilian. I'm Italian. Then you got Michelle, who's Native American and Irish and Italian, and she's really Italian. She's from up north. She's from Avellino. So it's like, like I'm dealing with some real mobsters here. You know what I mean? Like some real mob bosses up in this place. Like, um, I'm up against the mafia here where I live. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh wait, I can't say the word mafia. I'm sorry. Now I'm gonna get killed.
undeniably true with the aid of a good telescope. If you watch a ship sailing away into the horizon with the naked eye until its hull has completely disappeared from view under the supposed curvature of the Earth, then look through a telescope, you will notice the entire ship quickly zooms back into view, hull and all, proving that the disappearance was caused by the law of perspective and not by a wall of curved water. Samuel Robotham says, on any frozen lake or canal, notably on the Bedford Canal, in the country of Cambridge, in winter and on a clear day, skaters may be observed several miles away, seeming to glide upon limbs without feet, skates and boots quite invisible to the unaided eye, but distinctly visible through a good telescope. But even on the sea, when the water is very calm, if a vessel is observed until it is just hull down, a powerful telescope.
You know what else is crazy about it? Michelle's cousins are black, right? So she has like black people in her family. And my nephews, my brother's kids, are Dominican, Puerto Rican, and Venezuelan mixed. So I had to learn Spanish. You know what I'm saying? Like my family is just a big mixture.
Telescope turned upon it will restore the hull to sight, from which it must be concluded that the
Yeah,
lower part of a
mafia.
receding ship disappears
You can't
through
say
the influence of perspective and
you can't say the word mafia. They'll get you.
not from sinking behind the summit of a convex surface. Ball earthers will often also quip that if the Earth were flat, then we could see all over it. But this is, of course, ignorant and inaccurate. If you stand on the beach, a plain, or prairie, you will find the horizon extends about 3 to 6 miles around you, depending on the weather and your eyesight.
Yeah, your cousins like that. It's a crazy mixture, isn't it? No one's flower. Does your cousin go nuts sometimes? Does your cousin go nuts on people sometimes? Because Michelle does.
The range of the human eye, our field of vision, is from 110 to 1 degree, and the smallest angle under which an object can still be seen is 1/60th of 1 degree, so that when an object is 3,000 times its own diameter away from an observer, it will cease to be visible. So, for example, the farthest distance at which one can
Yeah,
see
yeah,
a
she is
1 inch
nuts, out of
diameter
control, right?
penny
Out of
is
fucking control, right? It's the Italian and the Irish blood mixed with the Native American. I'm telling you, that's what it is. It's something. It's like that's a bad mixture, man. It's a bad mixture. But she's a tough girl, and she takes good care of the kids and everything else. So it's all good.
3,000 inches. or 250 feet. Therefore, if a ship's hull is 10 feet above the water, it will disappear from the unaided eye at 3,000 times 10 feet, or 6 miles. This has nothing to do with the supposed convexity or curvature of the Earth, and everything to do with the common law of perspective. Thomas Winship says, the horizon of an observer is distant or near above.
I mean, sometimes I look at her and I'm like, Michelle, what the fuck are you doing?
According to the greatness or otherwise of his elevation above the surface of the supposed globe. If he stands 24 feet above sea level, he is said to be in the center of a circle which bounds his vision, the radius of which in any
Oh, her
direction
name's
on a clear
Sheila?
day is 6 miles.
Yeah.
A local gentleman tells me that he has watched a boat race in
Yeah, I can picture that too. Sheila, be careful. I wouldn't mess with Sheila either.
New Zealand, seeing the boats all the way out and home, the distance being 9 miles from where he was standing on the beach. I have seen the hull of a steamer with the naked eye at an elevation of not more than 24 feet at a distance of 12 miles.
Yeah, I'm Swedish
and
too.
In taking
Did I say
observations
that?
along the
I'm Swedish too. Who said Swedish? Right, Russ? Yeah, my dad. German and Swedish.
South African coast have sometimes had a horizon of at least 20 miles at an elevation of 20 feet only. The distance of the horizon or vanishing point where the sky appears to touch the earth and sea is determined largely by the weather, and when that is clear, by the power of our vision. This is proved by the fact that the telescope will increase the distance of the horizon very greatly and bring objects into view which are entirely beyond the range of vision.
Yeah, Jenny, your mom's got the Sicilian Irish mix. Is she nuts too? Was your mom nuts? Did she like go nuts on people all the time?
Of the unaided eye. But as no telescope can pierce a segment of water, the legitimate conclusion we are forced to arrive at is that the surface of water is level, and that therefore the shape of the world cannot be globular.
I think it has something to
and
do
on
with the
such
Native
a
American.
flat or level surface, the greater the elevation of the observer,
Yeah,
the longer will
I am
his range
Swedish.
of vision be, and thus the
my last name is German, but my dad is Swedish. Like my dad's Swedish and German. Yeah, and my mom's like Sicilian, Italian, Jewish, but she doesn't like her family. All right, this is what happened. My mom's mother was Jewish and Sicilian. Her dad was Italian and Italian, just Italian, okay, or something like that. And her mother liked celebrating like the Jewish holidays and stuff like that, but her dad would not allow it. Her dad made them celebrate Christmas. He was Roman Catholic, like whatever, you know. But my dad, who's German and Swedish, is Protestant. He's not Catholic. So he still married my mom, who's Catholic. But like, yeah, so that's what happened. You know, like it wasn't like, you know, they didn't. I don't know.
the farther he can see. Samuel Rowbotham says, on the shore near Waterloo, a few miles to the north of Liverpool, a good telescope was fixed at an elevation of 6 feet above the water. It was.
I asked I had a Jewish doctor, and I asked him. I said, you know, what's the deal with like, I know a lot of people who are German who have Jewish blood in them, and I said, like, you know, like why do if the Germans and the Jews were always fighting, why do the Germans have Jewish blood? And he said that before World War I, Germany was a beautiful place, and the Jewish people wanted to move there, and they all went there to live because it was so nice, and everybody loved it. And the German men thought that the Jewish women were beautiful, and they started intermingling, and that's what started the whole war.
Directed to a large steamer just leaving the River Mersey and sailing out to Dublin. Gradually the masthead of the receding vessel came nearer to the horizon until at length, after more than 4 hours had elapsed, it disappeared. The ordinary rate of sailing of the Dublin steamers was fully 8 miles an hour, so that the vessel would be at least 32 miles distant when the masthead came to the horizon. The 6 feet of elevation of the telescope would require 3 miles to be deducted for convexity, which would leave 29 miles, the square of which multiplied by 8 inches gives 560 feet, deducting 80 feet for the height of the main mast, and we find that, according to the doctrine of rotundity, the masthead of the outward-bound steamer should have been 480 feet below the horizon. Many other experiments of this kind have been made upon seagoing steamers, and always with results entirely incompatible with the theory that the Earth is a globe. In the mid-19th century, a Frenchman named Léon Foucault became famous for swinging pendulums and claiming their consequent motions were proof of the Earth's diurnal rotation. Since then, Foucault pendulums have regularly been swinging at museums and exposition halls
I seen one of
worldwide,
these things.
purporting to provide everlasting
At the Museum of Science, they have a Foucault pendulum swinging,
perpetual
and they say it's proof that the Earth is moving.
Proof of the heliocentric spinning ball Earth theory. The truth is, however, unbeknownst to most of the duped public, that Foucault's pendulum is a failed experiment which proves nothing but how easy it is for pseudoscience to deceive the malleable masses. Lady Blunt says, "This pendulum, modern scientists tell us, affords a visible proof that we are living on a whirling globe, which, according to a work on science, now before me, is spinning upon its so-called axis at the rate of over 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and in addition to other motions is rushing on an everlasting tour around the sun, the diameter of which is said to be 813,000 miles, and its weight 354,000.
This is, by the way, this was a 6-hour documentary by Eric Dubay called "The Best Flat Earth Documentary Ever," and I played like 4 hours of it last night, and I just picked up right where we left off tonight. So that's what's going on.
936 times
We're gonna
greater
watch the
than
whole
the
thing.
Earth, from which it is said to be about 93 million
It took 2 nights to watch the whole thing, but we're gonna watch the whole thing.
miles distant, at the rate of over 1,000 miles per minute. Now, to prove that the Earth really has these motions, a pendulum is suspended at the show. The showman sets motion and bids the gaping world of thoughtless men and women to behold a...
Listen, guys, I need some of this glue. I mean, you guys seem like you're getting really, really, really baked off this glue. I need some. I mean, I want some. Just mail it to me.
proof that we are living on a whirling globe which is rushing away through space. William Carpenter says, astronomers have made experiments with pendulums which have been suspended from the...
I want the best glue out there. Whoever has the fucking best glue, don't fuck me around, okay? Whoever has the best shit, send it. Thank you.
Interior of high buildings and have exulted over the idea of being able to prove the rotation of the Earth on its axis by the varying direction taken by the pendulum over a prepared
No One's Flower. They'll tell you. They'll explain it to you.
Table underneath, asserting that the table moved round under the pendulum instead of the pendulum shifting and oscillating in different directions over the table. But since it has been found that, as often as not, the pendulum went round the wrong way for the rotation theory, chagrin has taken place of exultation, and we have a proof of the failure of astronomers in their efforts to substantiate their theory. So to begin with, Foucault's pendulums do not uniformly swing in any one direction. Sometimes they rotate clockwise, and sometimes counterclockwise. Sometimes they fail to rotate, and sometimes they rotate far too much. Scientists who have repeated variations of the experiment have conceded time and again that, quote, it was difficult to avoid giving the pendulum some slight lateral bias at starting. The behavior of the pendulum actually depends on 1. The initial force beginning its swing, and 2. The ball and socket joint used, which most readily facilitates circular motion over any other. The supposed rotation of the Earth is completely inconsequential and irrelevant to the pendulum's swing. If the alleged constant rotation of the Earth affected pendulums in any way, then there should be no need to manually start pendulums in motion. If Earth's diurnal rotation caused the 360-degree uniform diurnal rotation of pendulums, then there should not exist a stationary pendulum anywhere on Earth. Samuel Rowbotham says, first, when a pendulum constructed according to the plan of Mr. Foucault is allowed to vibrate, its plane of vibration is often variable, not always. The variation, when it does occur, is not uniform, is not always the same in the same place, nor always the same either in its rate or velocity or in its direction. It cannot therefore be taken as evidence, for that which is inconstant cannot be used in favor of or against any given proposition. It therefore is not evidence and proves nothing. Secondly, if the plane of vibration is observed to change, where is the connection between such change and the supposed motion of the earth? What principle of reasoning guides the experimenter to the conclusion that it is the earth which moves underneath the pendulum and not the pendulum which moves over the earth? What logical right or necessity forces one conclusion in preference to the other? Thirdly, why was not the peculiar arrangement of the point of suspension of the pendulum specially considered in regards to its possible influence upon the plane of oscillation? Was it not known, or was it overlooked, or was it in the climax of theoretical revelry ignored that a ball and socket joint is one which facilitates circular motion more readily than any other? Lady Blunt says, "We believe, with all due deference to the pendulum and its proprietor, that it proves nothing but the craftiness of the inventor, and we can only describe the show and showman as deceptions. A thing so childish as this pendulum proof that it can only be described as one of the most simple and ridiculous attempts to gull the public that has ever been conceived. It has been said that the pendulum experiment proves the rotation of the earth. This is quite impossible, for one pendulum turns one way, and sometimes another pendulum turns in the opposite direction. Now we ask, does the earth rotate in opposite directions at different places at one and the same time? We should like to know. Perhaps the experimenters will kindly enlighten us on this point. If the earth had the terrible motions attributed to it, there would be some sensible effects of such motions. But we neither feel the motion, see it, nor hear it. And how people can stand watching the pendulum vibrate and think that they are seeing a proof of the motions of the earth almost passes comprehension. They are, however, brought up to believe it, and it is thought to be scientific to believe what the astronomers teach. Also in the mid-19th century, another Frenchman named Gaspard Gustave Coriolis performed several experiments showing the effect of kinetic energy on rotating systems, which have ever since become mythologized as proof of the heliocentric theory. The Coriolis effect is often said to cause sinks and toilet bowls in the northern hemisphere to drain spinning in one direction, while in the southern hemisphere causing them to spin the opposite way, thus providing proof of the spinning ball earth. Once again, however, just like Foucault's pendulums spinning either which way, sinks and toilets in the northern and southern hemisphere do not constantly spin in any one direction. Sinks and toilets in the very same household are often found to spin in opposite directions, depending entirely upon the shape of the basin and the angle of the water's entry, not the supposed rotation of the earth. Jennifer Horton wrote, "While the premise makes sense that the Earth's eastward spin would cause the water in a toilet bowl to spin as well, in reality the force and speed at which the water enters and leaves the receptacle is much too great to be influenced by something as minuscule as a single 360-degree turn over the span of a day. When all is said and done, the Coriolis effect plays no larger a role in toilet flushes than it does in the revolution of CDs in your stereo. The things that really determine the direction in which water leaves your toilet or sink are the shape of the bowl and the angle at which the liquid initially enters the bowl." The Coriolis effect is also said to affect bullet trajectories and weather patterns as well, supposedly causing most storms in the northern hemisphere to rotate counterclockwise and most storms in the southern hemisphere to rotate clockwise, to cause bullets from long-range guns to tend towards the right of the target in the northern hemisphere and to the left in the southern hemisphere. Again, however, the same problems remain. Not every bullet and not every storm consistently displays the behavior and therefore cannot reasonably be used as proof of anything. What about the precision of the sight aperture, human error, and wind? What about Michelson, Morley, and Gale's proven motion of the ether's potential effect? Why does the Coriolis effect affect most storms but not all? If some storms rotate clockwise in the north and counterclockwise in the south, how do those storms escape the Coriolis force? And if the entire Earth's spin is uniform, why should the two hemispheres be affected any differently? Coriolis's effect and Foucault's pendulum are both said to prove the Earth moves beneath our feet, but in reality only prove how easy it can be for wolves in sheep's clothing to pull the wool over our eyes. In my book, Famous Freemasons Exposed, I showed how Nicholas Copernicus, Johannes Kepler, Galileo Galilei, and Isaac Newton, the four forefathers of the globalist heliocentric doctrine, all posed for Masonic portraits, highlighting various symbols and hand signs denoting their affiliation with the Brotherhood. Galileo poses on a Masonic checkerboard floor, Kepler with the hidden hand sign, and all four of them pose with a Masonic compass and globe while flashing the Masonic M hand sign.
Yeah, I feel the same way, right, Russ? You know, it gets tough to listen to him after a while, but like his information is like pretty legit most of the time. I mean, he has the 200 proofs. He's the one who came out with 200 proofs, you know, and it's like, I don't know. Some people say they debunk some of them, but I haven't seen anybody really debunk any of them. So,
Sir Isaac Newton was even knighted by Queen Anne at Trinity's College Masonic Masters Lodge. An inordinate number of NASA astronauts, the current propagators of the globalist heliocentric doctrine, are or were admitted Freemasons as well. John Glenn, two-time U.S. Senator and one of NASA's first astronauts, is a known Mason. Buzz Aldrin Jr., the second man to lie about walking on the moon, is an admitted ring-wearing, hand-sign-flashing 33rd degree Mason from Montclair Lodge, number 144 in New Jersey. Edgar Mitchell, another supposed moonwalker aboard Apollo 14, is an Order of Demolay Mason at Artesta Lodge, number 29 in New Mexico. James Irwin of Apollo 15, the last man to lie about walking on the moon, was a Tejon Lodge number 104 member in Colorado Springs. Don Eisel on Apollo 7 was a member of the Luther B. Turner Lodge number 732 in Ohio. Gordon Cooper aboard Mercury 9 and Gemini 5 was a Master Mason in Carbondale Lodge number 82 in Colorado. Virgil Grisham on Apollo 1 and 15, Mercury 5 and Gemini 3 was a Master Mason from Mitchell Lodge number 228 in Indiana. Walter Schirra Jr. on Apollo 7, Sigma 7, Gemini 6 and Mercury 8 was a 33rd degree Mason from Averill Lodge number 339 in Florida. Thomas Stafford on Apollo 10 and 18, Gemini 7 and 9 was a Mason at Western Star Lodge number 138 in Oklahoma. Paul Weitz on Skylab 2 and Challenger is from Lawrence Lodge number 708 in Pennsylvania. NASA astronauts Neil Armstrong, Alan Shepard, William Pogue, Vance Brand, and
I think that's the West Side sign. West Side?
Anthony.
West Side's the best side. West Side? West, y'all.
England all had fathers who were Freemasons too. The amount of astronauts known to be Freemasons or from Freemasonic families is
Baphomet's from the West
It is
Side.
likely that more astronauts and people of key importance in NASA are affiliated with the Brotherhood as well, but not so open about their membership. For there to be this many Masons, members of the world's largest and oldest secret society, involved with the promotion and propagation of this globalist heliocentric doctrine from its outset to today, should raise some serious suspicion. C. Fred Kleinecht, head of NASA at the time of the Apollo space program, is now the sovereign Grand Commander of the Council of the 33rd Degree of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry of Southern jurisdiction. It was his reward for pulling it off. All of the first astronauts were Freemasons. There's a photograph in the House of the Temple in Washington, D.C. of Neil Armstrong supposedly on the moon's surface in his spacesuit holding his Masonic apron. NASA's logo is a red forked serpent's tongue overlaying the starry heavens. Serpents, and specifically their forked tongues, have long been associated with lying, deceit, cleverness, two-facedness, manipulation, and with Satan, the devil. Why would the National Aeronautics and Space Administration choose this as their official logo? The United Nations, the New World Order government headquarters, built on land donated by 33rd degree Freemason John D. Rockefeller, is represented by a logo and flag which clearly depicts a flat Earth divided into 33 sections. There are 33 official degrees of Scottish Rite Freemasonry, and the UN flag features a flat Earth divided into exactly 33 sections. Why would the United Nations founders choose a logo and flag of a flat Earth map divided into 33 sections? How is it that C. Fred Kleinecht, the head of NASA, retired and immediately became the head of the 33rd degree of Freemasonry? How is it that all the forefathers of the ball Earth theory and so many NASA astronauts are all Freemasons? The Masons' esoteric religion, the very basis of their symbols and rituals, is sun worship. From their first day in the lodge, Masonic initiates learn that Freemasonry is all about light, enlightenment, illumination, hence the Illuminati, and hence worship of the sun as the giver of light. Masonic halls are all purposely constructed to correspond with the motions of the sun. They're always situated intentionally facing east towards the sun, with the worshipful master
I think I just seen Ry Russ say Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang is here forever. Here it is.
All you see is crooks. About to go in, son. Immortal.
Just happened.
All you see is crooks. About to go in, son. Immortal technique. Good looking on the beat. Forever P. American. Look. Killer bees back in the building with machine in them. We creaming them. My pockets of dirty money and clean again. Ain't got to tell you I'm dope. Just stick the needle in. The goose is off like big enough to fit the seagull in. Just the seasoning. Why? That's why I has my reasons and my words don't need no seasoning. Methyl D in this evening. Now ask yourself, is that really air that you breathing in? I think outside the box that I find a box I can keep them in. Or just leave it then. Like a bouncer won't let your people in. People said they want that old map. What is the prequel then? I get medieval. Some people won't make the prequel then. Leave them in the fetal position. F it, I'm leaving it. I use the system, you cowards use euphemisms. Women call me super daddy, my powers is supervision. Who gave you permission to speak? To learn you listen, learn to listen to a different MC. You learn the difference in addition if you're missing MC. Sign this petition, get a fraction of that faction subtracted by my division. I'm a boss, so that means I make decisions. Slash killing, I will kill an MC to make a living. Yeah, call me super daddy, my powers is supervision. Who? Supervision, supervision. Who?
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half and seven.
All up in the club, putting squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up.
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Squad up. Cigar guts, all up in the club, putting squad up. There's a new housing plan for the ghetto eventually. Project for a new American century. False flag terrorism controlling you mentally. The gospel in the hands of people with no empathy. A mixture of dangerous social chemistry between law enforcement and a military entity. Cameras on the corner of every corner you facing. Testing out a future Gestapo on immigration. Power, consolidation, information restricted. Just like the iron law of oligarchy predicted. Incarcerating the poor among the drug addicted. But not the families of the ruling class that's afflicted. Cause it's a fucking caste system like corrupted Hinduism. I think you should listen. I've been through the system in prison. I've been through religion. Carried the cross as a Christian. Like it was anti-disestablishmentarianism. Until the seeds of despotism arrested my vision. Lyricism with cynicism and syllogisms. Until they Pedro Albizu Campos and kill me in prison. Chemtrail conditions. Stem cells of Leo Strauss's philosophy. The birth of neocon policy. But I laugh at America's fear of a new world order controlling the hemisphere. Cause my people been living that for the past 500 years.
Intelligence, understand.
Supervision who? Supervision, supervision who?
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half and seven.
All up in the club, putting squad up. Who do we trust? Who do we trust?
The faction.
Who do we trust? Who do we trust?
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Squad up. Cigar guts, all up in the club, putting squad up.
Caterpillar metamorphosis to bigger nigga. Lantern in his hand, headless horseman to the rhythm. Been successful for so long, I can no longer feel it. Take your finger, prick it, mob initiating members. Are far beyond the dawn, my title ain't even listed. Federales listen, only hear me chewing, sipping. Dancing with a doll, prom night with Cinderella. Then we dip in the Ferrari, fly as time sell it. Vocals on Tony Bennett, I'm only in it to later see people I taught tell me, yo, we did it. I led a revolution in the world of tech and music. Free the homie, did his time and paid the restitution. Time go quick, better have all your goals set. You getting yours or just hanging on like an old dick. I can talk about money, we ain't the same, son. It's just different when you came from where I came from.
yeah, it's me again. This thing of ours you will probably never see again. But for the growth, it's the oath we're believing in. Locks, Postra, Nostra, yeah, it's 3 of them. Lucci and him, I'm the nigga they can't stand no. More work, more ammo, Gambino in a Lambo. Call me for a situation you can't handle. More caskets, more murals, more candles. True poet, Audemars, you blow it. Ever I know, I'd rather die for you know it. High profile, this shit sells. Call Mary Richmond and tell him pick 12. Cause we never sing, we on the better things. Pride is nothing, integrity is everything. Yeah, if you broke, how you giving advice? Me and my niggas, we just living the life, yeah.
Call me Super Daddy, my powers are supervision. Who? Supervision, supervision. Who?
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half in 7.
All up in the club, putting squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up.
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Throw your squad up. Cigar guts, all up in the club, putting squad up.
Whistleblower, men are afraid of label, the threaded traitor. Executive legislator trying to suppress your behavior. Intelligence interrogator, collecting metadata. Condemning the messenger and censoring the educator. CIA feed the propaganda to the television. In the next edition, the pundits preach it in repetition. Loyal to the monarchy, hereditary or elected. A royal family and a president selected.
Secret society, secret
supervision, supervision.
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half in 7.
Impose restraints against your will.
Throw your squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up.
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Throw your squad up. Call me Super Daddy, my powers are supervision. Who? Supervision, supervision. Who?
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half in 7.
All up in the club, putting squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up.
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Throw your squad up. Cigar guts, all up in the club, putting squad up. Is it sharing? Hold on one second. I gotta wait for the TV to catch up and make sure. All right. So I'm switching gears from Flat Earth. We'll go back to that documentary. Don't worry. I got it saved. We'll be fine. So who knows about the chain gangs? Does anybody know about the chain gangs? Anybody in the chat know what the chain gangs are? Anybody? Chain gangs. None of you people know what the chain gangs in Arizona? Forever love? Question mark. I'm just saying. All right, well, in prison, they've supposedly run out of space, right? In a lot of jails, right? Prisons, all right? So they have the hardest prisons, right? These ones that they call the chain gang. Yeah, Rye Russell knows. All right. So, what they do is they make these prisoners go out in a chain, right? And pick up trash all day on the highway in Arizona where it's 120 degrees. And they just move them around all day. So because they don't have no place to put them. You know what I mean? There's no cell for them. So they just keep them all in a big chain. And it still goes on. And it's I got a whole documentary on it.
Like any decent hotel, there are wake-up calls. Attentive staff.
Did you not hear what I said? Yes or no? No, I didn't. Okay, your hands, hold on right here.
And vacancies guaranteed any day or night.
So that sends a message. The sheriff will make room no matter what.
Welcome to Arizona's 10th City Jail. Home to Sheriff Joe.
I don't know if I'm going to get flagged for this, so I'm just going to keep talking during it. So that's Arizona's toughest jails.
Joe Arpaio's unconventional detention. where more is spent on feeding police dogs than the inmates.
More is spent on feeding the police dogs than the inmates.
No cigarettes, no porn, no coffee.
No cigarettes, no porn, no coffee.
But everyone gets to wear pink.
Pink.
Why pink?
Everyone gets to wear bright pink.
Because they hate pink. Why would you give them a color they like? Also, we have pink handcuffs. So everything's pink.
I've seen the pink handcuffs before. They do have them.
Complimentary.
March time, march!
On the sheriff's chain gang.
You see this shit? March on the sheriff's chain gang.
In the sweltering Arizona heat.
Dude.
Sheriff Arpaio.
Listen, I was in Arizona. I was in Phoenix, okay? There's a certain point of the day when you can't even walk your dog on the sidewalk because it'll burn their paws. It's so hot. It's like it's real. You could cook a pizza in a car there. Okay? If you leave a frozen pizza in a car, it will cook. That's how hot it gets there.
To be so happy to leave, they'll never return.
Yeah, like 120 degrees. But it's different than here. Because there's no humidity there. It's dry. Like it's a desert. It's dry. Like I'm used to breathing this air. It's nice and humid. I got some liquid in the air here. Nothing's wrong with the air that God created for us. But out there in the desert, it's like so dry, man. I was drinking so much water, and then I like it like shriveled me up. I dried right up, and then I was like drinking water the whole time, and then I had to pee the whole time. Like the whole time I was there, I just couldn't stop using the bathroom. I think it was good for my body actually, though, because it got everything out of my system. I wasn't in the chain gang. I went to visit Arizona, but I wasn't in the chain gang.
It's 3 p.m. in Phoenix, Arizona.
There you go, Phoenix. That's where I was at.
The Maricopa County Jail System, one of the largest and toughest prisons in America.
Another thing I noticed about Phoenix, Arizona is they got, in the spot I was in, they had cockroaches everywhere. Like, you want to talk about cockroaches all over the place? They have them all over the ground. You can't even walk at night.
10,000 inmates are packed into 6
and they have big ones they call sore roaches that bite you.
Separate jails spread out across the city, and more arrive every day. In Phoenix, there are more inmates than jail cells. To deal with the overflow, Sheriff Joe Arpaio created Tent City.
I will always have room. I will go to my grave. Before I let these guys out early, I'll put more tents up from here to Mexico if I have to. So that sends a message.
That motherfucker
the sheriff will make room no matter what.
All right, you can tell he's like obviously a Republican. He's obviously, because it's a red state, he's obviously like a cowboy, one of those cowboy real strict types. You know what I mean? There's a lot of them out there in Arizona. That's how they are. There's a lot of people like that out there. A lot of them are straight-laced, and they don't take any bullshit.
Phoenix, Tent City houses 2,000 inmates.
And they have the death penalty in Arizona. And you can just buy a gun if you're 21. It's like the Wild West. You could just, even if you're from out of state, you can just go in the store and show them your ID and buy any gun you want.
It's in canvas tents. Unlike the county's other jails, where offenders spend most of their time locked in cramped cells, inmates here...
Everybody's carrying guns in Arizona. Everybody. It's crazy.
Get plenty of time outdoors. But that's where the advantages end. Temperatures inside the tents can reach 45 degrees Celsius in summer. To save money, extras like sugar, salt, pepper, and coffee are banned. Tobacco and porn are also strictly forbidden.
Okay. Salt, pepper, like spices, you can't get them, right? You can't get porn, obviously, right? Tobacco, you can't get, but you can. So this is what happens. Okay. Salt, pepper, and spices. You can get ramen noodles, right? So this is what they do. You order a pack of ramen noodles. They're like 50 cents or $1 from the canteen. You order a whole bunch of them, and they have to use the spice packets from the ramen noodles. So if you're like eating chicken, if they serve you some, they don't usually serve you chicken, but whatever they serve you, you try to use like the chicken spice on the chicken or like the beef spice on if it's some sort of like meat. But normally it's garbage. But like that's what they do. They use spices from like bags of chips, like different things that have spices in them. They have to buy the product just to get the spices from it to use it in other food. The porn, they just have their girlfriend send them pictures. And then sometimes, and they go through your mail. They open your mail before you get it. So they look through it and sometimes they take the pictures and you don't even get them. What else did they say? The cigarettes, they swallow the balloons worth of tobacco in condoms and in latex gloves. So they shit them out and then they roll cigarettes. One Newport turns into 3 Newports and they're worth $3 a piece. So they have all that stuff in there, but like if you get caught with it, you're fucked. You end up doing more time.
And with no bars to control a volatile mix of inmates, officers maintain order with military-like discipline and force.
All right, gentlemen, listen up. This is a strict disciplinary environment. There is no arguing. There is no disrespect towards staff members when you're here. You will address everybody here as ma'am, sir, or officer. Does everybody understand?
Yes, sir.
All right.
In this tense environment, hostility between prisoners and guards simmers, and sometimes boils over.
So then what's your situation here? I just wondering why we on the fence, man. Because you're getting searched. It's part of being in jail.
In the last decade, scores of inmates and guards in the local county jails have been injured in violent clashes. 4 inmates have died, raising concerns in Phoenix and the rest of America. Tent City inmates have been convicted of crimes ranging from drug possession to assault. They usually serve a maximum sentence of 1 year, if they stay out of trouble. But if they get out of line, they could end up in lockdown at an indoor jail or serving a much longer sentence in state prison. It's 19-year-old Ryan Merlina's first day here.
All right, gentlemen, listen up. When Officer Dewar calls your name, grab your property and step forward.
Merlina.
Like this is a real prison. This isn't like county jail. You know what I'm saying? Like this is Arizona's hardest prison. County jail is like this too. I've been in county jail. I mean that they call that kiddie camp compared to these places. You know what I'm saying? But these guys, some of these guys are doing life. You know what I mean? They don't give a fuck. They're in there for the rest of their lives. They'll do anything to anybody. You got to be careful. It's dangerous.
I don't know what I would really compare it to. There's no comparison. It's pretty crappy here. I think this is a pretty hard time right here.
He's been convicted of forgery, burglary, and most recently, possession of methamphetamine. A meth user since he was 12, Ryan Merlina has spent his teen years in and out of juvenile detention.
Yeah, you see his face?
This is his first.
That's what meth does to you. It makes you, after you use it, real quick it happens. It's like you look normal, and then like I never did it before, but I've seen people. It's like right away, like they started their bone structure starts changing in their face, and they start crumbling and shit.
First time in the adult system. In exchange for pleading guilty,
they start breaking out like that too. Like it's weird.
If he behaves himself, he'll serve just 6 months at Tent City. But if he messes up,
dude,
he'll get 12 years.
So this is what they do. You see how they have hair cutters in there? So what they would do is like one of these dudes, like say one day one of these hair cutters disappears, right? They'll take the motor from it and they'll turn it into a tattoo gun. And that's how they do jailhouse tattoos. They know how to do it. Like they get things like this and they turn it into something else. Also, I've seen people cutting people's hair before with one of these things, and they all started getting red bumps on their head, like pimples and shit, like breaking out afterwards, like it was like infected. Like, so this is dirty, but like there's no other way to get a fucking haircut. Every once in a while, sometimes there's dudes in there that are just giving haircuts. You know, they give them they hand out the razors and they say, "Here, go for it." And there's guys in there that are actually barbers that know what they're doing, and they'll give you a good haircut. Sometimes what they'll do is they take the razors, the ones that you shave your face with, and they break the razors up, and they take the blade right out, and they put the razor on a comb, right? And they use the comb to cut your hair like this. and it comes out just like that, like they shaved your head. They're good at it. They can do like designs and all this crazy shit. And some of them, it's a hustle for them in jail, cutting people's hair. Like, not if they don't have this type of stuff, if they don't give you like a cutter, people will be like, yo, I'll cut your hair with a razor, and they know what they're doing. It's crazy.
Years in state prison.
We're not expecting this when you get.
One time I was in a place, and I gave this dude a Seroquel to cut my hair with a razor. Yeah, I found a Seroquel. He was like, yeah, I'll take it. I was like, all right, cut my hair. He cut my hair. He gave me a fade with a razor, like a Bic razor, like on the end of a comb. And it took a long ass time, and it looked like I went to the friggin' barber shop. It was nuts.
Came to jail.
This is pretty much my last chance. If I do mess up in here or on the outside, I'm looking at 12 years off the bat.
Oh yeah,
But surviving a tent city is
and these clothes that they give you suck. Okay, they feel like shit, and they make you feel like a fucking like an inmate. You know, like you're walking around and you feel like trash in these fucking clothes they give you.
going to be harder than
They're like, it's a constant reminder of whatever crime you committed, or what, you know, some people get wrongly, you know, allegedly, you know.
anything he's ever done. The 19-year-old is surrounded by a range of criminals, from shoplifters to convicted killers. And living conditions are harsh. He gets a bedroll, a sheet, and a bunk in a tent with 21 other prisoners.
Welcome to the tent, bro.
His main motivation to behave and get out of jail is to see his son, who was born while he awaited sentencing.
2113.
I think about my child a lot.
This is like what happened to Singe Man when he went. No.
I think about what's going to happen if I don't change my ways. I grew up without a father, and yeah, I wouldn't want that to happen to him.
Recently, Ryan's mother and girlfriend cut ties with him because of his drug use. At Tent City, he's also on his own. Veteran jailer Sergeant Mendoza has worked for a decade in Phoenix jails, including 2 years at Tent City. Like his fellow officers, he enforces zero tolerance for rule breakers.
Sir, you need to get your shirt on before you step out of your tent.
Mendoza is on the front line in the battle against the illegal trade in contraband. But he faces a constant challenge to his authority, the racial groups that dominate Tent City.
Yes, the racial groups. Oh my God. Okay, so it's like when you go to jail, it's racist, okay? None of us are racist, right? None of our people, none of us are racist. But like when you go there, it's like, all right, the Italians all sit together at one spot. All the black people sit together in one spot. All the, you know, Puerto Rican, Dominican gang members, they all sit together in one spot. It's all gangs. All of them are gangs, you know? Oh, they cut it. Oh, fuck. Oh, I guess that ain't gonna work. Yeah, man.
Afro, more coin. Fro thizzle in the area. Thought it was so simple, but giving them all the merrier. I'm about to 1,000 million miles ahead of ya. Ain't no one better, but believe I gotta beg your pardon, and now I gotta bury ya. You get weary when you hear me endearly with my theory. Now you had to get me started. Identify with the fire and dire need of a flamethrower. When I'm aligned with the rhyme and tell a nigga game over. I'm gonna keep it going. I gotta be doing it ready. A little bit different. Ain't ahead of me. Grab a photo. Only way you get in the picture. Lo behold, like Hannibal Lecter. Handle with the dinner course. The man professor. No one to test and put them in the rigor mortis. And infected like monkeys who had to carry the virus. Ain't shit funny, but it don't scare me the slightest. I'm gonna roll it up while the world burn to ashes. Sit behind the scene as the elite control the masses.
We king of the bar, so honor the monarchy coming from poverty. To change the command, we form an alliance to rule the economy. The world is the stage, performing today is global atrocities. We changing the laws, our freedom to live, decoding the policies. The people's cry Aborting the mission, enforcing you listen.
One for the money, two for the base. Fuck a motherfucker in the face. About to get your case. See the blood dripping, let me get a cake. Evil like a Bronson flick. Make you eat a watch. Kindred Tate, will the ninja spray? With the kid display, living in decay. Facts, I'm a fax machine. That's the sound I make, maybe beat him and burn him. Maybe I eat him and learn him. Be like a preacher believer when he be teaching a sermon. Fuck that, let me go slow. Roy Rogers, slow down. I get low down. Old school rap bastard. Kick him in the head, do a backflip. Party at the club with a fat chick. I'ma eat the ass, get your ass bit. White bitch smoking Newports out in Mastic, that's sick. White bitch smoking Newports out in Mastic, that's sick. I still live like Patrick, more coin all day, that's a hit.
We king of the bar, so honor the monarchy coming from poverty. To change the command, we form an alliance to rule the economy. The world is a stage, performing today is global atrocities. We changing the laws, our freedom to live, decoding the policies. The people's cry, the people's fight. Listen.
I slide through like the Grim Reaper. A nigga murdered the feature. I beat up original type of swing like a cleaver. They tried to keep up, be us. Call it father the leader. They better re-up, speed up. In the dust, I'ma leave you, nigga. It ain't ever been another spitter like me. Another nigga like me is highly unlike me. You're thinking you might be, then find me and find me. And I never take it lightly, but they try to deny me. Despise me, cause I'm the originator, eliminator. Try me, can never be simulated or emulated. Imitators, they can be eradicated and assassinated with murder that's aggravated. Lyrically contagious, mentally amazing. Competition for me ain't even really a maybe. I'm the nigga they chasing, but I flow like a ghost cause the flow's so evasive. On my leather face shit, ayy, K47. If you think you thug, come strong when you reppin'. Tell them if they talkin', better walk it cause we checking your steps. And if the shit ain't adding up, we subtracting you whack niggas. Blasting you rap niggas, and we ain't giving up a pass on the last. Foot on the gas, getting on the fast on the dance. They never last, I leave them what they lack. I'm inside of the money bag, man.
Welcome, Singe Man, to the show. Singe Man, how you doing, man? You just waking up? When you're ready, it's fine. I'll play another song for you to wake your ass up. Hold on. If this doesn't wake you up, then I don't know what will. Let's see. Well, I'll wake your ass up. Where is it?
Starting to see clearer than I ever have. Bipolar, tell me which one is my better half. Eyes colder cause I slipped up on my better path. My shoulders are so chipped I almost never laugh. You can hear my revving wrath sounding like the engine of a 747 crash. Back out the trash, I was never more as ready as. Now I'm feeling sharper than a heavy ass machete slash. Give me lip, cut your head in half, you won't get it back. Had some dead weight on my back, I got rid of that. Got my head straight and left the flask in my lidded past. And I ain't bitter or a quitter, but consider that I lost a few rings. I'm trying to do things to get it back. Cause life isn't all roses and daffodils, especially when you rose from the bullet holes and smashed up pills. Made it out alive, but pissed away $500,000. Trying to keep a smile, I'm having a hard time laughing still.
Keep this smile while they keep looking down on me. Locked down, I get up, this is how to be. Locked down, I get up, this is how to be. Locked down, I get up, this is how to be. Keep this smile while they keep looking down on me. Locked down, I get up, this is how to be. Locked down, I get up, this is how to be. Locked down, I get up, this is how to be. Locked down, locked down, locked down, locked down, locked down, locked down.
fire. The stunning ire and the anger of a cunning liar. Each thought rapidly pop like a gun is fired. So when my son is hammered, damn it, and my son Messiah. It's hunger, fire, pain, and anger in a jambalaya. But they don't wanna see it cooking, they just wanna fry it. So for a minute I felt tired and uninspired. It's not long before regrets come running by ya. My stomach tied up in knots, I ride up the blocks and size up and plot with thoughts that I had outfoxed. Too many things to get here to just retire and watch. Started feeling like a fighter that's still dying in a box. So until the day I die in a box, I'ma persevere through everything and anything. I know that it hurts to hear, but I ain't going nowhere. I'm just so set up to win that even when I get knocked down, I know that I'll get up again.
Keep this smile while they keep looking down on me. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Keep this smile while they keep looking down on me. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Knocked down, knocked down, knocked down, knocked down, knocked down.
All right, fans, Romeo Ray Rivera. Beside me, arguably one of the best wrestlers to bless the mat in my lifetime, the Prince of South Philadelphia, Perfect Pazzi.
Arguably? Listen, Chikara, vengeance is mine.
Of course, what Pazzi's talking about is last week in Pittsburgh, the surprise attack in the bathroom on Sleazer Milan. Your thoughts?
What do you think my thoughts are?
Let's roll footage.
If anybody got a problem with me, we just fight. Step up to the guys and you'll see we just fight. I suggest you best to take it easy. This is AOTB, ain't no make it really, we just fight. If anybody got a problem with me, we just fight. Step up to the God degree and we will fight. I suggest you check out reputation. This is dedication. All the devils may come, but we will fight.
Listen, I could never take an L. Same energy that created heaven, created hell. Keep your motherfucking mouth shut and just wait for bail. That's the first law of the street, you never snake and tell. Big guns, big beards, bunch of Chewbaccas. Walk up in the tour, no one cop a few watches. So much low in high school, I needed 2 lockers. My enemy, mine enemy, Lou Gossett. I ain't trying to listen to y'all, cause you garbage. Victor Vastanov, high when he flew carpets. Everybody make money, only few profit. Still the same Vinny, I just got a new logic.
I ain't here to cut the cake. The fuck you think the knife is for? Criminal psychologist ain't never seen my type before. Self-titled motherfucking manager of manslaughter. I'm a mobster, shoot you if you move your hands off. When if I'm running, it's from the police. If I'm gunning, it's at your down piece. Extended barrel that's 12 feet. The steel mag will fold you. I think a steel magnolias when I see a soldier. So come to the fork in the road and get a fork in your throat. No father to my style, I am the orphan of flows. Yes, bitch, you could get on my guest list. Just know I keep a biscuit in a bag like a McDonald's breakfast.
You ain't truly hard, I pulled your card on the boulevard. Robbed you for your jewelry in front of your groupie squad. Cause I'm a full retard. I'll slap you silly, tap the jelly out your capillary. Might murk you like Machiavelli. Harmless harm, at your worst you're an accomplice, a sidekick. You ride dicks, you're like an armrest. You get elbowed. Kick your shit in with my shell toes, shut the fuck up. Yeah, I'm stuck up like Velcro. You want a free hook? Hell no. You're a pussy cat, I got a douche for that. Peel your wig off and push it back. Your guard flesh will hang off your skeleton when the missiles ring. Let's make it official, gang, like the pictures bang. If anybody got a problem with me, we just fight. Step up to the guys and you'll see we just fight. I suggest you best to take it easy. This is AOTB, ain't no make it really, we just fight. If anybody got a problem with me, we just fight. Step up to the God degree and we will fight. I suggest you check out reputation. This is dedication.
Never take your eyes off your opponent. Cause if you do, you are obsolete. The 9 you see him make niggas jump like Dominique. You need to stop rapping when I'm trying to sleep. Never trust a fat dude who say he just trying to eat. And that kind is me, I smoke that what kind of weed. You see it say since he started under the ganja leaf. The flow sweeter than grape jam, but still a smack you in your motherfucking head like Captain Caveman. And the church say, amen. I don't know you niggas, your name to me is Amen. The righteous at war with Shaitan, so in one hand is my son, the other 28 grams.
BS the high priest coming taking them heads. Rappers popping shit on Twitter without taking their meds. I see him laying in bed, I can picture it now. They're thumbing through their phone looking for original style. Get off your ass, rap Cialis, I spaz and cats get devoured. So call the doctor if it lasts for more than 4 hours. Open the cell, young folks to sell. I spit acid like the flower on the Joker's lapel. I stand alone, complex like the ghost of in the shell. You suffer from a concussion like players post NFL. For guard your grill, no trigger tracks. Take bigger steps. I straight body tracks like a stick figure sketch. Fuck your similes and metaphors. I'm just trying to set a war. I can only self-destruct. I'm like the predator. Personal vendettas now. I'm out to settle scores. You don't wanna get involved. You can't walk, run, or crawl. It don't rain a heavy pour. Soon as the Henny pour. I don't need grimy bitches with rats or Fendi whores. Nope, I had a setback, but I remain sharp though. How you gon' build walls around King Marco? Love this rap shit fully, but it pays partial. Got tunnel vision for the money, so it strains carpals. Andre Dawson with the hawk, let the spray spark you. When these sharks taste blood, we never lay off you.
1-inch punch, hits hard as shotgun pumps. Knock kids out, they Reebok pumps. Fucking punks walk the plank, kaplunk. Sucker skunk, get slumped like drunk driving and crashing in tree trunks. Backstage rap groupies, sluts scheming on blunts. Bunch of bum ass bitches and some beat up dunks. Roll that weed up, cunt. Tell her we'll meet up front. She kinda frumpy, but she still could get a D-cups hump. Every beat that we bump, mean somebody got jumped, beaten up. Tied his hands to his feet to bleed in the trunk. I don't understand the reason kids are feeling these chumps. I'm kinda stumped. I can't even front. I lose a brain cell every time the 808 thump. This shit stunk, shrunk heads like a voodoo monk. A wild monkey in a cage throwing doodoo chunks. I lunge straight for the throat, blood and guts for lunch.
If anybody got a problem with me, we just fight. Step up to the guys and you'll see we just fight. I suggest you best to take it easy. This is AOTB, and don't make it really, we just fight. If anybody got a problem with me, we just fight. Step up to the God degree, and we will fight. I suggest you check our reputation. This is dedication. All the devil's way, come on, we will fight.
You there, Sense Man? You ready yet? Listen, man. Have you ever bought a pack of rolling papers that like the entire pack, the glue is backwards, and like you sit there and you like roll it the right way, and then you realize you're rolling the glue backwards and it doesn't stick? I got one right now. Did you hear what I said? No. All right. Have you ever bought a pack of rolling papers, right, where the entire pack was put in the package backwards? So every time you take a paper out and roll it, the glue is on the opposite side by accident, and then they don't stick together. I gotta just remember that. It's like my fourth one in a row that like I rolled backwards. You know what I'm saying? Your mic's a little low, I think. Oh, you sleeping? Oh, okay. Well, it's fine. You can stay quiet. Don't. I can barely hear you.
Everybody's asleep.
Can you like move a little closer to the mic, maybe?
No, my mic's right here.
Oh, there you go. Wait, you just fixed it. Go move it again. Talk again. Say mic check, mic check.
I just talk louder.
Oh, well. All right. Well, I don't know. What do you want to do? What do you want to talk about? Your artwork that you sent me in the email is really awesome for the upcoming show that we're working on. Yeah, I was looking at it. It looks like some good shit. It almost looks like some comic book stuff, huh?
Yeah, I put two in the beginner's message.
Yeah, we're gonna do that show. We're gonna get it done. You know, we have plenty of time. Hopefully.
What's the show called?
This was a flat Earth show, but then I started showing the chain gangs in Arizona, the prisons. But they cut me off, so I'm gonna show that entire documentary on here. I'm just gonna show a little bit each night until I show the whole thing. Yeah, they cut me. That'll stay up probably, but tomorrow I'll continue on and I'll play the rest of it. Fuck them. You know what I mean? I'll get it up here. I got to play the YouTube game, you know? It's their little stupid games. We got to play them. Don't fall for the game.
Oh, yeah.
Play the game. Don't let the game play you. Right, Singe?
I've never been a player.
Play the game. Don't let the game play you. All right. You know what? That's a good one. Hold on one second. That's a good one. I got to make that one a banner.
I was like, oh my God, I can't do it.
All right, we're going to spell. No, hold on. We got to play the game. Hold on. Sorry about the pounding.
What? I forgot I was online.
Hold on, almost
I forgot I was online.
Well, drink a cup of coffee or something. Smoke a joint. There you go.
I want to
Play the game. Don't let the game play you.
I want to keep up.
Where Melanie Moran wants to know where you are now. He's in an undisclosed location, in an undisclosed time zone. He's in an undisclosed location in an undisclosed time. Coming to you from the future.
About my nephews.
Yeah, he's at his nephew's house. He's with family. He's in a safe spot. He's not getting beat up anymore. And he's not in jail. He's not in jail. Right?
I'm still running from.
Well, you're gonna make it back. You're gonna make it back to your court date. All right, manifest it right now. You're gonna make it back to your court date. If you have to fly back, whatever you gotta do, you're gonna make it there. You're gonna be there on time, or they might be able to do a Zoom call. At this point, you already left the state, so just tell them I left the state. Call them up and be like, "Hey, I left the state. What are we gonna do now?
Yeah,
I'm not coming back. I have no way. I'm a homeless. You're gonna fly me back? You think they're really gonna pay for your plane ticket? They might if they want you that bad, but they know it's a bullshit case, so they're probably just gonna say no. They'll probably just do a Zoom call and they'll probably just let you go. Actually, now that you left the state, they can't really do much to you. You know, you're like the South and the West are like completely different, dude. Like I could go to Arizona and still get my license. Like my license is suspended here, but in Arizona I could have got it. You know what I mean? Without having to pay their bullshit. So I don't know. I would like to maybe get out of here. I haven't had my license in like 15 years. My driver's license. It's fucking ridiculous.
Keep on asking Melanie what program.
I'm like a fucking cripple. I'm like a grown man, but I'm like a fucking cripple now because I don't have my license. Anyway, what's up?
Melanie about that kung fu video she made for us?
She made you a kung fu video?
Yeah, remember with you and me in it?
Oh yeah, the Jibbit Jab one. Yeah. I know I lost them. Melanie, do you still have them? Can you email me them again?
Yeah. What program that is?
It's called Jib Jab or something. But yeah, it was funny. I just I meant to upload them into the StreamYard, but I think I need them to be MP4 files, Melanie, and they weren't MP4s. I don't think. I'm not sure. Maybe I couldn't. Well, drink some coffee and smoke a joint. You need to get high wired.
No, I can't really do that.
Why not? Why can't you? You're a grown man. Go outside. Go on the porch. Go on the porch and smoke a joint. Go in your car.
No.
I'll play a song. You take a break.
1:30 a.m.
Is it? It's probably 2:30 a.m. here. Do you think I care? Singe Man, we're alive and we're here now together. Okay?
Yes,
that's what's important. Be mindful. You can sleep when you die. I slept till 5 p.m. I slept till 5 p.m. Today I slept till 5. 5.
Good night. Good night.
You going back to bed? Anyone else want to come on the show? I'm going to invite people on. I'm opening the floodgates. Okay, let's see who pops in. I'm taking calls. This is my way of taking calls because I don't have a phone line hooked up, and I'm not giving out my phone number to anyone anymore. If you have my phone number already, you're lucky because I'm not giving it out to nobody else. It's too many people. I can't keep up with it.
I couldn't believe it. After I got dehydrated, then I got even more sick.
I might give you my phone number if I like you, but it just depends. What's up, Singe?
I got really sick. I can't believe it. But I'm better. But still,
Yeah, you were sick for a few days. I felt bad for you. And now I'm still worried about you because it keeps going away and coming back and going away and coming back. It's not good. You'll get better. You have an immune system that God gave you, but I mean, like,
I'm getting a lot better. Yeah.
It's probably good for your body. You know, like these people that don't want to get sick. What's wrong with them? Like, it's a natural thing that your body does to get rid of toxins and release bad things that are in your body. You need to get all that stuff out of your body.
Stuff I've been eating.
What are you gonna do? Like, just keep it in your body? Just let it sit there your entire life? You think that's normal? Do you think that's natural? Yeah. I mean, is it? Is it really the way that it was supposed to be? That God made it?
Yes.
Yeah, you're supposed to get sick. You're supposed to, I think. I think you're supposed to. I think God made it that way. on purpose. Yeah. Because everything God made is perfect, right? So if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If you get really sick, go seek the pharmakia if you really want to. But
perfect?
What's up?
Is an ostrich perfect?
An ostrich? Oh, an ostrich is so perfect. I would love to have a pet ostrich in my backyard. I would name him Spanky.
What about avocados?
I seen some ostriches at the zoo one time. It was pretty interesting. Is anyone coming on? Did I put the link out?
Ostriches and avocados.
Is anyone going to join us? Well, Melanie's laughing. She said Spanky. Yeah, well, I already have a pigeon, a messenger pigeon named Snowflake that ran away from me that I've been looking for years on YouTube on all my different. You know what I'm talking about, right, Sid? I've been looking for that fucking messenger pigeon for a while now. Oh my God. I sent them with a fucking a message to the Queen in England, and it never made it. Okay? And now Snowflake's got my little message wrapped up around its leg somewhere. And I'm looking for the fucking thing. All right? There's so many pigeons around here. I can't identify them. I'm having trouble. But one day I will find Snowflake, and you guys will see what I'm talking about. All right? What happened? Is anyone coming on? All right, I'm going to play a song. Hopefully I'm going to put the link out again, just in case you guys didn't see it.
Out of everybody, you were who I hated most. A fucking grown man who's afraid of ghosts. All those secrets you could only find a way to cloak. All that venom laced in everything you'd say to folks. Drinking and laughing with that pathetic parade of jokes. Great insults for a guy sitting with the plate of coke with the wife and kid at home. How could you betray and bolt for these stupid whores? Was your loyalty you made an oath? Oh, look at the results of a lost soul sowing his oats in a sea full of fucking sharks rowing his boat with a hole in it plus a stock. You ain't got nowhere to go, and so you threw away every gift you had for another bag, another fifth to a day. Sad, all those opportunities that you had, people would kill for you, threw in the trash. Low self-esteem misconstrued as trash. Your old self-esteem and that ruinous wrath that chews you in half day to day on a regular basis. You just run the other way whenever you face this fact, and I'm getting so sick of your face in the mirror. There's no place where it's clearer than there. Going 0 to here in an instant, running on instinct. Can't get your dreams and your nightmares in sync. Those ghosts talk to me in my head. If they're still there, no, they're not dead. And there was so much blood to be shed, but I could never kill them all. Prayers for rain to wash away, but no heaven ever calls. We stay trapped in yesterday, and that's a legend of a taking a look at you was difficult. Creature in his cups is ugly. So how to keep reaching for the stuff unlovely? Off the hinges, out on the fringes, outsider out for revenge and vengeance. The war never ends. It spins in the winds and trenches, sins in the bloodshed. It begins and ends with regrets you had had. Too many things to mention. All those ghosts in the past are a grim contingent. But what's fueling the engine is no fooling, pretending. No principles among this hot knock school we're attending. You're willing to partake in any rule that you bend in this land of the high break, when nobody remembers your name unless you king of menace the same. Between heaven and hell, I had seen the pendulum swing. Watch a hope float away in 10 inches of rain. So it's a dope show today, your penance is in pain. Yeah, I seen it all, everything you ever been through. It all happened how it's supposed to, it was all essential. All the things that you endured, the bottom you descend to. It's time to let go of that past, stop being sentimental. So I forgive you for all the shit that you lived through, for all the shit that was done to you, everything that you did too. Melting a cold heart and stepping out of that igloo emerges a good good man, but you was a good kid too. Those ghosts talk to me in my head. Yeah, they're still there, no, they're not dead. And there was so much blood to be shed, but I could never kill them all. Prayers for rain to wash away, but no heaven ever calls. We stay trapped in yesterday, and that's a legend of the fall. Those ghosts talk to me in my head. Yeah, they're still there, no, they're not dead. And there was so much blood to be shed, but I could never kill them all. Prayers for rain to wash away, but no heaven ever calls. We stay trapped in yesterday, and that's a legend of the fall.
What's up? So, yeah. You sound really bad, dude. Like not bad, but like sick. There you go. I can hear you now. Talk like that. When you just laughed, yeah, it came through. There you go. There you go.
I'm talking really quiet.
That's better. That's better. Can you do that? Can you talk like that the whole time?
Yes.
All right. That works. That works better. All right. I'll talk like this too. So I don't know.
I can't wait to get home. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
I can't wait. I can't wait to get over to. I can't wait to leave home and get over to where you're at. It's gonna take a while.
I got like another 10 days for me to get home. About 10 days I should be home.
I hope so.
And then I'll be really tired.
Yeah.
So
you're getting ready to make a trip, huh?
Yeah, 5 more days.
Jesus.
Should be going like 4 or 5 days.
Wow.
Stupid.
Well, you know, I guess that's the life of being a flat. I guess that's the life of being a flat Earth YouTuber with a vehicle. Because like I know a lot of friggin' people in the community that drive all over the friggin' country just to meet people. If I had a car, I'd drive.
I'm never gonna do it. I'll never do it again.
Well, you tried it, and you know it's not for everybody. You know what I mean? It's not. I guess it's just not. You're not one of those. You're not one of those types.
People.
Yeah, I'm not, and I don't feel that young anymore either. So, you know, but I don't know. I mean, I can see what's going on. Let me just check my feeds real quick. See if I can find anything good. Yeah, I mean, I had a pretty good thing going with the Eric Dubay documentary, but I don't want to listen to it anymore. I'll get back to that too.
Why fall asleep here?
Yeah, I understand. I'll find something for us to watch. I have a ton of. Believe me, I have channels. I have channels of the Yin Yang. Following. Let's see what's going on here. You never know what I can play and what I can't play, though. What's this one? Oh, this looks kind of cool. Hold on one sec. The Devil's Message. All right. The truth above all. The Devil's Message. A nun wrote a. All right, this looks cool. All right, here we go. This looks cool. A nun in 1676, a nun wrote a message from the devil, and now the terrifying letter has been translated. You ready? Can you guys handle it? Is it too scary? Is it too scary? Is it too scary for you? Someone else just popped in, and I didn't. And I don't know. No one's here. What the fuck? All right, someone's trying to. Oh, it's Voynich. It's Voynich. Voynich.
Yo, guys.
What are you doing?
Waking up, making coffee.
Grand Rising. I woke up at 5 p.m. in the afternoon, in the night. It was dark out when I woke up. Okay.
I was trying to go on.
my schedule is getting worse and worse. So this is only a few minutes long. Let's see what this is.
Everyone wonders about the world of paranormal beings and divine deities from time to time. The concept of supernatural beings and unexplainable occurrences isn't a modern fad that gained traction with the rise of horror, paranormal, and sci-fi genres. The occult occurrences are as old as humanity, and almost every religion has some sort of strange, incomprehensible incidents and tales associated with it. Being the largest Christian church, the Roman Catholic Church has around 1.3 billion baptized Catholics worldwide. Naturally, there are quite a few mystical and supernatural stories hidden in the historic archives of the Catholic Church. Recently, an incredibly terrifying letter from centuries ago was finally decoded, and the contents of it shocked the entire world. So what exactly was in this letter? Who wrote it? And how was it translated after so many years? Let's find out. It all began in the 17th century with a nun who lived in Sicily. Sister Maria Crocifiessa della Concezione was a 31-year-old nun residing at the convent of Parma de Montechiaro. On the 11th of August, 1676, the poor woman was found on the floor of her cell. According to the historical records, her entire face had ink marks. She was holding a note in her hand. When her peers attempted to read the ominous note, they were left baffled as it was written in an incomprehensible mix of symbols and letters. Sister Maria had been living here for more than 15 years, and nothing of the sort had ever happened before. When she was asked about it, Sister Maria claimed that the devil was trying to use her to serve evil and made her write the encrypted message in 1676. She said that the devil wanted her to turn away from God and towards evil. The letter contained just 14 lines of jumbled, archaic letters, and for centuries to come, no one was able to decode these strange symbols and images. Linguistic experts, historians, and religious scholars all attempted to decipher this code, but failed to understand its meaning. It wasn't until recently that experts realized they had to alter their approach. According to Ludum director Daniele Abate, while working on historical decryption, you cannot ignore the psychological profile
What's up,
of the
Sherry?
writer. Daniele emphasized on learning everything about the nun. Records state Sister Maria was born Isabella Tomasi and entered the Benedictine convent when she was just 15 years old. She was actually an ancestor of renowned Italian writer Giuseppe Tomasi de Lampedusa. Daniele Abate explained that the letter appeared to be written up in some kind of shorthand. At first, they speculated that Sister Maria created a whole new vocabulary using the ancient alphabet she may have known. This letter wasn't the only one she wrote. In fact, there were multiple letters written by her in this indecipherable language. Only one of the letters survived, but its contents remained a mystery for 3 whole centuries. The Ludum Science Museum of Sicily obtained a copy of the letter in August 2017 and subjected it to a more modern analysis with the help of an intelligence-grade code-breaking software, according to reports. They had already figured out that the nun's letter contained a mix of words from multiple ancient alphabets, including Greek, Arabic, Latin, and Runic. The Ludum group was headed by Daniele Abate, and they discovered the software in one of the darker corners of the web, where algorithms developed by intelligence agencies have been leaked to a wider audience. The team primed the algorithm with ancient Greek, Arabic, Latin, and also the Runic alphabet, and afterwards they fed it the text from Sister Maria's supposed devil letter. But first, the researchers tested the software using some standard shorthand from different languages. The team analyzed how the syllables and graphisms repeated in the letter in order to pinpoint vowels, and eventually ended up with a refined decryption algorithm. The team wasn't expecting a miracle to happen, they were only hoping to make sense of a few words. But as it turns out, the nun had a good command over the language, and to his surprise, Abate realized that the translation was more complete than expected. And it turns out the letter did actually have a devilish aspect to it. It was sort of rambling in nature, not exactly understandable even after decoding. It referred to the Holy Trinity as dead weight, and went on to say that God thinks he can free mortals. The system works for no one. Perhaps now Styx is certain. She also wrote that humans invented God. Sister Maria claimed that she had no recollection of writing that letter. She was probably suffering from some sort of mental illness, which at that time was considered equivalent to being possessed. She would also scream and faint at the altar of the Parma de Montechiaro convent. In the Greek, and Roman mythology, the Styx is a river that separates the netherworld from the world of the living. The team had successfully translated 15 lines so far. It mostly speaks about the relationship between God, humans, and Satan. It further tries to convince the nun to abandon her faith. But the real question is, how did she manage to write this? Many researchers believe that the woman was probably suffering from bipolar disorder or schizophrenia. People suffering from these disorders often get auditory and visual hallucinations of figures resembling the devil or demons or other paranormal evil entities. She was prone to experience hallucinations or delusions. She was also pretty familiar with several languages and also spent a lot of her time studying linguistics, so maybe there is a logical explanation for this. In an interview with Radio 105, Abate said, "My theory is that this is a precise alphabet invented by the nun with great care by mixing symbols she knew." Abate further explained that each symbol is well thought out and structured. There are some signs that are repeated. It could either be an intentional or unconscious initiative. And life in the monastery wasn't quite easy. The stress probably played a part in triggering her erratic behavior.
Yeah,
From the historical records, they discovered that every night Sister Maria...
One night, I was like pretty fucked up, and I seen some like hieroglyphics on the wall, on the ceiling, that were lighting up, and it looked like an alphabet to me, but it was not. It was no alphabet that I ever recognized in my life, and it was like static, you know, and it turned into an alphabet. And I don't know, maybe if I wrote it down, it would have been a message.
would scream in her sleep and was apparently fighting the devil. However, it's no secret that centuries ago, the church and frankly no one understood mental illnesses like we do today. And even today, there's a stigma surrounding psychiatric illness.
We don't
They're trying to call her crazy, but she probably really did see some shit, you know.
Dude, if anything, we start to understand mental diseases as being possessed now.
But I'm saying, what do you think, Voynich? Like, don't you think that like entities might be able to communicate like that way, like, and they would know?
Oh,
some
definitely. They love to communicate that way. I mean, I've been there.
Isn't your name Voynich because you studied the Voynich code? Didn't you say that? Right. So isn't you studied those type of ancient writings, stuff like that, right? So
that's giving off the wrong vibe. I got inspired to decode the Voynich manuscript, but it's not like I'm a specialist in old or mysterious languages. No,
yeah. But does it look like that kind of stuff?
It is like that. Okay.
It is kind of, right? Doesn't it look like that a little bit?
Very much so.
Professor Voynich.
Yeah, we have. It's a great video. He popped in at the right time. We have a professor on linguistics here. Let's go.
To perform tens of thousands of exorcisms on people they claim are possessed by evil spirits or demons. At the time, the church considered the letters an outcome of her struggles against innumerable evil spirits, according to a written account of this incident by Abbess Maria Serafica. In Serafica's account that was written shortly after the events in 1676, the nun's behavior depicted that the devil may have forced Sister Maria to sign the letter. She heroically opposed the demand by writing Oime, that means "oh me." This was actually the only comprehensible word in the letter 300 years ago. Abate thinks that if this had happened today, the nun would have been diagnosed with schizophrenia or a similar condition. So it's possible she was actually hearing a voice dictating the letter to her, and because of her linguistic skills, she was able to produce this mishmash of language and heresy. The interesting part was that Sister Maria stated back then that something evil had taken control of her, and when she came to her senses, she had no recollection of the event. But legend says that when she woke up, Sister Maria found a letter in her grasp that was written in weird glyphs that she didn't understand. According to this legend, she was struggling with something most nuns feared and hoped would never happen to them. That's why she decided to go to the Sicilian island of St. Paul to confront her inner demons. She was born in 1645, and when she joined the Benedictine convent, she adopted the name Sister Maria Crocifiessa della Concezione. The legend says something insidious was lurking within her. The Benedictine order preached about work, love, and peace, but there was no love or peace in the heart of Sister Maria. There was something sinister about her. Whenever she approached something holy, the woman would scream and faint. These mysterious episodes convinced her that maybe Satan was using her as a conduit. But what exactly did he want from her? When she was discovered with the cryptic letter, Maria was convinced that the devil was trying to corrupt her. Years passed since the incident, but the letter remained illegible. The sisters of the convent believed that Sister Maria was indeed possessed by evil, so they decided not to leave anything to chance. They decided to display the letter publicly as a
Right, Morgan? Stick to the script, right? Stick to the fucking script.
warning. They also hoped that someone out there might be able to decipher the message in it, but unfortunately, it took the world a long time to crack this code. And even that wasn't much help,
The fucking suspense is killing me. Just tell me what this fucking code says.
as the portion of the message experts managed to translate.
They're not gonna tell you, dude. Don't you know?
I know. Yeah, I know. I know.
God was
I
a
know.
hoax and religion was
You know
a
how
lie.
it works.
I
They
know.
also suggested that the Holy Ghost didn't exist or didn't actually possess the power to rid mankind of its suffering. Sister Maria's letter also referenced the underworld. The team of experts, however, didn't take Maria at her word, as her psychological profile was also pretty messy and pointed to an underlying illness. Most modern-day scholars also think the content
Yeah, she had a sketchy profile, but she was a nun.
of this spooky letter is just gibberish, and that is probably why most of the text remains undecipherable even today. Daniele Abate believes that Sister Maria wasn't possessed, and maybe she even knew exactly what she was doing and saying in the letters. The order at the time definitely thought she was being controlled by a demonic force and decided to thoroughly bless her in order to repel the evil influences. And even today, it's not easy to convince the church that it may have been a manifestation of her disease symptoms and not a case of possession, probably because her claims weren't an isolated event. 3 centuries have passed since Sister Maria's supposed possession, but the concept of the devil overpowering a person is still considered a real threat in the Roman Catholic Church. They actually train clergy members to perform exorcisms, and many popes perform these too. In fact, according to reports, the Reverend Gabriel Amorth, who was also the chief exorcist of the Vatican, performed more than 160,000 exorcisms in the course of his ministry. Maybe it's a good thing Sister Maria's letter was not decoded back then. Who knows how much its contents might have enraged the church. The consequences of calling God and Jesus a figment of human imagination would not have settled well with the order. No one knows whether Sister Maria continued to fight her demons or if she got better. Her fate is unknown, but her letter is still a topic of discussion among circles of scholars and a controversy for the Catholic Church.
All right. Whoa. Whoa. That was loud. So what's up, boy? You still there?
Yep.
Yeah.
I can tell you, it's very fascinating to start decoding a language that nobody ever spoke, or you know. I can tell you, it's exciting, but I wouldn't recommend it to anyone because it's very likely that you're gonna meet demons and the devil.
Yeah.
That's what I met.
Yeah, I don't know. I seen it. I was just, digging for videos. It looked kind of cool. I get a lot of different weird videos pop up in my feeds. I don't know. It's actually probably about that movie, The Nun, that they made.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. See what else I got here. What time? I wonder what time it is. I don't even know. I might even end the show if I don't have anything else.
Time to get ill, dude. It's time to get ill.
Time to get ill. What do you want to do? What is
know.
this? Let me see.
I'm rolling up and having a coffee, and then.
Yeah, I had like 3 coffees already or 2, and I smoked a lot. I'm just looking to. I might roll up again, but I don't know. It just seems like.
I don't know what I'm doing on Earth.
Yeah, at this point,
I'm just surviving. I'm just being alive. Ha 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 ha. Being alive, staying alive. That's it.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing here, dude.
Yeah. I'll find something. I'm looking. I got to find something that I can play on both YouTube, from here. That Oh, here we go. This looks kind of cool. All right. We've been talking a lot about this lately. All right, let's see. All right, where are we at? All right, we're right here. All right.
The culture had changed in the 1960s, and of course, this wasn't a spontaneous or an organic reaction to independent or separate events. It was being directed to a large extent, correct?
Yeah, and one of the ways it was being directed was in the music industry, and this comes to a lot of people as a surprise, because today people who are anti-war, and I remain anti-war, tend to think of the counterculture as the heroic rebels and the quote-unquote hawks as representing the establishment, when really I think it was the opposite. But I'm going to have to elaborate on that. Now, did you have David McGowan on as a guest before he passed away?
He was my first guest on my podcast, yeah.
Fantastic. You're going to have to go back and listen to that. But, you know, I've read his book, Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon, and it was such an eye-opener to discover the links between the hippie music scene and the establishment, in that he focuses in on one particular region of the music industry, which was the Laurel Canyon neighborhood of Los Angeles, and where some of the most famous bands came from. And he points out a lot of things which really changed my view of that. I still think that was great music, but it seems that a lot of that music wasn't created by the people we thought it was, and that they had quite a bit of help in getting onto the airwaves. And one example he gives is Jim Morrison and the Doors. Now, a lot of people still don't know that Jim Morrison was the son of Admiral George Morrison, who was commanding the forces, the naval forces in the Tonkin Gulf at the time of the famed Tonkin Gulf incident. And the Doors had a remarkable success story. Jim Morrison had never had any singing or music experience before, and none of the people in his band had ever been in a band before. The band members never changed. And unlike most bands who have to go through years of, you know, changing band members and having a lot of flops before you get a hit, and playing, you know, in lounges and coffee houses, these guys just had instant success. They almost instantly, I shouldn't say instant, very quickly had an array of hits, a recording contract. And what McGowan points out is how many of these bands were connected to intelligence and to the military. In their case, their manager, Paul Rothschild, had been in military intelligence, and suddenly they had this recording contract and were able to have their hits showcased across the country. And of course, his career ended just as quickly as it had begun when he died in 1971. But then you look at the rest of the Laurel Canyon crowd, and I even have a embedded this song in the blog post, but the hippie song that best characterized that generation was San Francisco, which was written by Papa John Phillips of the Mamas and Papas for his friend Scott McKenzie. And what most people don't know is that Papa John Phillips, his father was a Marine captain, and he attended military prep schools, went to Annapolis, although he dropped out. His first wife worked for the Pentagon, and his sister worked for the Pentagon for 30 years, military background. Or if you go to Buffalo Springfield, which did a song called For What It's Worth, which really wasn't about a war protest, but nevertheless kind of symbolized the protest movement. They also had meteoric success. They supposedly met on the Sunset Strip in April of '66, yet just 3 months after they formed the band, they already released their first single and were opening for the Rolling Stones at Hollywood Bowl. And it turns out that Stephen Stills attended elite military schools, and David Crosby, who became part of Crosby, Stills and Nash, was the son of a military intelligence officer. And it's the same thing for Frank Zappa. You know, when I became a hippie and I was listening to music, they said, if you really want to go heavy duty, listen to Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention. And it turns out, let me just make sure that I get it right here. He was, his father was a chemical warfare specialist. He grew up in military facilities at the Edgewood Arsenal, and his wife, Gail, was a daughter of a Navy nuclear weapons specialist, and she herself worked as a secretary in the Office of Naval Research and Development. And actually, Tim, if you go to the, to his book, he talks about Jackson Brown came from a career military family. The band America were all Air Force brats. Dennis Hopper's family was military. John Denver's father was a career military officer. It just goes on. And you could say
there's one that reminds me of it when you mentioned Dennis Hopper. I was reading Dave McCarran's. This one, his Laura Kanan thing was a part of his web blog. It wasn't a book yet. And so I'm reading it, and he goes, Dennis Hopper, I think he married, what's her name, from the Mamas and the Papas for 2 days or something.
Okay, probably.
What was her name again?
Michelle Phillips, was it?
Michelle Phillips, yeah. And Michelle Phillips claimed that the 2 days she was tortured and all types of weird things done to her. And Dennis Hopper said, no, that wasn't true. I just hit her a little bit. And Dave McGowan goes, well, in Dennis Hopper's effed up world, this makes him less of an asshole. It's like, well, I don't only hit her. That's his thing. Only hit her. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, that's okay.
Could have been worse. And
yeah,
with Pizzagate, we know it's been a lot worse.
Yeah.
But
go ahead. I'm sorry. Sorry, I interrupted. That's how Dave McGowan wrote. He'd have this dry humor about right, and you start cracking up reading that stuff. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, it was a terrific writer, but it was really across the boards. The characterization of the military in Hollywood was another one, which is very distinct and unique. You had during the 1960s, you had a lot of counterculture movies. Easy Rider was a famous one, and on Broadway they had Hair, and it constantly spurred on the anti-war counterculture. Yet during the course of the Vietnam War, which lasted for 14 years, there's only one major film that was sympathetic to the war, and that was the Green Berets. And from what I've read of John Wayne's bio, the only reason that movie got made, and as you know, was furiously protested. People were picketing the movie, and I don't think it was that good of a movie, but it was made with the best of intentions. The only reason it got made was because John Wayne was persistent, and he still had so much clout in Hollywood, he was able to get cooperation with it. But if you look at the movies, how they betrayed the military, you had the Bedford incident, where you've got this paranoiac destroyer commander played by Richard Widmark, who ruthlessly pursues a Soviet sub and ends up with the destruction of his own vessel. And you've got 7 Days in May, which is made in 64. Bedford incident was 65. 64, of course, is the year of Tonkin Gulf. And you've got 7 Days in May, where the military is autocratic and they want to seize control of the government to fight communism. They're the bad guys. The military is the bad guys. And the classic example is Dr. Strangelove. And every American military figure in there is portrayed negatively, whether it's George C. Scott as the Pentagon guy, or General Jack Ripper, who launches this unilateral strike on the Soviet Union in order to destroy communism and protect our precious bodily fluids, played by Sterling Hayden. Very negative image. Now, I've got an embedded clip there where he says that war must not be left to politicians, it must be left to the generals. And of course, he's playing a madman as a general. And I believe that was very deliberate, because we're just launching the escalation of the Vietnam War. And that war was run by politicians, not by generals. The generals were constantly overruled. And so the entire makeup of the Hollywood depiction of our current military was that of paranoiacs and authoritarians. But if you look at their portrayal of the World War II military, even during the war in Vietnam, no protest of that. It was always portrayed as valorous and virtuous. It was definitely a setup. And then you carry it over to television. You had All in the Family. And I've got a clip there of Archie Bunker talking about gun control, and he mispronounces every other word. And his son-in-law is raising his eyebrows and, shaking his head, and the audience is laughing at Archie. And you're definitely being cued by the reactions of the canned laughter and the son-in-law, how you are to react to stupid Archie Bunker, who's supposed to be the prototypal conservative. This is why I'm saying mainstream media was not pro-war. Mainstream media was against the war, which they were dragging out, as we mentioned earlier, interminably. And then if you look at the news coverage, was constantly negative. And I remember getting enraged watching the Huntley-Brinkley report as they interviewed Vice President Key of South Vietnam. I didn't realize how much I was being played. But people don't know this today, but the news media was consistently negative and misrepresented what was going on in Vietnam. For example, they never ceased to tell us about the My Lai massacre. They never talked about the communist massacres like the massacre in Hue. And they portrayed the Battle of Khe Sanh as a horrendous defeat, when in fact, although the Marines lost 199 dead, the communists lost about 10,000 dead, and they never took the base. They portrayed it as a defeat. And there was an excellent documentary. It's not perfect. It didn't recognize the existence of the deep state. But it's called Television's Vietnam. And you know what? That has been blacked out. I found it was not on YouTube, no DVDs. But I had an old video cassette, and I've got this friend at a YouTube channel called Federal Expression. I sent him a copy, and he was able to upload a really nice version of it. So we've now got that resurrected onto YouTube. But the distortion of what went on in Vietnam by the media was also, much like the media today is driving the Soros protesters, it was feeding the anti-war frenzy. So it's a much different picture. I don't regard the protesters and my hippie friends of that day who were much more into drugs than they were. There's no talk about truth. We weren't a truth movement. It was about drugs, sex, rock and roll. And by the way, we don't want to get drafted. And there was a good reason not to be drafted, because again, they were stretching out a winnable war into an interminable one. But it was not the heroic episode that many people in alt media today believe it was.
Yeah, I think the important point you're making here, you're not endorsing the war. You're citing that the war itself was designed to be strung out to cause maximum damage here at home. And
that was a very important phone call at 3:14 in the morning. Okay,
right.
To run up the bill, so to speak. That was a big part of it right there. All the the weaponry and armaments and hardware that was being expended over particularly the helicopters. This is big money. The dredging of harbors and these things. Mm-hmm. But the whole point is that.
So what has this thing been talking about, Voynich? Has it been? They've been giving LSD out to the soldiers, or what? What's going on? What are they doing?
No, he's making good points, dude. You should have listened. I'm not going to tell you. Just
I'll go back and listen.
The reason why the coverage is so negative, isn't there to inform the public, so the public can then go ahead and make a decision at the voting booths, put pressure on the representatives. It's there to antagonize, divide, because obviously World War II generation guys who are then in their 40s and 50s watching the news are going to get mad at the media undermining the troops, and the young guys are going to say, "Look, they're not, what's going on here? The army's over there engaged in mass slaughter, they're killing everybody." Mm-hmm. And the whole point of that is to create that divide.
And the outcome was predictable, and you knew which side was going to win this national division, because whether it was Broadway or the news media or Hollywood, you had always the doves were portrayed as the good guys and the hawks as the Archie Bunker, the bad guys. And of course, the war was stretched out until 1975. And then the Doves said, "We told you so." And then the whole culture had been changed. And I call this a variation on Stockholm syndrome. Since we've been defeated by communists, a lot of my generation became the power that they lost to. They became left wing. We became cultural Marxist over here in America, and then piggybacked onto the anti-war movement were all these other things, the feminist movement. And I talk in the article. I've got a clip of Timothy Leary, the guru of LSD, saying that the CIA created the entire counterculture. We also know that Gloria Steinem, and I've got a clip of her there, linked to at least, where she talks about her years with the CIA. But they added on the feminist movement and the gay movement and pro-abortion and all these other things that now we see coming to open Satanism and pedophilia and transhumanism and transgenderism. That all goes back to that original counterculture. The counterculture is what the powers that be wanted. They didn't want victory in Vietnam. They wanted to use it to create a national divide, and that national.
Did it end? Hold on. Oh, whoa. No.
What happened?
It ended, and it went to the next video. But hold on 1 second. I can't play that one. There's so much cool videos on here that nobody watches. All right, let me see. I'll find something. I'm trying to make a coffee and get my dab thing ready at the same time. So, yeah, dude, this show was good. The one I did about the occult of Halloween the other night. It's a good show, dude. Still up on my YouTube, one of my YouTube channels. I had to take it down off the main one though. Playlist. What do I got for playlist? Watch later. What's this? Civil rights playlist.
It was a good video about the counterculture creation.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be a good video. I know all about it, but I'm going to go back and watch it. I've been looking for videos like that, and then like when you search for videos and then they stop popping up. That's what's going on. It's like the algorithm knows that I'm looking for that type of stuff. So it's and actually the Odyssey algorithms work really good. Like they start giving you the stuff that you really want. And okay. I sub to everybody on. I like Odyssey, dude. I like it, but nobody uses it. They never fuck with me. These are all the people that I'm sub to over there. You see what I'm saying? These, and some of the stuff I can't really show because it's probably up there for a reason.
Yeah.
Not over here, but some of the stuff I can show. But I'm trying to look. Why is it all this one channel? Why? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's up with all? I'm sub to a lot of people. Like, what's going on? There should be better stuff. Hold on 1 second. Old world techniques that can. Here we go. This looks good. Old world techniques that cannot be duplicated.
Good day, everyone. Today, I wanted to focus in on some things that were mentioned in the last Tartary Explained video. I was really inspired by a video created years ago by New Earth. So shout out to her, and I'll leave the video in the description. So let's just jump right in and talk about one of the most famous artists in the world, Leonardo da Vinci. We are all pretty much taught everything about him as children. We know his most famous paintings, yet there's a secret to these artworks that's been kept hidden by the Catholic Church. It's not just Leonardo's paintings either. It's essentially all the Renaissance artwork up until the end of the 18th century. These artworks to this day cannot be truly replicated. Their beauty and glow are unrivaled by any modern artist. And no, I'm not saying that artists today do not have the skill to replicate or get extremely close to these artworks. I'm just saying that it's not possible to replicate these artworks because they use very specific techniques. This came to light once forgeries from this period were examined. Truth is, there are a lot of people that can get extremely close to Leonardo's style and then attempt to sell it as an original for an absurd amount of money. But how do we know when an artwork is a forgery?
Yeah, I used to know this guy that was really good at painting, and he used to be able to copy any painting you want. Like if you wanted, like, I don't know, any type of painting, he could redo it and make it like a real painting and make it look like it was the original.
Forgery. First, we have to take a look at the science that they've released to the public about this matter. They've looked so close up to these paintings with modern microscopes to reveal that there are several layers of ultra-thin paint. For example, the laboratory of the Center for Study and Restoration of Museums and the European Laboratory of Synchrotron Radiation have recently joined forces to reveal the secrets of Leonardo's skill. The study was led by Dr. Felipe Walter. Scientists use a technique called X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy. In this way, you can study the structure of layers without taking samples, i.e., without disturbing the canvas. A powerful X-ray beam was sent into the canvas. The structure of the layers and the composition were then determined. This was the result.
They put an electric beam into the Mona Lisa. You think that's what changed the smile?
Each layer of glaze is 2 microns thick, which is 50 times thinner than a human hair. In some parts of the painting, the total thickness of all layers of glaze is 55 microns, which means that the master repeatedly applied layer by layer to achieve the desired effect. And remember, this is at a time where they had to grind all their paints by hand and create all the different hues themselves. If we follow the mainstream narrative, they did not possess the technology that could grind a layer of paint this thin. If we consider paints today, they are ground down with modern mills, and they achieve a pigment particle size from 15 to 55 microns. Getting it to the thinnest possible size requires time and expensive technology. On average, most of the paint that we use nowadays is around 30 microns thick. So, how did Leonardo manage to paint at such an unbelievably thin size? No one really knows this, and it's the reason that art historians know that these old Renaissance artworks cannot be replicated. So let's discuss some possible answers for this mystery. If you've seen our videos before, then you know that this very well may be from a secret past advanced civilization. It's very possible that these works were all made by other people and simply credited under one artist, one maybe who came from Italy or the Jesuit church, in order to take credit for these phenomenal works from another age. Many artists and dates were likely altered in order to fit their narrative. It's also possible that when this new church took over, they found the advanced technology from that past civilization and created the most beautiful artworks that we know today. There are some technologies that we know of, such as the camera obscura, which consists of a box, tent, or room with a hole on one side or the top. Light from this external scene passes through the hole and strikes the surface inside, where the scene is reproduced, inverted, and reversed, but with color and perspective preserved. It's well known that these were used as drawing aids in the 16th century or perhaps earlier in the mainstream timeline. This can explain the significant increase in realism that we see during the Renaissance and why these advanced artists seemingly popped out of nowhere. A similar device, camera lucida, performs an optical superimposition of the subject being viewed upon the surface upon which the artist is drawing. The artist sees both the scene and the drawing surface simultaneously, as in the photogenic double exposure. This allows the artist to duplicate key points of the scene on the drawing surface, thus aiding in the accurate rendering of perspective. Then we have the sfumato effect. It's one of the canonical painting modes of the Renaissance, and is a painting technique for softening the transition between colors, mimicking an area beyond what the human eye is focusing on, or on the out-of-focus plane. It is well known that Leonardo did indeed use the camera obscura and experimented with lenses. The technique is a fine shading meant to produce a soft transition between colors and tones in order to achieve a more believable image. It's most often used by making subtle gradations that do not include lines or borders, from areas of light to areas of dark. The technique was not only used to give an elusive and illusionistic rendering of the human face, but also to create rich atmospheric effects. Leonardo da Vinci was its founder and described the technique as blending colors without the use of lines and borders and emission of smoke. The perfection of Leonardo da Vinci's painting technique has always been fascinating. The gradation of tones or colors from light to dark is barely perceptible. Neither brushstroke nor contour is visible. Lights and shades are blended in a manner of smoke. Understanding this technique, usually called sfumato, remains one of the challenges still unaddressed in art history. So you have to think that these brushstrokes are not visible in any way, and that also there were several coats of translucent glaze in order to achieve this effect. Let's keep in mind that these artists were achieving extreme realism. If we look at the painting named the Arnolfini portrait, John van Eyck, we can see a painting of absolute insane detail from the early 15th century. Now, look at the shine to the metal and the level of realism in the mirror. Even using technology such as the camera obscura, you could only get so much detail. The lighting would change over time, subjects would move, and we're just to assume that these artists were capturing all of these details of these lights and shades in their minds, or recalling them from memory. You could possibly have enough time to use the lens technology to create a realistic sketch with perspective, but I don't think you would have enough time to paint this level of realism with just this technology of lenses and mirrors and having to paint multiple layers of glazes. They would need time to dry in between application, and so these artists must have had something else, or a photographic memory.
Are we back?
Maybe they had another technology that was never revealed.
Let's take another look at Van Eyck's paintings because
I'm
I
back.
believe that these
Yeah.
might just be the most realistic paintings of the Renaissance due to their light.
That was a good one I just got pointed. That was what we call a bell ringer.
You still alive? Did you suffocate?
I'll be all right. We'll be fine. Sailor Fan Man coffee, the best coffee, the only way to drink a coffee.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What happened? What happened? The video end? What the fuck happened? Where'd it go? All right.
I don't know what happened. My computer.
Well, let's remember that some of these paintings are from the early 1400s, so this is quite astonishing that this level of realism was achievable during this time period. Maybe there are some clues in the paintings. The first thing that is off about these paintings is the lighting on the man's face and the window. If you look at the exposure of the window, it just seems way too realistic. It almost looks as if it was a 3D rendering in the way light scatters around the subjects. I also find it very interesting that many of the figures in these old paintings have this very surreal feel that they look very different in terms of being human, like many of the women don't even have eyebrows. Now as we zoom in on the mirror, you can see that it's ornamented with even smaller paintings with extreme detail. You can also see that the exposure of the window and the lighting stay consistent even in the reflection. And if you look at the cleanliness of the font, to me, it just really shows that there's something else going on, especially if you look at the shoes. If you just take a look at the shoes up close, if it weren't for the cracks in the painting, I mean, that looks like a realistic 3D rendering, or honestly, real life. It's just too detailed for any artist during this time period, and no artist even comes close to this level of realism. Let's go to another painting called the Ghent altarpiece, or as the file name calls it, the Lamb Gods. Not only does this have extreme realism, but take a look at the background. Does this remind you of anything? Now let's just say that he was using a camera obscura. This city looks extremely Tartarian.
Old Dutch masters,
true from
right?
real life. Interesting that this artwork is branded with the date 1432. Here's another painting with a crazy amount of detail. The male's face almost looks like a photograph, and if we look at the background, we see a busy Tartarian city.
As we've mentioned, these artworks have layers and layers of pigments that are less than 2 microns thick. How is it possible for them to achieve this size of pigment particles? It seems unlikely that the story we are told of these artists simply doing this all by hand is the answer to this question. The only thing comparable in the modern day is that of printing inks. Printing pigments are obtained in a very difficult chemical way. With these methods, the particles are grown, crystallized, in a certain medium at once by very small crystals. Then, of course, compressed sediment is still dried and ground. But this is not at all like crushing a whole stone. As a result of such modern and expensive chemical processes, for example, the following pigments are obtained in varied sizes between 0.1 and 10 microns. How was it that Leonardo could compete with our modern advanced chemical methods with just a mortar and pestle? These artworks from the Renaissance are not what we've been told. They were printed using some sort of advanced ancient technology from the past. Many of these figures were indeed alchemists. They possessed the ability and knowledge of the Philosopher's Stone, the process in which you could convert base metals into precious metals. Or was it a tincture or powder that could be influenced through a mental process in which the image within the mind of the viewer could be transferred onto the canvas? This technology belonged to the old world, and this and many other magical devices have been hidden from mankind. There's a reason why these artworks are so famous, and it's because of their esoteric nature, their ability to influence the spirit, and the magical process in which they're created. We must always question the mainstream narrative, and only then may our minds be unveiled.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
Well, that one kind of gave me a bell ringer.
What's that?
I said that one kind of gave me a bell ringer. What are you
what
doing? I don't know, Voynich. What are you doing, man?
Well, I'm enjoying the video, dude. I think
I'm finding some good videos. Hold on. You can help me decide. You can help me decide. I mean, I'm just looking through like this is Michelle.
What you are doing, you're starting to play the video, and then you I don't know, then you end up doing all kinds of stuff in the background, making phone calls in the middle of the night, and then you ask me how the video was.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're crazy, dude. But that's okay.
yeah. It's how the show goes. I really don't care. I really don't care, Voynich. You know what I mean? Like,
I see. You don't care at all.
But I love you, Voynich. You're my brother, man. You remind me of my dad. You remind me of my dad. You know what I mean? It's pretty cool. My dad.
What is
Voynich is like the Dutch version of my dad. All right, let's see what we got going on here. I can't figure this out. I just got wicked baked off that. Whatever that was just got me baked. Actually, you know what it is, Voynich? It's Jack Herer. You know what Jack Herer is?
I know Jack Herer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Famous. He's a famous grower from California, right? From the old days.
I guess so, but his weed won the High Times Cannabis Cup one year, a few years in a row. But it's Jack Herer Dab. So it's kind of sloppy. You know what I mean? Kind of like the oil. It's like oil. It's like turns into oil, you know. But I didn't realize I was going to take that big of a hit just now. Like, because the thing that I got, you can't see how big of it. You can't see nothing. It's like there's no chamber, so you can see how big the hit is. So it's like you can't even tell. Like you could just take a huge hit by accident, like what I just did. Let's see what we got here. Anything I can't play anything really bad, you know. But anything that's gonna get me. I want to leave the stream up without getting any problem. Let's see. There's gonna be some more stuff. The truth about Crisis Act is used to lie to the public about Ukraine. You want to check that out?
You know what I like about Ukraine? That they keep the war in Ukraine.
In this lady's face and every
I'm glad we're not at war. I'm so glad the war is in Ukraine. You know.
Yeah,
we're not at war. The war is in Ukraine, and communism is in China. So I mean, we're just having a good time here in the West.
I have no idea what's going on. I have not paid attention to this one bit, but I'll play this. Because it's about crisis actors, supposedly. So.
And now you would have all seen this lady's face in every newspaper, a survivor from a bombing, allegedly. Okay? Oh, some people have looked up this lady's face, and it seems that this picture was used in a news article from 2018. Below is a section from the article dated July 2018. If anybody from Ukraine can translate, it'd be great. You can actually find it online. If you type gas leak injures lady, you will see this same lady's pictures are being used back in July 2018. Do you recognize this picture below, which is being used? Russia has declared war on Ukraine. I'll show you where it's really from. Here you can see in the New York Times 2018 Israel bombings, the same picture. I'm noticing a theme going on here, guys. Why are they using stock photos?
All right. Well, obviously that's from TikTok. So they're using the same pictures. Like, you see what they're doing there? You guys see what they're doing there? Can you see?
What's
can you
new?
See?
What's new?
Yeah.
Not that picture.
What's
That
this
picture.
one? Oklahoma. I don't know about this one. 3:30. Should I dare? Let's see. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Should I dare play it?
In recent weeks, heartbreaking images of children at detention camps have flooded the news.
I don't know. I don't know if I could play this one. I don't know. I'm sorry. I can't just go. I just can't just go nuts. All right, here we go. NASA drops spaceship out of airplane. Oh, get out of here. Now I just lost it. I just lost it. Yeah. I want to close that one. Get out of here. What, you seen this one before? NASA dropped spaceship out of plane? I never seen it.
Yeah.
Orion parachute test. It's only 40 seconds, one. You can deal with it.
15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Green light, green light, green light. Load clear, load clear.
Look at it, look at it, look at it.
Stage 1-0, mission, you are cleared for a wind pack pass. 1-0 copies, wind pack pass.
That's good enough. That's a bank. Airspeed building. There's 22.
Wow. Wow. That was ridiculous. All right. Let's see what else we got.
Are you an elite?
Alan Watts, this might be kind of deep, dude. Alan Watts, The Secrets of Time. You want to go for it, Voynich?
Yeah, of course.
Alan Watts.
What do you
know? What do you know about him? I mean, I've seen his stuff before, and I think it's pretty good. What do you think?
Yeah, I like him. I like the way he speaks. And
well, who is he? Like a YouTuber? Like, where did he come from?
Alan Watts? No, he's how do you say, a mystic?
He's from a long time.
A man that seeks knowledge and
is he still alive? Is he still alive?
No, he used to study Buddhism and Christianity and philosophy, and he was a great thinker, and that's who Alan Watts is.
All right, and why do they like? I noticed they quote him a lot on a lot of stuff. Like, you see, like, his quotes on a lot of videos. Like, where do they get these quotes from? Like, what did he give speeches? Did he write books? What did he do?
Yeah, that's what he did. Yeah.
He did.
You're the one you've been waiting for, I think, is one of his quotes. One of his.
So he was like a famous writer,
thinker, philosopher, guru. You know.
Was this during the time of television, or was this before television?
This was like late 50s to late 70s.
Television. All right. Let's check.
No, it was not so much. Of course, he was known on television too.
Yeah. He was He would. You're saying he would go around and give speeches, and he also wrote books.
Yeah.
And he would try to wake people up, basically. I get it.
And he studied Christianity, philosophy, Buddhism.
Well, I mean, if you were awake before YouTube, right? What would you do? I mean, maybe you would go around trying to like give speeches about. Of
course.
Shit. Yeah. So all right, let's see what's going on.
Time is a very difficult thing to pin down. There's a famous saying of St. Augustine of Hippo that when he was asked, "What is time?" he said, "I know what it is, but when you ask me, I don't." And yet it seems absolutely fundamental to our life. Time is money, we say. I don't have enough time. Time flies, time drags. And I think we should go into the question of what this is, because in our ordinary common sense, we think of time as a one-way motion from the past through the present and on into the future. Life moves from the past to the future in such a way that what happens now and what will happen is always the result of what has happened in the past. In other words, we seem to be driven along. You know, once upon a time it was fashionable in psychology for people to speak of man's and animals' instincts. That we had, for example, an instinct for survival, an instinct to make love, and so on. But nowadays that word has become unfashionable, and psychologists tend instead to use the word drives, and to speak of the need for food as a drive, the need for survival or for sex as drives. And that's a very significant word because it's brought out, isn't it, by people who feel driven. The whole idea of our being driven is connected with the idea of causality, of life moving under the power of the past. And that is so ingrained in our common sense that it's very difficult to get rid of it. Because I want to turn the thing round completely the other way and say that the past is the result of the present. So the course of time is really very much like the course of a ship in the ocean. Because here's the ship, you see, and it leaves behind it a wake. The wake fades out, and that tells us where the ship has been, in just the same way as the past and our memory of the past tells us what we have done. But as we go back into the past, and we go back and back to prehistory, and we use all kinds of instruments and scientific methods for detecting what happened, we eventually reach a point where all record of the past fades away in just the same way as the wake of the ship. Now, the important thing to remember in this illustration is that the wake doesn't drive the ship any more than the tail wags the dog. Supposing there's a neurotic, difficult child, and one school of thought used to say, well, bang him about, beat him up, and maybe he'll change. But then they said, oh no, that's not fair to the child to beat him up because it was his parents. They didn't bring him up properly. And so then they say, well, punish the parents. Or the parents say, excuse me, but our parents were neurotic too, and they brought us up badly, so we couldn't help what we did. And so since the grandparents are dead, we can't get at them. And in any case, supposing we could, we would pass the whole blame back to Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. And they say they started all this mess. But then Eve would say, no, the serpent tempted me and I did eat, and it was the serpent's fault. Well, you know, when God, in the story of Genesis, asked Eve, didst thou eat the fruit of the tree whereof I told thee thou shouldst not eat? She said, oh, but the serpent tempted me and I did eat. And God looked at the serpent, and the serpent didn't make any excuse. He probably knew. Because the serpent, being an angel, was wise enough to know where the present begins. So you see, if you insist on being moved, being determined by the past, that's your game. But the fact of the matter is, it all starts right now. But we like to establish a connectivity with the past, because that gives other people the impression that we're sane. If you ask me then, why am I talking? Well, I could say I'm making a living this way, or I have a message that I want to get across to you. But that is not the reason. I'm talking for the same reason that birds sing, and for the same reason that the stars shine. I dig it. Why do you dig it? Well, I could go on answering all sorts of questions about human motivation and psychology, but they wouldn't explain a thing, because explaining things by the past is really a refusal to explain them at all. All you're doing is postponing the explanation. You're putting it back and back and back and back, and that explains nothing. What does explain things is the present. Why do you do it now? What happens now, just as the sound comes out of silence, all this comes out of nowhere. This is in connection with what I explained to you in another talk about the power of nothingness. All life suddenly emerges out of space, bang, right now. And to ask again, why does it happen, is an unprofitable question. Because the interesting thing is not why, but what. What happens? Not why does it happen. I can say, well, I am doing this now because I did that then. And so I am producing for you a continuous line of thought. But actually, I'm doing it backwards. I'm doing it always from now and connecting up what I do now with what I did so that you can see a consistent story. If I define myself as the whole field of events, we'll say the organism environment field, which is the real me, then all the things that happen to me may be called my doing. And that is the real sense of karma. But when we speak about freedom from karma, freedom from being the puppet of the past, that simply involves a change in your thinking. It involves, in other words, you're getting rid of the habit of thought whereby you define yourself as the result of what has gone before. And instead, get into the more plausible and more reasonable habit of thought, in terms of which you don't define yourself in terms of what you've done before, but in terms of what you're doing now. And that is liberation from the ridiculous situation of being a dog wagged by its tail.
Well, that was pretty good.
I know, right?
It makes you think. It makes you wonder. I got a song from way back when, from when they took my channel down. Oh, I was sharing, but I want to make sure. All right, I'm gonna take us off the screen because I want this to. This is my old. It's just a kind of a. Oh, whoa! That's not it. Hold on. What is going on?
That's not it.
Can you hear that?
No.
Where's that coming from? Hold on 1 second. They're playing something. All right, they're killing me. Give me a second. I'll figure this out.
Carry this message to Hiram Abiff.
All wise is the owl who can see in the dark. All rise for the lessons of the evening to start. All seeing is the being who created the spark. Man knows he knows nothing if the man is smart. Star charts, technology is silly to those who know real space travel only happens with souls. Molecules and energy disassemble and flows. When space bends and distorts, we are UFOs. King Hiram, master of all builders. Step through 2 pillars, stalked by 3 killers. Buried inside a village, but wait, I'm not finished. Risen from the grave as a holographic image. Let's have a conversation about the constellations, about sound and light and matter and vibrations. The mathematics needed just for your genetic sequence. While humans are distracted studying devils and demons. I need more than 33, I'm 360. I need more than religious scriptures can give me. I'm in a chamber of reflection, getting busy, chanting and meditating till I'm dizzy. Memento mori, in the story, I told you I'm grand leveler. You never catch a grip or a token if you're a regular. You suckers had it twisted since the Morgan affair. I'm horseback attacking haters with a sword in the air. Sorta rare, but you can sorta compare me to Brother Manly. I got poets and scholars and pharaohs in my family. People trying to decipher and try to code me. Fans constantly quoting me, brothers saying, so mote it be.
I'm from your ancient future. Legend of the third degree, God, Hiram Abiff. Learn to see like degrees of Mason, because your faith. Legend of the third degree, God, Hiram Abiff. I'm from your ancient future. Legend of the third degree, God, Hiram Abiff. I'm master mason when I'm building my pyramid. Legend of the third degree, God, Hiram Abiff. Underneath the trees, lit up by the torches, going through degrees. Started horizontal, lifted vertically. What's the magic number? Mystery schools in ancient Egypt, alien science equipped, hovered above in 3 ships, large enough to eclipse the sun. The widow, the Virgin Mother Mary, a sprig of acacia found inside a cemetery. Let's talk of hieroglyphics, not the pseudo-scientific. The phony spirit healers or a reading by a mystic. The snake oil sellers or some fabricated cleric who speak of all religion to exploit the esoteric. The crystal rubber, card reader, Ouija board controller, the spellcaster, cult leader, or some holy roller. The soul sucker, vampire feeding off your energy, and people still believe in some imaginary enemy. I never look to the skies to say a prayer. There's no mystical wizard who's up there. Everything that ever was is everywhere. So let's light the 3 candles for this black tie affair. Stargating, well y'all are stargazing. Heart starts racing like studying Carl Sagan. Standing in formation, chanting the oration. Tell the mortals there will be no teleportation. Deep in dark woods, down the creepiest roads. Different symbols, letters, and numbers, you can see them decode. In the creepiest robes, bunch of people we loathe. I don't fuck with the shit they do in that Bohemian Grove. I'm from your ancient future. Legend of the third degree, God, Hiram Abiff. Learn to see like degrees of Mason, because your faith. Legend of the third degree, God, Hiram Abiff. I'm from your ancient future. Legend of the third degree, God, Hiram Abiff. I'm master mason when I'm building my pyramid. Legend of the third degree, God, Hiram Abiff.
So yeah, everybody who's interested, that's a I think he's from Connecticut, and he's a rapper named Apathy, and he's been around for a very, very long time. And he made this whole album, and it's like you know, he put himself in, I don't know if he is a Mason or not. He might be, but he put himself in like the position of a Mason, and he like wrote the whole album as if he was a Mason. And I play a lot of his music because I think he's good. I mean I like his style and the way he raps, and I always play him on here. But look, apathy, lack of feeling or emotion, impassiveness, lack of interest or concern, indifference. That's what it means. But hold on one second. I was trying to show you the channel. All right. Because you know I always play his music, but I never give him a shout out, and I think it's about time. All right, so So, I'm just bouncing around tonight, huh? Fucking hell. All right. Again, it gives me the definition. It just wants to give me the definition. So this is the channel right here. All right, Apathy. He's been around for a long time, but if you go down here, he has these full albums, The Widow's Son. And this whole album right here is about Freemasonry.
Switch and save $652.
The whole thing.
It's okay. There's enough for everyone.
The whole album is about Freemasonry, but there's one that I like really one video that he made really in particular that they'll probably take my stream down if I play it, but I'm gonna play it anyway.
No.
Well, it'll come back. Oh, what's this? No, it'll come back. I'll do it at the end, but this is my song that I wanted to play. Okay, we'll play mine as it's right there and it's ready. I wrote this song way back when. It's being worked on now, maybe.
Way back when? Way back when?
Way back when they took my YouTube channel down. I had this up on my channel when I used to like make videos and write songs to them. I'm trying to get it to go full screen. What's going on? All right, let's see.
As I walk out my front door, I take a look up at the sky. It looks like an airplane, making sigils and design, controlling the weather and blocking out the sun. So many chemtrails. No, they're not contrails. Dr. David Keith, he works at Harvard. We know you're spraying the skies. It's right on the website. I know the truth hurts. They want to have control. They want to cool the globe down. There's no globe to cool. Don't want you to know it, or just think it's contrails. So many chemtrails. It's right on the website. It was there, so it should still be there. They're blocking out the sun. No more sunshine, sunshine. Geoengineering is what they calling it. The sun, 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 sun. They're blocking out the sun.
They don't belong here.
They're blocking.
They don't belong here.
And now that you know this, and know you know that I showed you, what will you do? Just look out the window and look up to the sky. Look at the chemtrails. So many chemtrails. David Keith. It's on the website. We know you're blocking the sun. So many chemtrails, chemtrails, so many chemtrails.
We didn't keep the secrets. Governments just don't keep secrets like this. So that's the basic reason I think that the idea there's a large-scale secret program.
Quite a lot of chemtrails, yeah.
Government, he says, right there, he says, we can't keep the secret. Governments just don't keep secrets like this. I mean, so to think that there's a large-scale chemtrail operation, it's a conspiracy theory. And then in another interview, he like admits that there is. You know what I mean? Like, he's like double talk.
I mean, how can people believe that there's always been like miles long trails behind planes? How can people believe that?
I have some really cool. You guys want to watch some of my old songs? I have some really cool songs.
No, I don't want to watch chemtrail videos.
No,
I see the chemtrails
no. I have ones about other things, about other subjects, man. Relax.
Okay,
I don't have. Oh, it's not like a chemtrail album. It's just one song about chemtrails. It's like 3 minutes long. Calm down.
Dude, I'm still crying, dude.
This is my old channel, man. I'm looking through it. I'm digging. It's my old channel. It's my new channel. It's my main. This is my main archive of all my videos. Look at how many videos I got. Ridiculous. Ridiculous amount. Look at this one. This one, look, on Odyssey, they let you put GIFs for thumbnails. You see that? YouTube. You see that, YouTube? Get your shit together because they don't let you do it on YouTube. Well, they don't let me do it. They might let some people do it. Not me. So I have so many awesome videos. This is my archive. This is everything I got. Oh, here we go. This one. Oh no, I got that one on the other one. I don't need to play that one right yet. I can play that one anytime I want. All right, let me see. I'm looking for them. Trust me, it's hard to find. Look, I have over like 60 something, 70 pages of videos, guys. All you guys that aren't following me on Odyssey are like really missing out because that's that's just like the trash dump where everything ends up. Like YouTube, look, this is important. You see this one? You see this one right here? Voice to skull non-lethal frequency weapons removed. You guys need to check that one out, man. I'm telling you, me, Jenny, and Sins, we smashed it that night. We smashed it, but YouTube didn't like it. YouTube did not like it. You get it. And plus, I upload stuff to Odyssey that I would never upload in a million years to YouTube all the time, and my BitChute. BitChute is my main. BitChute's my main slice, but I don't have much up there.
They removed but they reinstalled Harry Fox again. I'm very happy. You know, Harry Fox.
Harry Vox?
Yeah.
Or Freddy Vox?
No, Harry.
Who's Harry? Which one's Harry?
He's the Jew basher. You know, the New York, the guy from New York.
There's a real guy named Vox, Vox?
Yeah.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Is he German?
I don't think so. No, he's from New York. He's like a typical New York guy.
But Vox is a German name, right? It's got to be, right?
Could be.
That's why. That's why I said, you know, the Freddy Vox. He's from Operation Paperclip. You know what I mean?
Uh huh. Oh, I didn't know that.
Our drummer. You know what I mean? He's German. And
we got him Fox.
Yeah. We got him from Operation Paperclip. You didn't see the history of him?
No.
I'll have to play it. We'll get to that.
The bio of the drummer. No, I didn't pick up on the bio of the drummer.
All right. Well, I want to show you something really cool, Voynich. I'm trying to find it though. We'll get there. I have so much stuff. I have so much cool stuff. My videos are just so great. Oh my god. Oh shit. I've done a lot. I've done a lot of work in this community to get to where I'm at. It's not just easy to get to where I'm at. You know what I mean? You can't just come out one day with a live stream and just be like, hey, and have it be successful. You know? This is one of my albums right here. Look. Snake presents the trials and tribulations of Ray Betts, 2005. There's an album up there from 2005. A whole album. Look, you can see all the names of the songs. We made an artwork for it. There's a whole bunch of albums. Whatever. You don't want to follow me on Odyssey, though. Look, there's my other album, Bop Talking For You Again, from 2004. My album from 2004 is up there. Whatever, though. You guys don't have to watch it.
Man has been busy for a while.
What's up?
Said you've been busy for a while.
I'm just saying, nobody, breaking the chains of addiction when I was on it, when it used to be good. What else do we got? Shadow People. That was the show that we did on Shadow People. Look, the one that we did on the Ukraine and the Russia war when Singe Man dressed up like a Russian Sergeant Slackenhoff. Just memories. Memories. The first aerial photo ever taken from a hot air balloon was in Boston in 1860. We covered it. Like, we were just going nuts for a while. Look, Dr. Kaufman's VIP guest live appearance. You can't watch it on you. You can't watch that on YouTube. Oh shit. Mask Man. I have a few different ones when I caught Mask Man. You guys didn't see Mask Man? Well, you're not on Odyssey. That's why. What else do we got over here? Hold on. I'm looking for a certain video of it. We'll get there. This fucking asshole. I'm never playing that one on YouTube. No. That one will stay in Odyssey. Look, there I am smoking weed out of an apple on Late Night Live number 38. This is Late Night Live 170, and it's been going consistently almost every night. We might have took like a few nights off here and there, but like I don't sleep. Look, Late Night Live 36, Flat Earth meetup. Look, there I am with everybody. There I am doing the Freemason flat sign right there. Whatever it is, whatever it means. It means the initiation ritual, so I must be initiated then. I must be all set then. Look at this. Are you feeling rewarded yet? Late Night Live number 27.
No, when you're initiated, you know it. When you're sodomized, you know it.
Yeah.
It's not like I think I've been initiated. It's like,
I'm just joking around. I know it's just a flat. I just know it's a flat. It's just a flat Earth sign, dude. It's not a big deal. Look at that. You see that? My hand? I have pavement glass in my hand right there. That's a good video. I should show that one, but it'll take me off track on what I'm trying to show. Hold on. I'm getting there. I'll get to the pavement glass. Look, my videos with Stuffed Beagle are still up there on Odyssey. We did some serious mud flood research, me and Beags, there for a while. We were really digging. We were making it. It's Bill Miller. Bill Miller's up there. He helped me out so much. Look, there I am again. Look at us all. Wow. What else do we got? I made a lot of good videos with Stuffed Beagle. It's a shame. It's a shame that the friendship had to fall apart. All right, so what do we got here? I'm looking for something here.
I know you're looking for something.
Yeah.
But are you going to find it?
No, I'm going to find it. I know where it's at. I'm just...
Where it's at.
Yeah, it's here.
Where it's at.
I think it's cool to just go through all my videos on here.
Ego tripping. Ego tripping.
Well, no, everybody can see what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, everyone can see how many videos that they're missing out on by not going on Odyssey. Because, like, YouTube's been killing us. They've been blocking us. We need to build something somewhere, And they don't fuck with us on Odyssey, dude. And it's free. I mean, I don't know what's up with their little LBC thing that they got going on, but they already said I could get a join button if I want, but I haven't really signed up for it, so I don't know.
You got 62 coins, dude.
Yeah, what is that? Yeah, but what does that mean? Like, it's like 50 cents. Look, immediately spendable, 25. So I have like a bunch wrapped up in other people's videos, because I just throw them around like nothing. I don't care. What is it?
I don't care.
I don't know how to get the money. I don't know how to get money out of that. The fuck does that mean?
It's probably not worth it either.
No, because then, yeah, it's probably really not.
Brian Staveley once, I think, made $200 or $300, and Globebusters also $400, and that's it. But I don't know if they, that was like they collected that from somewhat like 5 years in a row, so
Yeah.
And that's big channels, so it
I'm
might be
almost,
worth it after a while.
I'm almost there.
If you have a few thousand credits.
Someone said, "How's the mannequin? How's the personican mannequin boy?"
How's the mannequin?
Yeah, that's what. Isn't that a weird question?
Yeah.
That's what random fan asked you.
Yeah, random fan is very weird.
All right. Oh, here's one. All right, here's one that I have. All right, you ready?
Random fan is very weird. It's not random. It's just constantly.
I know who he is. I know who
talking about weird stuff.
Provided to you to amuse or entertain and not to inform. Content provided.
My mannequin is not weird. Okay.
Professional, financial, legal, or
She's
medical
one of the finest white girls
all
around.
footage taken and used from public sources falls under fair use of Digital Millennial Copyright Act of 1998. Therefore, no breach of privacy or copyright has been committed.
Lunatics are wearing masks. Them lunatics are still wearing masks. The CDC states lifted the ban, but Dr. Fauci sticks to the plan. The lunatics have magnet arms. The lunatics have magnet arms. You see a jab, stick a magnet to the arm, and they won't like it anymore. You watch the jab, watch the magnet stick, then you upload it to YouTube. And if the ban gets lifted anytime too soon, how many sheep do they have left on the hill? I hope this hoax explodes in all their stupid faces, but I know that Jesus Christ wins in the end. COVID-19 is in their heads. COVID-19 is in their heads. You make the choice, you change your blood. You're rearranging what God made. If you consent and throw away your freedom, without a fight, you are insane. And if the news on for too long in your ears. Turn the TV off so you can hear. And if the bands get lifted anytime too soon, I'll see you on a video on YouTube.
I love that video. That was a good one. No.
Many globe earthers love to point out lunar eclipses and act as if they were solid proof.
Boom. All right, let's see if I can go back. Let's see if I can navigate it the proper way. Is it going to be? Oh, cool. All right, cool. We're getting there. Would you? Oh, it's going to play it again. No. What do you think? You think they're going to allow it? You think they're going to allow that, boy?
What?
The video?
Which one?
All right,
one?
so the one I just played. All right, so here's another one I made. These are my music videos, guys, that I made back in the day, like when I first started out on YouTube. This is what I started doing. All right.
Birds are spared, then can you reproduce? NASA, the Big Bang for me. Explosions don't create, they destroy things. There was a time when science used to prove things using the scientific method. Now it's just a bunch of bullshit theories. I said, NASA, why you so slow to go back to
All we need is just a little science.
We're beginning to run out of patience.
Sad woman.
Said NASA, hurry up. 33 billion a year in taxes, and all we do is pay for all your spaceships. Spaceships. Oh yeah. I sit there in my chair. I know the earth is flat. I love to see balls of water spin in a vacuum. There was was a time when I wasn't sure, but then I saw it for myself. You're swimming in a swimming pool of nonsense. I said, NASA, it's time to go. We want our money back. And I say you need a major facelift. There is no space in a vacuum. It's void of empty space. Why we pay for all your spaceships? Spaceships.
All we need is a little science. Yeah, yeah.
A little spaceship. Yeah. Some little spaceships. Yeah. Put you on a spaceship. Yeah. Another spaceship. Yeah. Another spaceship. Yeah. A bunch of little spaceships. Yeah.
Flying for a long time.
I've been smoking my weed tonight. Ain't trying to get in a fight. I didn't believe when you told me it's flat. Now I can see it's flatter than the top of Slash hat. And the trolls don't change, but maybe their names. And I love my time on this plane, cause I need truth. Yeah, well I need truth. I need truth. Whoa, I need truth. This time.
What's up with the trolls?
Spaceships.
Because, you know, the words of the song, the trolls don't change, but maybe the names.
Okay.
So I put the trolls in there, you know. I don't know.
Just a little spaceship.
Yeah. But I got this other one too that's pretty cool. I wanted to show you. The one I'm really looking for. It's coming up. I've been writing music for a while. I got some good stuff, but no one gives a shit. No one cares.
Yeah, you need to work on the rhythm shit. You need to read them.
Oh no, that's old. Yeah, I'm way better now. That's old, and that was a shitty guitar that I had. Like, you know.
Hey, dude, I'm commenting, but I cannot sing or make any music. So you know.
Yeah, it's not as easy. It's not that easy.
I know. I've tried.
But where was it? Hold on 1 second. There was a lot of cool stuff. All right. Oh yeah, here it is. All right. So you see this lady right here in the picture, right here at the bottom. I'm not gonna try to even move down. You see it?
I see her.
All right. Her name is Amy Mainzer. Right. Okay. There's like a PBS, like a public broadcasting station over here, right? And like, you can tell she works for NASA, right, or some shit, right? And like, she's like supposed to be an astronomer, right? And she indoctrinates the children, is what she does. Like, they have her on all these, you know, space shows on like the kids channels, and she's always popping up on, like, you know what I mean? And that's who she is, okay? And I wrote her. She's so beautiful, and I love her so much that I wrote her a song about her.
Teaching the lies in your history reminds me of a huge NASA mystery. They say she's got the whole multiverse in her eyes. All the time she shows kids space. Take them away to your imaginary place. You probably know you're brainwashing them blind. Whoa, any means that you find. Ooh, brainwashing them blind. Oh, 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 controlling their minds. Ooh, 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 take them to space before 5.
Gravity and work.
Days you show fake space, CGI cartoons of an imaginary place. The only thing NASA sent to space is our minds. I turn on the TV to channel 2 to try to give my kids something to do. Amy pops up, space propaganda, all lies. Whoa, oh, 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 Amy minds that you find. Oh, brainwashing them blind. Whoa, oh, 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 take them to space before 5. Ooh, controlling their minds.
I look at pictures that come off of a space telescope.
Where did you go? Where did you go now? Where did you go? Where did you go? Where did you go now? Where did you go? Where did you go? Wow, 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 NASA, where did you go? Where did you go? Where did you go? NASA, NASA, where have you gone to? Nowhere.
Am I being accused of ignoring the chat? Dude, have you... I've been going for 5.5 hours. Now I'm echoing. Morgan, I'm echoing. It's your fault. I was going to let Morgan on. I can't let people... Listen, this is the problem. I'm going to... No, I want to explain myself. No, I'm getting aggravated now. I've been going... What? Who was I ignoring? Oh, well, I've been going for 5.5 hours and I've been talking to people all night, Daniel Becker. I was just playing a few songs. I wasn't ignoring nobody. I was just sitting there listening to music. And Morgan, you got to fix that echo or I'm muting you. All right, there you go. Fix it. Okay, so Voynich, like, I've been talking all night. What is he talking about?
I don't know, dude.
I think you owe me an apology, Daniel Becker, because that was a false accusation. I'm serious, bro. Like, I don't want to have no problems, but like, all right, thank you. It's like 6 a.m. where I am. Where are you from? I'm from Boston. It's like fucking about to be light out. I've been on all night. Morgan knows I wasn't ignoring him. I was sharing a video, and the problem is I don't have two screens. Yeah, you're still echoing, Morgan. Fix it. I don't know what it is, Morgan. You got to fix it though. It's you, because when I mute you, it goes away. So anyway, yeah, like I'm running a live stream here. I'm running a tight strip, a tight ship. Voynich knows how it is, and I've been doing this for a while, dude. Sure, I don't have a problem talking to the chat. Like, what do you want me to do? You want me to sit here and talk to the chat all night? Is that what you'd rather me do than show truth? I'll show truth videos that you guys won't see on YouTube from Odyssey, or I can sit here and talk to you guys. What do you want to talk about? You want to come on, Daniel Becker, and talk to me? Why don't you come in? Here, hold on. Come on the show, Daniel Becker. You want to talk? You have something you want to talk about? Let's go. Let's get you on. I'm calling you out because I never seen you on here before. I never seen do the work.
Oh yeah, he's been here before.
He's been here. Come on, join. Come
he's
talk.
Been around for years.
What do you want to discuss? You have a good subject. I'll bring it up on the screen. I mean, this is tough to do. I've been going for 6 hours, dude.
Daniel Becker is I think he's a Christian guy, so.
I know. I'm just saying, like I was playing a few of my songs. That's all. But you don't like it. You should have been listening. You don't listen to music. I don't know. I'm a musician, So anyways,
an insomniac and a coffee drinker and a weed smoker.
Yeah, exactly. And I stay up all night, and I've been showing flat Earth stuff all night. Okay, rewind the stream. I've been showing flat Earth proofs all night. I've been talking about it. I've been talking to people. I've been answering questions. I had to boot out a few people earlier, so I wasn't sure if you were attacking me. I'm sorry, but it's the way it is. I had to boot someone, and now I might be getting attacked, so I got to be on the defensive now. You know what I'm saying? But I realize you're not one of them. That's fine. But I'm not fucking playing games anymore. You know why?
Because the sky is white and the clouds are blue?
No. It's simple, Voynich. It's because I'm looking for generals. What do I got? Foot soldiers.
Foot soldiers. You bums forgot how to kill people? Doesn't your work?
You got no sense of duty?
Have you no sense of pride in what you do? No sense of duty? No sense of destiny? I'm looking for generals. What do I got? Foot soldiers.
Yo, Bear, what up? Salute. Ferrigno, salute. Alright, look. Yeah. See, he ducking. I ain't even have to show him the 3. When them shots fly, he ain't even know it was me. How you got changed, stupid, you supposed to be free. I laugh at you assholes like it's cold in the D. It's a million Philly killers, most notably me. Put your mob against the wall like a poster of P. What you think inside this big black holster on me? It's the crucifix that dangle from the rosary bead. Ain't nobody fucking with me. Everybody know the time. Motherfuckers didn't get the picture like a photobomb. The driveway full of Aston Martins like a Motorcon. Aim the yapper, let these bitches fly till he emulsified. This the Church of Satan, it's the final invitation. Everybody dying, this is final destination. Me and you could go to war, that's the price a soldier paid. The knife word cut the clavicle and touch the shoulder blade.
Blood everywhere, spilling like copper pennies, get shot in the head. Salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the 4 nickels shining so vibrantly.
Blood everywhere, spilling like copper pennies, get shot in the head. Salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the 4 nickels shining so vibrantly.
Killers with Phil down in you eyes. I kill the mob of you guys. Fuck the fries, just kebab you with knives. Everybody got mafia ties. White castles at the bar, Mr. Appetizer, shotties and knives. Gucci gooses on display, shooters on the way, Bruce's on the bay. The Farrah Pizza Buffet, an exclusive day. Banana hands like Tony Robbins. Spumoni Gardens, the Coney down that homie, we keep the chromie poppin'. Rockin' the 14th century death mask, gazelle goggles and Fendi headbands. I talk that Brooklyn shop you up talk. Shoot on like you used to fuck off. Y'all never had enough sauce for blood sport. Nor to stomach the floors with the drugs bought. Quarter hundred the floors like a drug lord. Swimming pool shaped like a dollar sign. And choppers that make a day rape out of Columbine. Raiders of the laws, cocaine, Satan mass. Papers of the frauds, coalesce with the ancient math. Blood everywhere, smelling like copper pennies. Get shot in the head, salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the phone nickel shining so vibrantly.
Blood everywhere, smelling like copper pennies. Get shot in the head, salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the phone nickel shining so vibrantly.
Headphones in, so no problem now.
Yeah, you're not echoing now. That's cool.
Yeah.
So
I
the
old camera up, if you notice. I don't know if you can tell.
So how have you been doing, Morgan?
Perfect. The picture's perfect. I've actually had clarity, man. Like really good. Really good.
Yeah.
So like I've been doing.
Yeah.
Doing a lot of shows, like doing a
well,
lot of shows 24/7. Like actually,
can
like 20 hours a day.
I ask you a question? Right? When you're playing a song, when you're screen sharing a song, and you only have one computer, right? Like when you're using StreamYard, you're supposed to have two screens, right? Because like when you're screen sharing, it takes up the whole screen, and you can't even see the chat, right? So how can you talk to the chat while you're sharing a song? Can you do that? Is it possible? I mean, it would ruin the song. It would ruin the song, wouldn't it? You would be talking over the song, right?
Not really.
Like I'm saying, if you were trying to like play a music video and you wanted people to watch it, and you were trying to get the song out, right, on your stream, like you wanted to put like a song on your stream, right? Like you have a song that you made a video for that YouTube took down, and you're trying to get it back, put back up on your channel because YouTube stole your whole channel and took it down and erased it, deleted your whole channel that you had 770 subs on, right? All right. And then you're like trying to, like, you have hundreds of videos on Odyssey that you're trying to get back up on YouTube, right? So you're trying to get them up on your streams, right? You know, like, and I have a bunch of music videos I made and stuff because I figure the best way to get them on YouTube is to squeeze them into a stream, because when you do a long stream like this, they don't notice. They don't notice.
I went to a page of yours yesterday, and you've got 3 videos. And do you play those? I thought.
Well, that's what I'm trying. I'm trying to get them all back up on YouTube again. They took my whole channel down like a few months ago. Like, I'm trying to, but the best way I figured out to do it is, right, instead of just uploading them as a video, because like if it's a 3-minute video, the algorithm scans it, right, really fast, and they might just hit you with something, right, for like a 3-minute video. If you fit it in a long ass like 8-9 hour live stream, right, it'll stay up because they don't notice it because there's too much for them to fucking look at, you know? So I've been squeezing all my old videos into my new live streams to get them back up on YouTube again. So when I have like a music video playing, I can't talk to the chat. That's impossible. Like I'm trying to get the music back up on YouTube. You get what I'm saying? Like I'm not trying to talk over it and make like, so, and it's like, there was a whole bunch of people here all at once, and there's like not much I could really do about it. Like, it's really hard to stay in touch with the whole chat. Was there something bad going on in the chat that you needed my help? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if there was something crazy going on in the chat, let me know. Or like, you guys all have wrenches, you can take care of it. That's why I gave everybody a wrench, so I don't have to deal with it. You know, it distracts me from the show. Like, I'm trying to do a good show here, where like I could show you guys a lot of truth. I do my
I
streams are
think they were
better
trying to
than
get your attention. I don't think it was anything. Like, you know what I mean?
my
I don't think it was that big a deal.
my streams are better than like some people's Patreon
Yeah,
streams.
he
You know what I
totally
mean?
just said he's sorry for any problem at all, right there.
I know. He's cool, but I know he's cool. It's cool. I'm just trying to explain myself. I always do that. I over explain myself, but I don't want to seem like an asshole. You know, I'm just
You know what I think?
I'm just trying to run. I'm just trying to run a
I think the
successful
stuff you were
show.
showing, people were excited about. Okay, and I'm not lying because I can't. Well, if I don't lie. So, actually, people that make that statement don't listen to people that make a statement. Even when I said it right there, it sounds cheap to say. Anyway, I think if people were enjoying the video.
Yeah. You're clicking
and
now.
they were like,
Now,
they wanted to know
now
a
you listen. Now you're
little
clicking
bit
and
of a question about this or that, and
you're
and
clicking
they
and
wanna get
popping. You're
your
clicking and
attention.
popping.
They want to get your attention, right? Questions about it and whatnot.
If you want to talk to me, come on the show and talk to me. I put out the link. Talk to me face to face like a human being.
That was what exactly. You're right. You're right.
That's how I like
exactly
it. That's
right.
why.
That's what.
Listen.
That's
That's why I do this show.
Wild.
I do this show late at night to talk to the community so we can all get together and
It's like fractal. It's like fractal reality.
When I let people, I let people on to come on and talk to me. If you have something you want to talk about, bring it and talk. And I'll even help. I'm even willing to help put the stuff up on the screen, like whatever you want to talk about. I'll find it and bring it up. I'm getting that good that I can do that. Yeah.
It's like I got a spot for a gold tooth, but I don't. I think the gold is the humility.
I got a missing tooth too. You go. That's what happens when you go to the dentist.
You know what? I think the thing is, I think straight people, like, you know, I mean, people, I'll put that on my credit card. Like, sometimes when they're, like, arguing with you or whatever, you just gotta flash that, and all of a sudden they're like, oh, no, that's okay, you go ahead. Like, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like it looks a little bit out of your comfort, you know what I mean? Because all they look at you, and it's honestly because outside of their comfort zone. They're like, oh, that's unbecoming. And they want to get away from you. Because something's not perfect in the world. I've got a tooth missing, and he can't stand it.
Yeah.
That's honestly how crazy some people are, man. That's how crazy some people are.
You're pretty crazy, Morgan. You're pretty crazy. You're pretty crazy, man. You're pretty crazy.
In a good way, though. I'm driven crazy by the truth that's in the world, or by the lack thereof being brought into it, because everything tells the truth, and that's the glory of everything. The rocks themselves scream out the truth, you know, and don't they? And haven't they been? Wow. The rocks themselves have been screaming out, Jesus Christ is Lord, the earth is flat, and we're melted buildings. Jesus got it right again.
Yeah.
I love that. I'm not going to smile that big when I just figured out Jesus went, oh, by the way, if I don't say anything in about 1,000 years, or 700, people are going to be going, the rocks are crying out, whoa, Jesus.
You know your mic is clicking. Your mic is clicking and popping. You probably know, but you probably just don't care.
I'm getting loud. That's because I'm making my voice go up and down, up and down, up and down.
No, it's not. It's a click and pop mic, dude. Maybe it's a loose wire.
There's a lot of wires.
Yeah, I understand, Daniel Becker. You're just waking up. I get it. It's fine. I just wanted to explain it to people what's going on because it is a little confusing sometimes. It's my fault too. I make my show confusing on purpose because it's like it's an algorithm thing. Like, all right, most truther channels, they stick to the program, right? Like like you guys watch a lot of different channels, right? And they all do the same thing, right? Pretty much, right? But you notice mine's a little different. It's like I play like mainstream stuff, almost like not mainstream, but underground rappers and all kinds of different stuff. That confuses the shit out of the algorithms. They don't know if this is a truth channel, if it's a rap channel, if it's a music channel, if it's a fucking history channel. They're not sure. You know what I'm saying? So they can't really, I don't know. I'm a little smarter than the average bear. You know what I mean? And you know what else is cool about it? When I play all these other people on my channel, like when people search for them, my videos show up. So it like gets me into other other categories. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm doing a lot. I'm doing a lot all at once, and I'm teaching you guys what to do because you got to be original. You know, my best friend Barry died at 28. He had a brain aneurysm. He was like my brother. But he always told me, Ray, you got to stay original. You got to stay original. Keep rapping. Don't ever give up and stay original. And that was like his last words to me, honestly. And that's what I do.
I get writer's block a lot. I might have smoked a lot of pot. Sometimes I can't talk. Sometimes I can't walk. Sometimes I can't leave at all. Sometimes my girl makes me want to leave the mall. Why can't I rest? Something always gotta manifest. Please, baby girl, put your in the rest. Yeah, the long day, bitch, and take that test. All we do is make records. The corny motherfuckers disrespect us. Now it's time to get a little reckless. I was going to say let's get a little breakfast, but it's dinner time. I never remember, never mind. I learn from the mistakes that I make. Why do they call me the snake? Wake and bake like the cake that I make. Or should I say shake and bake? I've said before I made mistakes, but it takes a few times. Then I puke line, 2 time over a new crime. Over just 1 or 2 lines. I'm a slow learner, drone burner. It's simple math, add and subtract. Listen to my rap, sing, have a laugh. Don't have an asthma attack.
My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. I survive. I survive.
Yo, rap money ain't fast money. When you ask people fake, but they fucking act funny. And that's funny, because they'd rather download it for free than to buy my CD to help support me. And that's a fact, money. But they love to listen to the dumb stuff I rhyme, then they let their guns butt like some dumb fucks. I might be a young fuck from Boston, not down south like young fuck. I know a white man that has a tattoo that says white trash under a dump truck. Hooked on phonics, worked for me. I was hooked on chronic perfectly. It hits a main nerve, but there's more to see. Like the bud with the purple leaves from a purple tree. It just means more to me. I'll beat your herb ass to the curb fast. I know when
my ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. I survive. I survive.
I've been down the road, wasn't an easy place for me to go. You know what I mean? Felt like I was walking through life barefoot in the snow. God damn it, this world is so cold. Gotta get a grip. Every time I turn around, I roll another blunt and take another sip. What the fuck is my mind? Is it stuck in a state where I'm thinking I'm still locked up in a cage? I'm waking up in a rage, but I'm free. So let me just do me, nigga. We gotta make it in this rapping shit, cause I'm used to the streets hustling and clapping shit. But you know what? If I ain't got nothing else, then that's just it. I'ma roll with it, and I'ma roll with it and roll with it until I'm in the dirt bed, cause shit I did.
My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. I survive. I survive.
I found something that looks cool that just popped up. I was waiting for this to pop up. I've been watching this series on this guy's channel. He's in the Mudfoot community. Actually, he's really good. His name's Andreas Exitris. You know who he is. Yeah. He has like an X for the last name. It's hard to, but this is called Acid Dreams Part 4.
Yeah.
Tune in to Recent Tartarian.
Recent Tartarian.
For preaching LSD, high surrealism. After their expulsion from Harvard, Leary and Alpert were determined to carry out additional studies in the religious use of psychedelic drugs. They set up a grassroots nonprofit group called the International Federation for Internal Freedom, whose ranks quickly swelled to 3,000 dues-paying members. Local offices sprang up in Boston, New York, and Los Angeles. IFIF believed that everyone should be allowed to use mind-expanding chemicals because the internal freedom they provided was a personal and not a governmental matter. They envisioned a society in which large numbers of people would seek higher consciousness, ecstasy, and enlighten it through hallucinogens. It's only a matter of time, Leary stated confidently, until the psychedelic experience will be accepted. We see ourselves as modest heroes, an educational tool to facilitate the development of new social forms. We're simply trying to get back to man's sense of nearness to himself and others, the sense of social reality which civilized man has lost. We're in step with the basic needs of the human race, and those who oppose us are far out. In the summer of 1963, IFIF moved its headquarters to a hotel in Zihuatanejo, Mexico, a lush tropical paradise 200 miles north of Acapulco. There they sponsored an experiment in transcendental living based on the utopian writings and visionary insights of Aldous Huxley. Leary invited Dr. Albert Herman to participate in a seminar on drug research at the hotel, emphasizing that broadcast and print journalists from the most important mass media would be present. Hoffman demurred. He was disturbed by Leary's publicity-conscious approach. Huxley declined an offer to join the fledgling movement on similar grounds. He was seriously ill at the time. On November 22nd, the same day President Kennedy was assassinated, Huxley passed away.
The St. Patrick's Day shake, they still have it around here
He
sometimes. It'll come back around. It comes around still. You just gotta get it around that time. I don't even know. Do they really bring it around St. Patrick's Day? They bring it around every once in a while. I like it too.
This injection of LSD-25 given by his wife. As she administered the psychedelic, Laura Huxley saw this immense expression of complete bliss and love. She whispered, light and free like...
If you're ever on death row, right, and you're in jail and they're gonna kill you, Morgan, you know how they always ask you like what you want in your last meal to be? You know?
They used to,
Morgan?
yeah.
Well, they don't do that no more? All right, and they...
Some guy got real fucking clever with it, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They said, no, I don't want anything. And then they were like, forget that now.
Well, I heard like ask for something that is impossible. Like I want like a McRib and a Shamrock Shake. You know what I mean? Like there's no way they'll have that.
They'll do that.
But imagine how would they get that at the same time? They don't make them at the same time of year. Like they don't have a McRib all the time, and they don't have a Shamrock Shake. It's like a seasonal thing.
It has to exist for you to get it.
Yeah. Well, what? But it does exist. Eventually they'll get it.
It's not the law. It's just men knowing. Look, you're about to die. What would you like to eat?
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Courtesy that it used to just be considered.
What do you want for your last meal? I want a Shamrock Shake and a McRib. Right, because it's like a seasonal thing. Oh, and a chicken palm sandwich, from Burger King. Because that's every once in a while. The Italian style,
like Kentucky Fried.
Yeah.
And
what I'm saying is these are sandwiches that they don't
make that for you. That's not too
they don't
much.
have them all the time.
I'm
saying
they'll do that kind of stuff, right? They'll make you like 3 courses if you want to get fancy. Now they might say go to the second course. And say, no. You're gonna have. You're getting like Kentucky Fried. No, you can have Kentucky Fried all the fixins, but I mean, and what beverage you'd like, and but I mean,
the Italian style chicken's off the hook at Burger King, but you can only get it every once in a while, and it's only good when they first stop making it. I noticed after like a month goes by, it becomes garbage. I don't know what's up with that. Well, you said you used to work there. What's up with that? Why is the Italian chicken good when they first stop making it, and then like towards the end, all of them come out like shit. Like the last few months.
Darling, forward
because when they come out, management's watching, or like they're checking, and then it's on its own. Everybody's been trained.
Yeah.
Far more than IFIF could handle. The group's activities revolved around a tower on the beach in which at least one person at all times maintained a solemn vigil while high on LSD. The ritual changing of the guard took place at sunrise and sunset, and to be chosen for a stretch in the tower was considered a privilege. Beatnik and Bohemian types were not allowed to participate in the program, but that did not stop them from pitching tents nearby, smoking marijuana and lounging in the sun. These scruffy, uninvited guests did little to enhance IFIF's reputation, nor did rumors of the all-night orgies that were supposedly commonplace in the hotel. Scarcely 6 weeks after they had arrived, lurid reports in the Mexican press led to the expulsion of the LSD colonists. Leary and Alpert returned to the U.S. with their small but energetic band of followers and began to look for an alternative base of operations. During this period, they rubbed shoulders with some of the richest jet setters on the eastern seaboard,
Los Angeles.
including
East.
William
Wow,
Long
Veil
Hitchcock,
Palm from Burger
a
King.
tall,
I don't know if I would
handsome
trust that.
stockbroker in his 20s.
I don't need
Hitchcock
Veil
was the
Palm
grandson
anyway,
of William Larimer
but
Hitchcock,
I don't know. I
founder
don't
of
know if I would
Gulf Oil,
trust it from Burger
and a
King.
nephew of Pittsburgh
I
financier
would.
Andrew
I
Mellon.
would because I've had it in
He
jail.
served as Treasury Secretary during
So I
Prohibition,
understand it can be
81
done.
cents
It
to a
can be
sizable
done
inheritance,
economically,
and a
right? You know
family
what I mean?
trust
And
fund that
it's one
provided
of the
him
things you
with
can. Yeah,
$15,000
I get
per
it.
week in spending. Billy Hitchcock was in a position
seen
to
it
offer a
done.
lot more than moral support to the psychedelic movement. He first
It's a
turned
meal
on
you can make money on, Ray. The veal
Peggy,
parm.
the director of IFIF's New York branch, introduced
Like, not
him
because
to
it's
Hey,
so good.
Morgan.
No, I'm saying it.
Hey,
It's
Morgan.
obviously a
Morgan,
meal
do
that-
you want to start a Veil Palm business with me? You want to go
No,
into the Veil Palm?
because
Let's
the
throw
quality
some
of
money.
it that we would provide people with
Morgan.
would be nutrition almost none. It would. I mean, it's a little bit, but it just.
I
be
know,
filler,
but
basically,
Morgan,
like a
let's
nugget.
put some money into it. Let's put some of that old
Just to make
Isabella
more
Live
money?
2.
I know I can.
Listen,
The Lord gives me enough.
no, I'm saying that old Isabella Live 2.0 money that I know you got stashed away somewhere. Let's throw it into a company. We'll start Veil Palm. Morgan and Ray's
credit
Veil.
that I have, like at any time that I can use for who I am. Like when it comes down to the music and things like that. Like I don't have to win a contest to get booked on a show or something like that. I just have to say, when would you like to make free money for our commercial providers, Morgan? Like, come on down, because you know what you're doing. You want to come do it for free? Great. You know what I mean, right? Like, so.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it does give me an avenue, though, to get in front of cameras.
Yeah, you must love I love getting in front of the cameras too. It's so fun, right? The big ones. You mean like when the cameras show up and you're like there, and it's like happening, and you're like, whoa, right? Hey.
You have to forget about all that, or else it doesn't happen again. They don't let you do it again. You notice.
Yeah. They got mad at me last time.
There, or else they won't. Or else the camera leaves you like a cat. Ooh,
Yeah.
I never thought just like a cat. Yes, the fickle lens of the camera. Interesting.
Morgan.
Yes, indeed, Truman's eye. Watching a show. When Truman's watching reality television, whoa,
Yeah.
there's an acid trip. Truman watching Survivor. How did they make it? Did they make it just for Truman, or is it the same Survivor everybody else watches too? And if
Truman?
that's so, there's a commonality that they all share then.
Wait, you talking about the Truman Show now?
Yeah.
We're getting into that? We're getting into the Truman Show? Is that what
I
we're
threw it out
talking
there
about?
Already. I already said it. It's already out there. Truman's watching the show. Truman's watching Survivor already. Does he watch the same Survivors everybody else watches? Or do they make a Survivor just for Truman?
Morgan,
so that
Morgan.
they can use a valuable
Morgan, you have your
programming
guitar.
time
Are we playing
to keep
guitar
him
tonight?
in.
Are we playing guitar tonight? You have your guitar out or what? Because
We're
mine's
watching LSD
mine's
show.
already. Yeah, you want to watch the LSD show, but we'll put the volume. We'll put the volume down so it's nothing, and we'll just play guitar over it.
But no,
Because mine's set
really
up
like
right.
What it's saying. I mean,
All right. You want to pay attention? All right, we'll play it. We'll play a little bit more. We'll play a little bit more. If you feel like playing guitar, give me a hoot.
Hitchcock made his family's 4,000-acre estate in Dutchess County, New York, available to the psychedelic clan for a nominal $500 monthly rent. At the center of the estate sat a turreted 64-room mansion known as Millbrook, surrounded by polo fields, stables, beautiful pine forests, tennis courts, a lake, a large gatehouse, and a picturesque fountain. 2 hours from New York City by car, this idyllic spread served as the grand backdrop for the next phase of the chemical crusade. With a new headquarters at Millbrook, IFIF was disbanded and replaced by another organization, the Castalia Foundation, named after the intellectual colony in Hermann Hesse's The Glass Bead Game. Leary, a great fan of Hesse, felt that this particular book illuminated many of the problems he and his cohorts would confront while trying to apply the psychedelic experience to social living. Specifically, Leary was concerned about the relationship between the mystic community and the rest of society. He did not want Millbrook to degenerate into a haven for isolated intellectuals. His group would avoid this perennial pitfall by remaining socially relevant. They would undertake the spiritual search in a communal setting and report back to the rest of the world. They would keep records, compile statistics, and publish articles in their own journal. The Psychedelic Review. Above all, they would become an active, educative, and regenerative force, an example for others to follow. A core group of approximately 30 men and women gathered at Millbrook, including many acid veterans from the early days at Harvard. They were rejoined by Michael Halshead, who had left the group in early 1963
A little bit
to work
different than
in
the
New
Merry
York City with an
Pranksters, doesn't it
organization
sound?
known as the Jaguar
At this point?
Scientific Trust. Halshead
Hold on,
had
hold on,
quite a
hold on.
scene going for a while at his.
What was your question? I couldn't hear you.
I
over
said
it.
it's a little bit different than the Merry Pranksters. Do you know who the Merry Pranksters were?
Yes, I've heard about the Merry Pranksters.
Yeah,
So the
Timothy Leary set up like an acid test, I guess, with the CIA going around to douse everybody. You know what I mean? And have like events just to see what the effect would be.
and the Merry Pranksters were the people that would, if you were having a bad trip, they would make you feel happy, right? They looked like clowns
More,
and shit.
more like the people that would come along and douse you without you really knowing about it, as long as you were there anyway.
Oh, those were the guys that were dropping it in people's drinks and hitting them in the head and throwing them out the windows and saying they jumped.
No.
Did that really happen?
I don't think they were doing that, but I mean, they.
I seen a
They certainly were agents of chaos and Loki's.
Well, no, like I seen. All right, you seen on the news how like back then they were saying like all these people were taking LSD and jumping out the window and shit like that and accidentally falling out the window. And
nobody was doing that off this shit, man.
No, but what I'm saying is I don't. But what I'm saying is I heard what was happening was what was really happening was this. No, listen, the CIA had this handbook, right? Where it was like the way to kill, their directions on how to kill someone, right?
Okay.
And it showed this is what they were doing, right? They would give the person the acid, right? They would drop it in their drink, and then when they were all fucked up, they would hit them in the head, right there, with a flashlight, and throw them out the hotel window and say they were on acid and they jumped.
Okay. That may have been how one killing was done for one guy that they maybe used for like he was going like for you know what I mean like to get rid of.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You and that one guy. What's his name? What's his name?
He was a Canadian, man. He had kids and everything, and they fucked him.
Yeah,
up.
he was a Canadian.
But I mean,
yeah, and his son was the one
that's
that.
not what they do.
I heard they did it to a lot of people. All right. So explain it to me. Then. Enlighten me.
That has nothing even to do with the Merry Pranksters. Tim
All right.
Leary.
No. I know. It has
Getting
nothing to do with
high,
the Merry Pranksters.
is this guy that they're presenting. Then when he kind of gets a little bit more ousted, because you cannot just keep having orgies and shit like that, and inviting rich people's, whatever, you know what I mean? And the thing is, you fall out of what's called disrepute. But the CIA he's still fine for the acid culture, and we need it to be a little bit more prevalent. So they still roll them out, and the Merry Pranksters people, they were just there. They will get you high, they've got a lot of acid on them, and they throw parties. At these parties, they will douse everybody. It doesn't matter whether, even though you're just there. Oh no, thanks. Oh, okay, well anyway, have a drink. Oh, anyway, have this. So they're Merry Pranksters because
I had one with a silver lightning bolt on it, Daniel Becker.
Well, I mean, they're gonna probably give you maybe 500 milligrams at the most, but I mean, you'll just lose your mind. That's all.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about.
It can only be a good thing though.
It was red and green though, with a bolt on it, and it was from the Grateful Dead. You know what I'm talking about, Daniel Becker? I couldn't tell what the picture was.
I know what you're saying.
But it was like it had like red and green, and it had this little silver lightning bolt, like what he's saying right there, flash acid. I didn't know that's what it was called. That's crazy. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, no,
go ahead, Morgan.
Say that the Merry Pranksters were guys that would go around with Timothy Leary because you can't just douse everybody. You got to have some people handing it out.
Yeah. So how many of them was there?
A whole busload, man. Maybe 50.
So they just went around dosing people and not telling them about it?
For real, man. For real. In a bus.
In a bus, and how
In
how
a
far did
school bus, man.
and how
For
far did
real.
how far did they get?
What are you talking about? All
Like
the way.
they went
All
across
the way, man.
they
They're
went
now
across the
in eternity, still running in that bus. What do you mean? Get high today, you'll run into them again.
Really? They're still driving
there.
around right now, giving out acid to people?
Yeah.
Where are they?
I must speak truth. Yeah.
So that's probably where all the acid comes from when it pops.
Now.
When it pops up. When it pops up in the neighborhood, you know what I mean? When it pops up.
Time, yes.
What's up, Deanne? So when the acid pops up in the neighborhood and around here,
more, so
it's the Mary pranksters going around dropping it off. You think?
Well, like some of them, I mean, they got really high, so there are patterns there in
Yeah.
the dimension as well as here. And I just mean these individual people. A lot of them got very high. And
Yeah.
other people are high too. They were part of the original people that were like doing it a lot. So I mean, there's some unique experiences in there, man. And
You know a lot about this, Morgan.
oh yeah.
Did you take acid before? Can I ask you that?
Actually,
Me too. Me too. Me too. I took a lot of acid. Yeah.
I took
A
a
lot.
lot of different kinds, man. And
Yeah, me too.
I had the benefit of being on amphetamines for that because of my ADHD. So I was able to, and I've got like, wow, man.
You know?
Yeah, and then I got it with like amphetamines and stuff like that, and I've learned how to like, and practically and used. Oh wow.
Yeah, the amphetamines that those suck being on those though, doesn't it? Kind of in a way, it's like a double-edged sword. You can't,
I like it.
You like it? Oh, you like it? Yeah. Some people do. Some people enjoy it. It's not a problem. I mean, there's a difference between chemically dependence and being an addiction.
Amphetamines aren't addictive. It would be what you would give somebody to get off something.
You don't think amphetamines are addictive?
They aren't. They aren't physically addictive. I mean,
No.
if feeling good is addictive, like because that's what it does. It activates dopamine. So I mean, but
and
it's
serotonin.
not physically, it's not physically addictive. You might
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. Keep going. Keep going. Pick up the pace. Pick up the pace.
You'll get depressed if you don't have it. You can get really depressed. But it'll even out again unless you have a depression. Because
Morgan, I want you to go on a rant right now about amphetamines. Come on, pick up the pace. Super speed.
I can't because I have it eating my adrenaline up for me. So, I've got breaks.
I know. I'm just trying to get you going. All right, let me play a little bit more of this.
Fifth Avenue apartment. The entire place was laced with LSD. The food, the furnishings, etc., and anyone who came through the door inevitably wound up stoned. He threw some wild parties at which everybody was dosed. Those in attendance included people from the United Nations, whom he knew from his days at the British Cultural Exchange. But when Halshead learned of Hitchcock's generous offer, he knew it was time to pack his bags and head upstate. That's where the action was, and he wanted to be part of it. 82 the Millbrook residents were a tight-knit group. They shared a common lifestyle geared toward exploring the realities of their own nervous system in a creative rather than a clinical setting. Their goal was to discover and cultivate the divinity within each person. The permanent members of the household regularly tripped together, rotating as shaman and follow the leader sessions involving high doses of LSD-25. The elusive aim of these group sessions was to break through to the other side without losing the love and radiance of the acid high during the crucial reentry period. Various methods were devised to facilitate a permanent spiritual transformation. Since many in the group had backgrounds in behavioral psychology, it came natural to them to keep a scorecard of their changing states of consciousness. On certain days, a bell would ring 4 times an hour starting at 9 a.m. The bell was a signal to stop and record what they were doing then, what game they were playing. They thought that by paying more attention to shifting motivations and interpersonal dynamics, they could learn to transcend their habitual routines. They compared scorecards and rapped endlessly about how LSD was affecting them. In many ways, the scene at Millbrook was like a fairy tale. The mansion itself was beautifully furnished with Persian carpets, crystal chandeliers, and a baronial fireplace. And all the rooms were full of elaborate psychedelic art. There were large aquariums with unusual fish, while other animals, dogs, cats, goats, wandered freely through the house. People stayed up all night tripping and prancing around the estate. Everyone was always either just coming down from a trip or planning to take one. Some dropped acid for 10 days straight. increasing the dosage and mixing in other drugs. Even the children and dogs were said to have taken LSD. Gilbert was a constant party, but one
Shrooms are okay, right? But they don't work as good. I mean, and LSD just comes from a mold anyway. Agar. It's the same fucking
Ergo,
shit.
yeah.
And
Right.
this is the difference. When you're taking mushrooms, it poisons your blood to make you hallucinate. The mushrooms go through your blood first, right? The LSD goes straight to your spine. It doesn't go through your system. It doesn't go to any other body parts.
To the spinal column.
That's different. So, do you want to poison yourself to get to hallucinate? Or do you want to take something that's just gonna boom do it for you right away? And you know what else? And you know what else? Shrooms, yeah, they're natural, yeah. But like they're changing them now. I noticed because like
if the acid's good.
no, listen, I took shrooms 20 years ago a lot when I was a kid, like I was a teenager and stuff, and they were really good. The mushrooms we used to get around here, but they would kick your fucking ass. They would bring you to another world. Now, in about a year or two, the ADA is legalizing mushrooms. They've already been doing it in other states, but they're trying to do it here in Massachusetts too.
Yeah,
but they did it where Rasta Bear is, whatever state that is, and they did it in a bunch of states where they legalized all drugs, hallucinogens, and mushrooms.
Mark Emery was advertising it in the magazine
because they're saying it's a treatment for depression, right?
And you could order it out of the magazine.
So yeah, exactly. But they're saying it's a treatment for depression, right?
Yeah.
So I tried them recently, like the ones that a bunch of different kinds. Took them for weeks, different ones, all different ones, trying to get that feeling that I used to get from them when I was younger, right? To get to that place, right? And none of them did it. You know what they do nowadays? They're different. It's like they fucking geonage it, like whatever you want to say, to make it like re-engineered it. To like make it more of a antidepressant, like it makes you happy, it makes you laugh, but like I don't see shit or hear shit like I used to. Like the ones I used to have ones that had.
Sounds like they're great.
When I was younger, I used to get ones that had like auditory and hallucinatory.
Oh yeah, man. I'm feeling it. Yeah, bro.
But nowadays, right? They don't do. You don't see shit. You just laugh the whole time. But it's all right. Whatever. You know what I mean? You know what you know what I'm saying? Like you don't see no visuals.
You're eating, man. I bet it was the kind you're eating.
I had
you had some really good ones.
I had one. I'll tell you what they're called.
Cool.
I had one called Golden Teacher. I had one called Malachi. I had one called Malachi.
How many grams did you take of it?
No, Malabar.
Oh,
then
Malabar.
Yeah.
How many did you take? Malabar.
I took a shitload. I took a shitload. I don't know, like 10. No, like all at once. I don't know. I just took them for days, dude. And I had one.
No, I mean, did you eat them all? Like, how many grams did you eat at once?
Oh, well, does that matter? I mean,
that's the whole entire point.
I usually
eat them all at once, like in a tea, in a warm tea.
I know, right? You're supposed to eat them all at once, right?
And then you eat them.
Everyone's telling me
for what you're gonna do. Like, I'd suggest 2.
Yeah, no, you're right. Grams. You're right. I gotta eat a whole bunch all at once. You're right, Morgan. That's the problem. People are telling me just eat little pieces. Like this sucks.
What?
Yeah, but
don't eat
either way,
pieces, man. You need to eat a couple grams. Like eat a couple grams. I mean, like if you're
I used to when I was younger. No, I ain't scared about it.
You're gonna get a.
I ain't scared about it. I used to take a whole eighth all at once when I was a kid, and that's probably why it worked.
There you go.
That's why it worked better.
Exactly. If you can do that, then you don't gotta worry about anything. It's gonna do you. You can take a full dose. Like
THC gummies mixed with shrooms. That's a good idea, Daniel Becker. Why don't you invent it? I haven't seen them yet.
Infused with a sense of purpose and optimism, the residents saw themselves as the vanguard of a psychic revolution that would transform the entire society. Victory seemed inevitable because they thought they had a means of producing guaranteed mystical insight. As Halls had described it, we lived out a myth.
Okay, I'm putting it out there right now. If anybody in this room has the ability to make THC gummies mixed with shrooms, send them my way.
Had not yet been integrated into our personalities. Millbrick was itself
waiting for the market.
like Kafka's Castle. It gave out messages into the ether in the form of one high resonant sound which vibrated on the ears of the world. As if it were trying to penetrate beyond the barrier separating us from them, we felt satisfied that
Sean, if you can make him out of hard candy, do it and send it my way.
our goal was every man's. A project of every man's private ambition. We sought for that unitary state of divine harmony, an existence in which only the sense of wonder remains, and all fear gone. 83 Billy Hitchcock, the millionaire padrone, never really entered into the close camaraderie of the Millbrook Circle. He lived a half-mile
I had the blue meanies.
from the big house in his own private bungalow. A 4-bedroom gardener's cottage with a Japanese bath in the basement. There he carried on a social life befitting a scion of one of the country's wealthiest families. Hitchcock never totally broke with his old routines, even though he had begun turning on. He still kept in close contact with his friends from New York and with various brokers and investors who visited his bungalow for private parties. Some of these people were introduced to LSD through Hitchcock, but it became a running joke at Millbrook that you should not turn on your lawyer, or anyone who had to take care of business for you, lest he drop his briefcase and head for the psychedelic sunset. Hitchcock would usually be on the phone all morning talking with Swiss and Bahamian bankers, setting up business meetings and fast money
He's got a
deals.
beaver.
By afternoon, he had taken care of his
what, he's
monetary
dosing 'em?
affairs and would occasionally join the scene at the mansion. Why Hitchcock decided to throw his weight behind the
I think they're
psychedelic.
just experiencing life
dude,
with
is
the
he-
beaver making the dam.
Did he just dose the beaver?
No, I think he's enjoying
Cause is still
watching the
something
beaver
of a
make
mystery.
his dam
Was he simply a millionaire acid buff,
and
a
understanding
wayward
and
son
feeling
of
a
the
part of
ruling
it.
class who dug Leary's trip? Or did he have
Finally
something else up his sleeve? Mr.
finding
Billy,
his
as the servants
place in the
affectionately
universe.
called him, claimed he got involved with LSD because kicking the establishment in the teeth was exciting. Of course, since Hitchcock was the
I
establishment,
mean,
some
to be
question
able to
when
get
he was
high,
with
man,
us.
and then to be able to
Michael
interact with a
Halsey,
horse, that'd
someone
be
never fully
wild,
trusted
man.
him. Most
Especially when your
residents,
mind's meld.
however, thought Hitchcock a charming fellow.
Telling you, the one that Bob Ware has, right? You know, he comes around and you can get it. It's really good, dude.
As one insider commented,
And it has the little.
it hardly
It
registered.
has what Daniel Becker was talking about. It has that little zigzag. It was like a silver zigzag. I never seen it before.
He owned the place. He had a happy, open way of talking, perfect manners. A sort of Frank Merriweather type who had somehow fallen into a pool of gold and come up smelling like marijuana. Hitchcock got along well with Leary and often joined the acid fellowship and group trips. At times he became very emotional and vulnerable on LSD. One night he had to be reassured that he did indeed own the estate. But unlike the others, Mr. Billy tended not to verbalize his feelings. He never developed any metaphysical system about the LSD experience, which was rather peculiar since everyone at Millbrook was into some kind of half or full cock philosophy. Hitchcock's interest in LSD did not appear to be a simple matter of spiritual enrichment. He was not one to wax poetic over the prospect of merging with the oversoul. When asked at the outset of one group session what question he wanted answered by the acid trip, he replied, "How can I make more money on the stock market?" Timothy Leary, the eternal optimist, did not seem bothered by such rock-hard considerations. The early days at Millbrook were in many ways a felicitous time for him. He married a beautiful Swedish model named Nina Schlepperg in an open-air wedding on the grounds of the estate. With everyone decked out in Elizabethan attire, tripped out on the surrealistic spectacle they had created, the guests passed through the reception line with gifts of cocaine, reefer, and psychedelics. For their honeymoon, Leary and his princess made a pilgrimage to India, where they tripped on acid.
Gifts of cocaine. Yeah, that I'd be like, oh, you shouldn't have.
And smoked hash the rest of the time. During this meditative hiatus, Leary ruminated on what lay ahead. He now conceived of himself as a neurologist, having discarded his academic career forever. He was convinced that it would be a psychedelic century. Tim laid out blueprints for the next 500 years, surpassing even his own stoned hubris. When he returned to Millbrook a month and a half later, he shared his insights with the group. 84, although a legal crackdown was a subject few were willing to contemplate. Some of the Millbrook residents had a clear premonition that they only had a few trouble-free years to play with this fantastic new energy. If so, they had to make the most of it. They experimented with drugs in a bold, innovative, sometimes reckless fashion, and the results were often surprising. One night, Richard Alpert retired early with a bad cold. Halshead and a friend named Arnie Hendon decided to fix him up. When they couldn't rouse him, they gave him a shot of DMT in the buttocks. Alpert sat bolt upright.
In the buttocks.
Before the DMT wore off, they fed him an additional 800.
They gave him a shot in the buttocks like Forrest Gump, dude.
And then
Lights
what they
had
give up?
soon. 3 stereo systems were blasting Coltrane, Stockhausen, and Beethoven simultaneously. A sea of rocky sounds enveloped Alpert as he swirled through a neurological flux. When he came down from his trip, he found that his cold symptoms had completely disappeared. Richard Alpert had come a long way since the days when he was moving up the academic ladder at Harvard University. I had a lot of identities that I called Richard Alpert. I played the cello. I flew an airplane. I
He
was
had a lot of
charming. I was a
identities.
Jewish boy making good in Boston. But he gave it all up for a new cause, which he embraced with the zeal of a true believer. His
He's looking
faith
at
was such
melted
that he became
mountains.
convinced during an acid trip at Millbrook that he could actually fly. To test this hypothesis in the soundest empirical fashion, he jumped out a second-story window. Alpert broke his leg but endured the discomfort amiably. The experiment, he thought, had been a noble one. Millbrook was psychedelic central for the whole East Coast. Like a magnet, it attracted illustrious visitors from all walks of life. The doors were always open, and people were constantly coming and going. Among the musicians who passed through the estate were Maynard Ferguson, Steve Swallow, Charles Lloyd, and the irascible genius of the acoustic bass, Charles Mingus. Other guests included philosopher Alan Watts, psychiatrist Humphrey Osmond and R.D. Laing, cartoonist Saul Steinberg, and actress Viva Superstar, a prominent figure in Andy Warhol's avant-garde art circle in New York City during the mid-1960s at the factory. As Warhol's aluminum foil-walled studio was called, people indulged in every drug they could get their hands on. Occasionally, members of Warhol's eyelash set dropped in on the ever-obliging Dr. Jake for a quick poke of euphoria. When he came to Millbrook, Dr.
These
Jake
people
had
hadn't been doing dope their whole lives. You know what I'm saying, right?
much to everyone's
They
immediate
just
What's
got
up?
a lot of
As
these
it turned
people
out,
hadn't been
Dr.
doing
Max
dope their whole
Ruben
lives, man.
Jacobs and
Like we have and stuff like that. These people had just gotten turned on like in the last like 5 years or whatever at the time. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying,
yeah,
bro?
yeah, yeah.
So like
Yeah, they
imagine
didn't
them
know.
being in college and all of a sudden like like it being like 22, 23, right? And then all of a sudden having your first trip.
And not even knowing, like they just give it to you without knowing, right? You're saying?
Right, but I mean like
You would just be
like
like,
it. Everybody does.
it feels good most of the time, unless you get some bad shit. I never got no bad shit though. Did you? Have you ever gotten anything bad?
I wouldn't say so.
No, I never have.
I've seen stuff that's made better than other stuff.
I had stuff that I had stuff that had strychnine that hurt your back. That was the worst stuff I had, but it was really good stuff though. It got you fucked up, but it hurt your back. It had Spider-Man on it.
Right
Spider-Man
on.
Spider-Man
Yeah,
tabs. Spider-Man tabs, yeah. I had the liquid. I had the liquid that came in the sweet
shit.
breath. The sweet breath. You drop it on the sugar cubes.
Yeah, you had the liquid actually.
I had the bottles. I had the sweet breath bottles. But they're gone now. I don't have it anymore. That was a while. That was like when I was a kid, like young.
So you could control how much went on this cube.
Well, it would be like 100 hits in each bottle. But when you squeeze, you could squeeze them out thicker or thinner, and that's the problem that we had because, like, all right, we went to get it. We got it from Salem State University once, right? You know where the witches are, Salem, Mass, right? We went there, right?
Bro.
Yeah, and we went there to get it, and it was from the college kids though, and my buddy is from the hood, and he was like, I want to make sure it's all there, right? And I'm like, dude, it doesn't work like that. Like when you squeeze it out, like different hits at different sizes. Like he made the dude squeeze out the whole fucking thing, right? The whole bottle onto like whatever we had, like pieces of Pez, different candies, like crackers. Like we ran out of fucking sugar cubes, right?
Right.
There was only like I don't know, 93 hits or something. There was like 7 hits missing, right? I'm like, dude, it's not a big deal, dude. You know what I mean? Like,
no shit.
The dude fucking said something to the dude, right? And was like, fucking, there's 3 hits missing. I want like $10 off or some shit, And the dude was like, I'm not even making anything off this. I'm like doing you a favor,
Yeah.
So
I just went and got it. Oh,
yeah. And he was like, that's all I'm making is like $10, And then fucking it fucked up the whole thing. After that, the dude like changed his number. We lost the connection.
Hell yeah.
He scared the shit out of him because he's a big dude.
I imagine so.
He's a thug,
Yeah, like I know, like oh my god, he's like I'm gonna run a thing on this guy. Like, what?
It's like, dude, I'm like, dude, he probably just squeezed a few out thicker than the other one. And then you know what else happened? So we had all these like hits, right? And they're like still wet. So We put them in a peat.
That's why nobody can get acid.
Listen to this.
Like,
Listen to this. We didn't have nothing to put them in. Like we're like what are we gonna do? We didn't have tinfoil. We're like, what are you gonna do? Just throw them all in a bag, right? We're like, no. So we put them in these like pizza boxes that were empty because the college kids had pizza boxes, right? And we drove home from Salem to wherever, right? With like, we took a whole bunch, and then we were driving home with like 2 pizza boxes full in the back seat that was still wet, that we were waiting for them to like absorb, you know? It was fucked up, dude. And like we had to like drive for like 45 minutes like that with like 2 pizza boxes with like 100 hits. What do you think about that story?
I still think you came away with your fucking product, fucking.
Yeah, we got home and everything worked out.
Like made. Interesting though, because you're ready to sell.
No, I don't even know why we did it. We just did it for the fun of it. We weren't like really like making money or anything. We just
Oh my god! Then
we just
was really being a fucking prick.
Yeah.
Why did you even do that then? If it wasn't because you were fucking on a like, holy fuck.
He might have been making. I don't know. I don't know.
You weren't even on margins.
I don't care. I didn't care.
Oh, it wasn't even your deal.
Well, I was just like, I just wanted the trip, dude, and it was from like the witches, you know. So I was like, yeah, let's go. Let's do it.
It was his deal and his guy.
Yeah. And you know what was weird too? Like another time, we got paper from the same dude, and like, he said that like it was on like some type of paper that he got from the hardware store because he ran out of like I don't know.
Paper, bro.
Yeah, but it didn't dissolve. It didn't dissolve though. It was just white, right? And
that's what you use.
But he said it was the same stuff. Like it was the liquid that it was just on the paper.
Yep.
But we tried the paper. We tried the paper and it was like it wasn't as good, right? So someone told me that once the liquid hits the paper, it changes the chemical compound, right? Like a little bit because the chemicals mix with the chemicals of the paper, and it changes it and it makes it a little different. So it's better to get it in a liquid form than put it on a piece of paper.
But I mean, when you've got blotter and you actually have the sheet.
The blotter ones are the good. The blotter ones are good. The ones that dissolve on your tongue. Yeah. The blotter is the one that the paper that actually dissolves. Then there's the micro dot. You can't forget about that. You ever get the micro?
I think I may have once. I think I did once.
They look like little seeds. They're real tiny. They look like
Purple micro dots.
The purple ones, yeah, they're double stacked. Those are the best ones. But I had brown ones. I had orange ones. And then there's the gel tab that looks like a film strip. You ever seen those? The microfilms? Gel tabs, gel caps, is that what you call them? Whatever. They look like they call it window pane sometimes because it looks like a window.
Oh, okay.
And then the one that Jimi Hendrix was talking.
Pain, but it was just it was.
You know the song by Jimi Hendrix, Purple Haze.
I've had Purple Haze, man.
Yeah, it's acid that looks like putty from the window. The putty. It says purple. It was purple like the putty from the window, and it looked like that, like little globs. And then my dad was telling me back in like the 60s they had powder acid. It was like a powder, and you would take it, and you wouldn't know how much you were taking because like when you were tripping, you couldn't even judge it because it's like a powder. You don't even know how much is in it. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know exactly.
And people would take it, and people would.
I know what they're supposed to get.
And there was a time in the 70s where like everywhere you went, every store, everybody was tripping because nobody knew how much they were taking. It was everywhere. Everyone was laughing.
Okay, you didn't know how much they were taking, dude. It was popular and everybody was trying it.
Yeah. So for me, I like the liquid. I like the liquid the best, but
I think
whatever.
more people were probably on it later on, like in the late 80s and shit, like in 90s.
Yeah.
In the early 80s, throughout the 80s, like a lot of people.
Oh, I had this one before Morgan that it looked like, all right, I thought the dude was trying to rip me off, you know what I mean? It looked like a straight.
Always do.
No, it wasn't a ripoff though. I had the pyramids. I had the
That's why people
pyramids.
can't
Yeah,
deal with acid because you
yeah.
can't.
The pyramids. Yep, the ones with the orange and red pyramid. Yep, I had those. Those are awesome. Those ones are visual ones. But then I had this one that looked like a fucking piece of construction paper, like a piece of notebook paper, dude, with mad like a black permanent marker scribbled like lines all over it, right?
Uh-huh.
It was a strip, like a 10
Zebra?
strip. Is that what it's called?
I have a
Dude,
zebra.
it was the best one I ever had. I took it and
I put a list of the names in the chat. Like
is it called is it
because
called
the ones
Zebra?
that I've
It's
listed
15.
there are real.
Yeah, it's $15 now. It's $15 now. Yeah. Yeah, random fan knows. It is $15 now. You're right. It used to be $5. But either way, it's still worth it. But I wouldn't take it if you never took it before.
Everything
You know what I mean?
that used to be $5, like the hits used to be $5. Yeah, now they're fucking 15 or whatever. Yeah, I mean some people say 20, but it's supposed but 15. And yeah, that's what.
That's the going rate right now. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Random fan knows.
But the thing
yeah,
is,
so
for the chip that you get, I could see like for what people buy now, I could see like it's good. Like considering. Yeah. Okay, I've done me some acid, double dip, white clinical, zebra, sunshine, purple haze, window pane.
Yeah, the sunshine. I don't know if I ever had the sunshine. I might have. I had stuff that made it look like it was sunny in the room when it was dark out. And the sun was moving at different angles.
Oh, I've had cartoon acid as well.
Is that what it's called?
Personal physician during the Camelot presidency. He often administered vitamin injections that left JFK flushed and excited, leading some to speculate that the shots included methamphetamine or cocaine. Paul Krasner, editor of a satirical journal,
it's good to have a little bit of that in
and a
there.
future founding father of the Yippies, also had a session at Millbrook. My LSD experience began with a solid hour of what my guide, Halshead, described as cosmic laughter. Krasner recalled, the more I laughed, the more I tried to think of depressing things, specifically the atrocities being committed in Vietnam. And the more wild my laughter became, he laughed so hard that he threw up. Krasner tried to put his first trip.
Oh, of course you're going to throw up.
LSD was fun, but if I never take it again, I'll be happy. I enjoy coping with reality. Napalm is burning someone to death in Vietnam this very minute, but PM alive, and that's what I was really laughing at. 85, the oneness of tragedy and absurdity. The climactic message I got while high was, it's very funny. One day a NASA scientist named Steve Groff turned up at Millbrook. Dr. Groff wanted to observe how Leary and his clan ran their sessions. They gave him some acid, and he in turn provided samples of a secret drug known only as JB-118, which the military had developed as an incapacitating agent. Similar to the Army's BZ, this potent superhallucinogen simulated a kind of free fall, at the same time triggering bizarre visions. A few of the Millbrook regulars tried the space drug, and Ralph Metzner described the results. Objects are seen that are not objectively there, and other objects that are present are not perceived. For example, one subject saw a man sitting on a chair in the middle of the room and talked with him. When the subject walked close, man and chair disappeared. All of the subjects reported and were observed walking into doors or furniture, which they had not seen. Sometimes the basis of the hallucinations was clear, e.g., a coat on a bed would be seen as a small dog. In other instances, no such transformation seemed to underlie the hallucination. For example, one subject saw a friend of his, the size of a 3-story building, crawling around the garden on his hands and knees, eating the tops of trees. Things were considerably less traumatic for the common folk and the curious who paid to attend weekend experimental workshops at Millbrook. These bi-monthly seminars were tongue-in-cheek affairs for the regular residents, but they were necessary in order to raise money for rent and living expenses. The idea was to offer people an opportunity to explore psychedelic-type realities by means of Buddhist meditation, yoga, encounter groups, and other non-chemical techniques. When the visitors arrived, a rule of silence was imposed so that the general vibe was not brought down by frivolous discussion, and to keep the food bill at a minimum. Breakfast was turned into an experience in sensory association. Guests were told to think about how their tastes were color conditioned, after which they were served a meal of green scrambled eggs, purple oatmeal, and black milk. Few ate heartily. Meanwhile, Hundreds of letters asking about LSD poured into Millbrook from those who couldn't make it in person. A 10-point scale was devised for replies, with 1 calling for a dull Dear form letter and 10 meaning a totally way out response. The replies to Arthur Klepp's.
So Morgan, you listening?
Yeah.
I have a
Yeah,
question
yeah.
for you. I have a
Yeah.
question for you. So you said like what were the merry pranksters, right? So they went around dosing everybody with
Yeah,
acid
I
around
just
what
told you.
around the whole country, right?
Yes. In a
But
school
what?
bus.
All right, but what is the reason for it? Do you think?
What do you mean?
What were they trying to do? Mind control everybody?
Well, to
Or
see what
or
the
were they,
effect could possibly be, like, you know what I
what
mean,
they were like
or
testing? They
influence
were
on the
just
mind,
testing the
on a
effects.
population, on a population.
And was that what MK Ultra was?
Because
Or
think about how many programs they already had going, right?
I'm saying, is that
Now
what MK
look at how
is
it's going
that?
to affect the people that took acid.
Was that connected to MK Ultra? Or
What
was
do you
that
mean?
something
It's all
different?
connected. It's all connected. Like,
All
you
right.
don't understand what you okay.
So what
we
you
are
so
from
what
it.
you
You got to understand this stuff's being done deliberately. All
Uh-huh.
of it specifically. Like we
To
are
do
over
what?
here turning a person into a robot, and we are working at it day and night, night and day.
That's what
Hundreds
it's.
of thousands upon millions, and they are all diligently working at it.
And you
That's
think the
exactly what they're gonna do.
and that's what you think the LSD was meant for? To destroy.
Down the road, yes.
But really, it had
Down
an
the
opposite.
road, yes. At the
It
time,
had-
they just
but-
wanted to see how it affected people with all the programs they were currently running and its effect upon the
Did
population.
they do it? Did they do it just in America or in Canada too?
They did it everywhere.
All over the world?
Yes.
In a school bus?
No. This was what they did on this place.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to figure this out. So, so you think like all these MK Ultra horror stories that we see on like YouTube and shit are bullshit?
You saw one.
I've seen a few.
Yeah, the window and second story.
Yeah, that one. I've seen a few other ones, but I'm just like where they try to like electroshock people and give them acid and make them watch like repetitive videos over and over again and stuff to try to like brainwash them. You ever seen anything like that?
You'd be using other substances. Like acid would, like, there's other substances that we've developed since then that are more aptitude for specifically trying to do different things. Meaning, we perfected all of these things already.
Well, what was the reason for the counterculture? They wanted to change the country, obviously, right?
Turn people into robots.
Turn people to robots. All right. Let's move on.
A virtual unknown who would soon make his presence felt at Millbrook, were consistently in the 8 and 9 point range, 86 in 1960, while still a graduate student in psychology. Klepp sent away to the Delta Chemical Company for 500 milligrams of mescaline sulfate. After swallowing the bitter powder, he spun through an unforgettable 10-hour journey. All night I alternated between eyes open terror and eyes closed astonishment. With eyelids shut, I saw a succession of elaborate scenes which lasted a few seconds each before being replaced by the next in line. Extraterrestrial civilizations, jungles, organic computer interiors, animated cartoons, abstract light shows. For the next 4 years, Klepp kept this experience more or less to himself, thinking about small things like sex, money, and politics. However, when he discovered that there was a group of intellectuals taking psychedelics on the grounds of a country estate, writing papers about trip realities, and having a great time, Klepp decided he was just being chicken. School psychology went out the window. It was high time to start catching up with the psychedelic pacesetters, and the only way to do that was to join them. Klepp did not fit into the scene so readily. The first time he took acid at Millbrook, he wound up brandishing a gun, and Falls had promptly threw him out of the house. Despite this initial faux pas, Klepp was later admitted as a resident of the Gatehouse. Phi was more of an epistemological hardliner than the others, who in his opinion wanted nothing better than to have unusual experiences and proclaimed them religiously significant. Klepp was straining to develop a metaphysical system that would encompass the far-reaching implications of psychedelics, brooding over such basic questions as what is mind and what is the external world. His solipsistic excursions were frowned upon as nitpicking. Strictly a downer. You're on a bad trip.
Oh, yeah.
Art, said Leary.
So, I remember the question was earlier, are we on 3 channels? Yes, we are on 3 channels. We're on Late Night Live channel. We're on the Boston Ray channel. and we're on the Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures YouTube channel. We're on 3 channels tonight. That was the question. I was paying attention.
Who scolded the newcomer for drinking too much and not grooving with a more cosmic perspective. In those days, a high dose of LSD was viewed as a solution for almost anything, and someone had the bright idea that it might solve the Kleps problem. One of his comrades, Kleps swore it was Flaul's head, placed a few thousand mics of pure Sandoz in a snifter of brandy beside his bedstand before he even rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. Kleps downed the brandy. A few minutes later, he realized he was having trouble brushing his teeth. I was knocked to the floor as all normal sensation and motor control left my body. The sun, roaring like an avalanche, was headed straight for me, expanding like a bomb and filling my consciousness in less time than it takes to describe it. It swirled clockwise and made 2 1/2 turns before I lost all normal consciousness and passed out. Right there on the floor. As he groveled on all fours, he got a shot of Thorazine in the rear.
I would have thought so.
But it failed
Thorazine,
to bring him
yeah.
down. He spent the last hours of
That's
the
what
trip
they used,
sitting in
right?
bed and
That's what they used to give people to get them off of acid, right? When they, like, if you had a bad
Well,
trip.
I mean, dude, everything.
Thorazine.
Everything. If you're just flipping out, anybody flipping out, take
Yeah.
your Thorazine.
Yeah.
Bam.
Yeah.
Get Thorazine. Everybody gets it.
What is
Everybody come in freaking
Yeah.
out. Hit him with
As
a
Kleps
hit him
told
with
it,
it's Thor, right?
big
Thor. I'm
appeared.
God. Yeah.
You know what else I heard? I heard that they would
It's
give you
Seroquel,
Bob.
man. It's Seroquel. It's Seroquel. Okay.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I know what it is. But I'm saying, what about the barbiturates, like the lemon fat? You know, the ones that say lemon on them. What are they called? You know what I'm talking about, Morgan? The Quaaludes, right? All right.
Okay, that's a specific drug.
I heard.
Called Quaalude that they don't.
Yeah, but
they don't really give out. Well, I mean, they.
no, I'm saying they used to.
But
They
don't.
used
It's a
to.
specific drug.
They used to give it to people to get them, bring them down from acid, right?
No.
No,
They
it
do
used to.
Quaaludes, dude. It was for every single.
I took it.
thing.
I took it. I'm saying it adds to the acid, doesn't it? It makes it better.
It's a Quaalude. It's.
They say lemon something on them. They still get them in Mexico at the pharmacy.
They do.
If you go to the pharmacy in the Mexican pharmacy, you can buy them over the counter.
In space about 3 feet in front of him. The
You can
page is
try.
turning
You
automatically.
can try.
Every letter illuminated in gold against sky blue pages. It was only years later, when he read a description of the 2 1/2 turns that characterized the classic Kundalini experience, that he came to an understanding of what he went through the day he'd been bombed. As the parlance had it, none of the Millbrook priests would acknowledge that a release of Kundalini energy was what happened to Kleps. Maybe they thought he wasn't spiritually mature or pure enough to have had the big one. Kleps, however, thought himself sufficiently advanced on the spiritual path to found his own psychedelic religion, the Neo-American Boohoo Church. Formed in 1966, the Boohoos claimed that their use of LSD was sacramental, similar to the payout rituals practiced by Indians of the Native American Church, and should therefore be protected under law. Not surprisingly, the Boohoos lost their case in court when the judge ruled that an organization with Row Your Boat as its theme song was not serious enough to qualify as a church. Apparently, Kleps concluded, those in control of the instrumentalities of coercive power in the United States had no difficulty in recognizing a psychedelic religion as a psychedelic religion when that religion was safely encapsulated in a racial minority group living outside the mainstream of American life. Kleps, whom Leary described as the mad monk and an ecclesiastical guerrilla, was particularly sensitive to the dangers of elevating institutional forms to the level of eternal verities, and so included elements of foolishness and buffoonery in his church. The church catechism is contained in his Boohoo Bible, full of cartoons, true or false tests, and a variety of hilarious liturgical observations on such topics as how to guide a session for maximum mind loss, and the bombardment and annihilation of the planet Saturn. Small monthly dues entitled members to a psychedelic coloring book, as well as copies of the religious bulletin Divine Toad Sweat, emblazoned with the church motto, victory over horse shit. Leary was a bit miffed. Art, this is not a psychedelic love message. It's a whiskey trip, but the chief Boohoo was adamant. It's my trip, take it or leave it. Kleps sent diploma-like announcements to 500 people across America certifying that they were Boohoos. Billy Hitchcock became a Boohoo during the same period in which he was immersed in some questionable financial dealings with Resorts International, a Bahamian-based gambling consortium suspected of having ties to organized crime. Kleps was always on Hitchcock's case, trying to pump him for money or wheedle him out of it or steal it. This didn't seem to bother Hitchcock much. What the hell, he figured. At least Kleps was more interesting than most of the others. The psychedelic manual life at Millbrook had a mythic dimension. that was nourished by a sense of having embarked upon a journey into unknown waters. Once they had eaten the apple of expanded consciousness, there was no going back. The umbilical cord that tied them to the world of the mundane was irretrievably sundered, caught between a past that was no longer accessible and a future without precedent. They had only one option: to plunge headlong into the moment, to ride the crest of the wave that was still building, even if they could not see where it would take them. All they had was each other, their audacity and sense of humor, and plenty of LSD. Sooner or later, as everyone realized, the trip would have to come to an end. And what then? They celebrated their own transience by bathing in an atmosphere of hijinks and adventure. The incredible had become commonplace. Ecstasy merged with confusion. Dream and reality were interchangeable, even though they became more familiar with the psychedelic terrain over the years. The profound sense of disorientation that characterized their first trips lingered to some degree among the Millbrook residents. LSD had opened the floodgates of the unconscious, both personal and collective, and all kinds of strange flora and fauna were emerging. They didn't know quite what to make of it. Some of it made sense, some of it didn't. Not enough time had elapsed for their insights to take root and mature. They tried to put their fingers on a definite truth, but there was nothing solid to grasp. It was all slippery, ambiguous, dialectical. Everything implied its opposite. Old meanings had been annihilated. New ones were yet to be articulated. In searching for a language to describe essentially non-verbal experiences, they kept running up against a built-in credibility gap. As Kleps put it, for every clarification that one arrives at by discussing these matters with others, there is a corresponding reinforcement of an illusion or misunderstanding. The only reliable way to get there is by closing one's eyes and jumping blindly into nowhere. It is only in such leaps, motivated by whatever passion, perversity, or dedication, that the adhesive grip of duality is escaped, and the way made clear for the unconditioned light. Despite all the changes they had undergone, Leary and his associates were still basically psychologists who felt compelled to figure it all out. But acid had overturned their dogmas and left them dangling precariously in an intellectual limbo that was reinforced by the hermetic environment of the Millbrook estate. As far as they were concerned, nothing less than the entire history of human thought had to be reconsidered in light of the psychedelic experience. Kleps parodied their dilemma in his Chronicle of the Millbrook Years, describing the arrival of LSD as the big crash in whose wake the intellectual history of mankind fluctuated madly on the cosmic exchange. Zen and Buddhist stock rose sharply while yoga, Brahmanist and Vedantist issues plummeted. In London, Blake enjoyed a mild rise. Hume skyrocketed. Aldous Huxley weakened, then held. And penny a share issues such as Aleister Crowley and Yeats disappeared entirely from view. In Paris, former glamour stocks like Sartre and Camus began to look a little green around the gills. Such superficially disparate stocks as Thoreau, Nabokov, Borges, and Norman Zero Brown were driven to undreamed of levels. All the Zen masters spiraled into the blue. Freud and Jung went through wild gyrations resembling an aerial dogfight, before both sank gradually to earth. Yad Ching went through the roof. The Gita crashed. Shakespeare, unlike almost every other stock being traded, remained absolutely stable. The sense of psychic displacement was felt most acutely by Timothy Leary. Even though years had passed since his first acid trip, he could still say, "I have never recovered from that shattering ontological confrontation. I have never been able to take myself, my mind, and the social world around me seriously." Now that he was aware of countless realities, routine existence had been revealed to him as illusory. But that did not make it any less problematic. He confided to Kleps that at times he had the uncanny sensation that his head was running down his shoulders, and that he had even considered having himself committed. Whenever Leary took LSD, he relived a recurring science fiction paranoia. Suddenly I am on camera in an ancient television show. All my life routine's a pathetic clownette. Leary particularly wanted to develop an organized framework for understanding the potentials released by psychedelic drugs. He set out to devise a manual or program that would serve as a guide for acid initiates on their jaunts through higher consciousness. Given that there were no extant myths or models in his own tradition, he looked to the only sources that dealt directly with such matters: the ancient books of the East. In the Tibetan Book of the Dead, Leary found a text that was incredibly
Thank you,
specific
random
about the
fan.
sequence and nature of experiences
Exactly.
encountered in the ecstatic state. With a little intellectual
You
tinkering, the
got it.
self-proclaimed priest scholars Leary, Alpert,
Military
and
interest.
Metzner produced an updated
Correct.
interpretation of the ancient scripture. They represented it not as a treatise for the dead, but as an instruction manual on how to confront the clear light of the void during the acid peak with a minimum of fear and confusion. The Tibetan Book of the Dead was first linked to the psychedelic experience by Aldous Huxley in The Doors of Perception. Huxley reported that at one point he felt himself on the verge of panic.
I thought that was a girl
Terrified by the
screaming
prospect of
outside,
losing
dude.
his ego, he
I was
compared
about to
his
go up
dread
there
with
and
that of
help
the
her.
Tibetan dead man who could not face the clear light. Preferring
Have you
rebirth
read Brave New
and the
World?
comforting darkness of selfhood, Huxley said
No,
that
I
if you
haven't,
began
but
a
I
trip
heard
the
about
wrong way,
it.
everything that happened would be proof of the conspiracy against you. It would all be self-validating. You couldn't draw a breath without knowing it was part of the plot. He thought that perhaps he could hold the terror at bay by fixing his attention on what the Tibetan Book of the Dead called the clear light. But only if there were somebody there to tell me about the clear light. One couldn't do it by oneself. That's the point, I suppose, of the Tibetan ritual. Somebody sitting there all the time and telling you what's what. Leary took Huxley's remarks literally and turned the Tibetan Book of the Dead into a psychedelic manual, while Huxley had referred to it in an essay written after his psychedelic experience in order to clarify it. Leary promoted the book as a guide before and during the trip. This strategy represented a significant departure from the procedures employed by Dr. Humphrey Osmond and other psychedelic therapists of the previous decade who simply sought to help subjects relax and remain open to the experience without defining what was supposed to occur. Leary now presented turning on as a process of initiation into a great brotherhood of free souls christened by the mind-blowing apprehension of the clear light during the peak of an acid trip. While the Eastern vibes surrounding the acid sessions at Millbrook may have been benign, Leary's methodology was in some ways analogous to that of the CIA and the military, which also programmed trips, although with a very different objective. Eventually, Ralph Metzner and Michael Halshead were forced to admit that programming a trip was much more difficult than they had originally anticipated. LSD did not easily lend itself to step-by-step goal-oriented instructions, which more often than not created more confusion than they dispelled. There was a great deal of disagreement among seasoned acid veterans as to the real meaning of the vision of the clear light. Halls had experienced something akin to it but did not consider it the final nirvana. Let's face it, LSD is not the key to a new metaphysics of being or a politics of ecstasy. The pure light of an acid session is not this. It may even be the apotheosis of distractions, the ultimate and most dangerous temptation, but it does allow one to live at least for a time in the light of knowledge that every moment of time is a window into eternity, that the absolute is manifest in every appearance and relationship. The experience in which eternity takes root in the waking state is brief, yet its significance is profound. It may take months, years, even a lifetime to come to terms with this fleeting moment of vision. Any experience so overwhelming, so incomprehensible to normal waking consciousness, carries with it a tendency to rationalize it as quickly as possible. Art Kleps felt that the peak of a major death rebirth experience was no time for making formulations. On the contrary, he insisted that one should fight this urge. If you can't let go and instead grab the first lifesaver or bit of wreckage that floats near your thrashing form, you will come down firmly believing that the lifesaver you grabbed was the meaning of the trip rather than the exit from it. Your new personality will be defined, not in terms of the truth, but in
Yeah, I love you, Daniel. You've been my sub for a very long time. It's like sometimes when like my channel gets under attack, you know, you don't understand what's going on. Well, you might know what's going on because you're in the group, right? And I'm not sure if, you know, when I boot one person out, someone else is going to come in and start attacking me. So I thought that was what was happening. But I understand now. You know, you're just, you were in, what happened was you were in late night live chat, right? And it wasn't showing up here. And then, like, I didn't see it because that's Singeman's channel, but people don't know it's Singeman's channel because it's called Late Night Live. But Singeman has full control. That's his channel. It's under his name. I don't know how. I have no way of doing anything. I can't give wrenches out on that channel. So it's just kind of like a third wheel that we have just in case anything bad happens on. Because like, there's been times when like both of these channels were down, and we have to go on that channel. We also have another channel called The One You Don't See, which is my girlfriend Michelle's channel, but we use her channel too. So like we have like a ton of these other channels that we use for backup channels. And like I can't pay attention to all of them, but I figure it's like more people will show up if you're on more channels, right? Like if you go live on 3 channels, you're going to get, yeah, you were confused. You're just waking up. I know how it is when you're first waking up. I know you first wake up in the morning and you're like, what the fuck's going on? Yeah, I get it. It's fine. It was just I wasn't mad at you. I wasn't angry. I was just trying to like I don't know. I don't know. It's tough. It gets tough at night when you go for like 6 hours and then I didn't see all your other messages. I just seen one message pop up. That's what happened. It was just one thing. I didn't read the rest of them. I didn't see that you were in Singeman's chat for like a half hour trying to figure out what was going on. If I knew you were over in Singeman's chat struggling like that for like a half hour, like I would have went over and gave you the link to the right channel. But it is my fault kind of too, because like I was stoned and just like watching the music and I wasn't paying attention. But I didn't see like that you were stuck over there. So yeah, that's what happened. Like he got stuck over in Singeman's chat and nobody was over there, but he could tell that there was people talking. So he couldn't figure out like what channel we were on, and I was playing a music video and I couldn't see because my screen sharing. So it was all fucked up.
In terms of the particular lie you happened to grab at the crucial moment, it would appear that Leary succumbed to this LSD temptation when he developed the notion that a person could tune into his genetic code while high on acid. Is it entirely inconceivable, he mused, that our cortical cells, or the machinery inside the cellular nucleus, remembers back along the...
Just stay sub to Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures, and always check that channel. But you know what else you can do too, Daniel Becker? I posted in the community section. If you go to like the friend of the channel and you go to community, I post all the channels we're on in there every night, so you can easily get to them. If you go to the channel and you go to the community section, you can see all 3 channels. You can see how many people are on each channel, and then you can go from there and figure out what channel to go on.
The unbroken chain of electrical transformations that connects every one of us back to that original thunderbolt in the Precambrian mud. Leary suggested that by taking LSD he could commune with the evolutionary program and actually make contact with the ultimate source of intelligence, DNA. He turned his cellular visions into a kind of psychedelic Darwinism.
Yeah, Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures is like the main channel because it's the biggest one and it's the one that gets the most views. Singeman's channel was just like a backup. That channel used to be called Guitar Mike. That was Singeman's old channel called Guitar Mike. That was the name of the channel. And all my channels got taken down from YouTube. Like they were all like we couldn't upload we couldn't do nothing for like 2 weeks. And Singeman was like, I'll turn my old channel Guitar Mike into a channel. And I'm like, yeah, let's do it. So like Singeman came to my rescue, you know what I mean?
Positing the reading of the individual genetic code as a universal truth. God does exist and is to me this energy process. The language of God is the DNA code. Kleps took issue with Leary's conception of a good trip. He insisted that people who never had mystical experiences on acid could learn just as much as those who did. He thought Leary placed too much emphasis on pleasurable visions.
You know what else, Daniel? If you put in hashtag MudMob or hashtag MudFlood Adventures, you'll find my channels.
Times out often, talk about bad trips resolves itself into a naive identification of pleasurable visionary scenes and sensory appreciation of the present with goodness. When such people...
And all my channels are in the About Me section of the YouTube channel. If you go to the About Me section, there's links to all the channels.
People find themselves
in
most of them. Worlds here and there.
And the description of the video too. In the description of the video, there's all the channels are listed there. Links.
They think that something is seriously amiss. For Kleps, LSD was never supposed to be easier than traditional methods of self-realization. It was only faster and sneakier. According to the chief Boo, you could be devoured by demons during a psychedelic experience, and it still might be a good trip if you came out of it feeling that it was worthwhile. Kleps maintained that striving for a preconceived visionary end in the acid high only complicated things and led to bummers. It is as if deliberately, and with malice aforethought polluted the stream at its source and gave half the kids in psychedelic society a bad set to start out with. Almost every acid head I talked to for years afterwards told me he had, as a novice, used the Tibetan Book of the Dead as a guide, and every one of them reported unnecessary anxiety, colossal bummers, disillusionment, and eventual frustration and exasperation, for which, in most cases, they blamed themselves, not Tim or the book. They were not pure enough, or perhaps the Lord of Death did not deign to transform them because they were not worthy of his attentions, etc., etc. The psychedelic biography of Allen Ginsberg illustrates the futility of the program trip, be it self-initiated or imposed from without. Ginsberg found that even self-programming could create formidable psychic tensions, often resulting in awful bummers. His desire for a heavenly
awful
illumination,
bummers. That doesn't sound good.
Through LSD, was a carryover from a powerful non-drug experience he had in 1948. Ginsberg was then living in a sublet apartment in Harlem. While reading William Blake's Sunflower. He heard a deep, resounding voice. He immediately recognized it as Blake's own voice emerging from the dead. Ginsberg felt his body afloat, suffused with brilliance.
Yeah, I felt my
Everything he
body
looked at
float.
appeared in a new light. He was struck by an overpowering conviction that he had been born to experience this universal spirit. When Ginsberg began using psychedelic drugs, his Blake vision was his reference point. As he put it, LSD gave access to what I, as a poet, have called previously aesthetic, poetic, transcendental, or mystical awareness, but he ran into trouble when he attempted to recapture the cosmic heights of his Blackane episode via drugs. He wanted to write a poem under the influence of LSD that would evoke a sense of divinity, but he found that the act of writing interrupted the multitudinous details inundating his nervous system. The tension between the romantic vision of illumination and the simultaneous urge to communicate it turned his divine quests into bum trips. Ginsberg described his frustration in numerous poems he composed while high on acid and other psychedelics. The reply, magic psalm, mescaline, and lysergic acid. Ginsberg had been painting himself into a corner with drugs, thinking that he should take acid to cleanse his soul and trying too hard to attain some sort of satori. He felt a compulsive obligation to use LSD again and again to break down his identity and conquer his obsession with mortality. His growing paranoia with regard to psychedelics came to a climax when he ingested Yage in Peru in 1960. Again, he was primed for divine revelation, but instead the whole fucking cosmos broke loose around me. I think the strongest and worst I've ever had it. I felt faced by death, got nauseous, rushed out and began vomiting, all covered with snakes, like a snake seraph, colored serpents and aureole all around my body. I felt like a snake vomiting out the universe, or a Javero in headdress with fangs vomiting up in realization of the murder of the universe. My death to come. Everyone's death to come. All unready. I unready. Toward the end of 1961, Ginsberg undertook a spiritual pilgrimage to India to come to terms with his unsettling drug visions. On the way, he stopped in Israel to talk with Martin Buber, the eminent Jewish philosopher, who emphasized human relationships and advised him not to get caught up in confrontation with a non-human universe. Ginsberg received a similar message in India from Swami Sivananda, who told him, "Your own heart is your guru." These encounters set the stage for a sudden realization that came to him a few months later, during the final days of his long journey. While riding a train in Japan in mid-1963, he had an ecstatic conversion experience, an inexplicable but deeply felt resolution of his trials with psychedelics. The relief was so great that he wept on the train. Inspired by this breakthrough, he pulled out a pencil and wrote a poem called The Change, Kyoto Tokyo Express, which signaled a turning point in his spiritual search. Ginsberg had been seeking divinity throughout of the body trips on psychedelics, in trying to superimpose the acid high on his old memory of a cosmic vision. He was not living in the present. He was blocking himself. Now he saw the futility of attempting to conjure visions of a blissful imaginary universe when the secret lay within his own mortal flesh. In this moment of profound insight, he understood that truth could only be experienced within the framework of the body. Therefore, the overarching mystical imperative was to become one with his own skin. He was not so much renouncing drugs as refusing to be dominated by them or by the obligation to take psychological risks with chemicals to enlarge his consciousness. I spent about 15, 20 years, Ginsberg reflected, trying to recreate the Blake experience in my head, and so wasted my time. It's just like somebody taking acid and wanting to have a God trip and straining to see God, and instead, naturally, seeing all sorts of diabolical machines coming up around him, seeing hells instead of heavens. So I did finally conclude that the bum trip on acid as well as the bum trip on normal consciousness came from attempting to grasp, desiring a preconceived end, a preconceived universe, rather than entering a universe not.
Morgan, did he say a bum tripped on acid? Have you ever seen a bum tripping on acid? I'm just playing.
Conceivable, not even born, not describable. Secure in his sense of self, his mind calm, Ginsberg had a different personal set for his subsequent LSD trips, which took on a whole new character for him. He began to enjoy himself while he was high. After all he had been through, Ginsberg finally realized that the experience of peaking on LSD is above all one of an open horizon, a field of presence in the widest sense. Any clutching at the eternal or the clear light or the hidden message of the DNA code necessarily became a fixation, an objectification, and therefore an inauthentic relationship to the infinite openness of psychedelic consciousness. Once Ginsberg was able to direct his attention outside himself, there were no heavy judgments required by acid, just an appreciation of the world that lay before him. The hard sell despite criticisms of trip programming. Leary still saw advantages in working with a manual. If a particular spiritual state could be consistently reproduced, there was a good chance the psychedelic movement would really take off. Hence the adoption of the Tibetan Book of the Dead as the first LSD guidebook, since the movement's only activism was the psychedelic session. The first step was to persuade people to take the drug. Leary aimed his message at those whose hearts and minds were still up for grabs. The younger generation. He saw himself as the orchestrator of a mass cultural phenomenon. His goal was to encourage large numbers of American youth to decondition themselves away from the work-duty ethic by means of psychedelic drugs. Leary insisted that the insane rat race was the real narcotic escape and that people could find a new kind of harmony by dropping out and sanitizing themselves with large helpings of LSD. He advised taking the drug repeatedly in order to transcend the mind's habitual fixations. Find the wisdom in yourself. Unhook the ambitions and the symbolic drives and the mental connections which keep you addicted and tied to the immediate tribal game. To those in the inner circle, it quickly became apparent that the psychedelic movement would be sold like beer, not champagne. As Kleps put it, whether or not the liberation was bogus, the style was strictly Madison Avenue. Leary not only hyped LSD as a shortcut to mystical enlightenment, but also fused it with something that had proven mass appeal: sex. In his 1966 Playboy interview, he discussed psychedelics in the broad social context of erotic politics and hedonic engineering. Acid was portrayed as a cure for homosexuality and a means of inhabiting a supremely sensual reality. In a carefully prepared, loving LSD session, Leary stated, "A woman will inevitably have several hundred orgasms. The three inevitable goals of the LSD session are to
700
discover and make love
orgasms.
with God, to discover and make love with yourself."
A woman will have 700 orgasms on LSD. Is that what he's saying, Morgan? Or throughout her life, or throughout her
Trying
lifetime.
to express it.
I wasn't paying attention.
And to discover and make love with a woman. That is what the LSD experience is all about. Merging, yielding, flowing, union.
I'll go back and watch this later when I'm in a different frame of mind. You know what I'm saying?
Communion. It's all love making. The sexual impact is, of course, the open but private secret about LSD. Leary had a knack for telling his audiences exactly what they wanted to hear. He could be all things to all people, whatever guise he chose. The gist of the message was essentially the same. It's all God's flesh. He insisted, LSD is always a sacrament. Whether you are a silly 13-year-old popping a sugar cube.
Who watches InfoWars still? I don't watch InfoWars. I never did.
On your boyfriend's motorcycle, or a theatrical agent giving pot to a girl to get her horny, or even a psychiatrist giving LSD to an unsuspecting patient to do a scientific study. Leary's public pronouncements were calculated to seduce and frighten. He taunted his critics and prospective followers with brazen epigrams. You have to go out of your mind to use your head. As he saw it, Western culture had reached such a critical impasse that one couldn't afford not to experiment with LSD, regardless of how dangerous such a venture might seem to the uninitiated. The potential benefits were simply too great to pass up. I would say that at present our society is so insane that even if the risks were 50-50 that if you took LSD you would be permanently insane, I still think that the risk is worth taking. As long as the person knows that that's the risk. Leary was a kind of carnival barker for the psychedelic movement. He had no compunctions about using the media to promote LSD. Tim had what we needed, said Kleps. He had the dreams of the true salesman. Leary was quite candid about his role as a media mogul. Of course I'm a charlatan. He often joked in public. Aren't we all? To Leary the PR was all pretense. A cosmic put on. That was what he had learned from LSD. All social roles were a game. And he could change personalities like so many different sets of clothing as the occasion warranted. His close friends never took him seriously as a guru or prophet or high priest. As Halls had commented, it was easier to see him as an inspired impresario, an Apollinaire or Cocteau. During the mid-1960s, Millbrook attracted considerable publicity. TV crews filmed regularly at the estate, bringing even more notoriety to Leary, who quickly became one of the most famous and controversial figures in America. Leary knew he could get more coverage by making provocative statements, and he played upon the public's infatuation with the sensational. He realized that the press was not an organ for disseminating truth. No matter what one said, it would always be distorted by straight journalists. Thus, even when the media castigated him as everything from an irresponsible egotist to a madman hooked on acid, he was not in the least flustered. On the contrary, Such outbursts seemed to be grist for his mill. Any publicity was a walking stick as far as Leary was concerned, and if it came down to choosing between no publicity and bad publicity, he would opt for the latter. Leary was confident that the subliminal message, LSD could take you to extraordinary places, would come through between the lines, and young people would turn on in greater and greater numbers. The Millbrook clan not only had their sights set on America, their aspirations were international in scope. In September 1965, Michael Halshead returned to his native London armed with hundreds of copies of the updated Book of the Dead and 5,000 doses of LSD. Halshead felt there was very little understanding of LSD in England, but he intended to change that. He proceeded to establish the World Psychedelic Center in the fashionable King's Road district of London, attracting the likes of Joe Burke, the writer and philosopher Alexander Trokai, multimedia artist Ian Somerville, filmmaker Roman Polanski, and numerous musicians including Donovan, Peter and Gordon, Eric Clapton, Paul McCartney, and the Rolling Stones. London was a swinging scene in the mid-1960s, and psychedelics were an intrinsic part of the cultural renaissance that revolved around the rock music explosion. Strangely enough, hardly anyone under 21 listened to the radio in England, as the BBC monopolized the airwaves with dance music and symphonies. To compensate for the lack of commercial channels, a group of go-getters organized a network of pirate radio stations that operated offshore beyond the 3-mile national limit, but within transmitting distance of population centers all along the coast. The entire country was surrounded by small seacraft, and when they started beaming rock music, everyone bought transistors and tuned in. Halshead dug the setup. Every week he would emerge from his London apartment wearing his long coat, pink glasses, and wry smile, to be taken by motorboat to a floating pirate station near the Thames. He tripped with the DJs, rapped, played music, and laughed. There was no censorship of any kind. Needless to say, the British authorities were not amused. During this period, Halshead smoked pot and hash constantly, dropped acid 3 times a week in doses often exceeding 500 micrograms, and began using hard drugs. He obtained a doctor's prescription for methadone, and after working up to 7 injections a day, he found himself at the mercy of a non-miraculous addiction. His gargantuan appetite for drugs turned him into a near zombie. In this condition, he was hardly capable of keeping his own house in order, let alone leading a psychedelic revolution in Britain. All hell finally broke loose one night at a party thrown by Halshead and his whacked-out colleagues. They decided to offer punch with LSD and without, but someone went ahead and spiked the whole batch. Suddenly there were over 150 people at his pad stoned out of their minds, including a lot of unsuspecting folks. Among those who turned on accidentally were a couple of undercover policemen masquerading as hipsters. When reports of this gala event surfaced,
the feds are
in the
hit.
press, Halshead
The
suspected
D-Tex,
his
the
number might be
undercovers.
up. A few days later, the bobbies came to his flat and arrested him for possession of less than an ounce of hash. Halshead showed up in court high on LSD, and who knows what else, and was sentenced to 21 months in Wormwood Scrubs. He managed to
I know,
smuggle
less than an ounce of
ample
hash.
acid
Good
into
job,
prison,
cops.
but it was not his custom to turn on other inmates. However, he made an exception in the case of George Blake, the convicted
It's like
spy
no-
who
it's like
penetrated the
nothing.
highest echelons of British intelligence
They got
and
nothing.
passed information to the Russian KGB.
Waste of time.
Blake was serving the 6th year of a 43-year sentence when he met Halshead. His interest was aroused as soon as he learned that Halshead had hung out with Leary, and they arranged one Sunday afternoon to take LSD behind bars. As the session progressed, Blake became noticeably tense and paranoid. He thought he had been given a truth serum, and he accused Halshead of being a Secret Service agent. The spy finally settled down and spent the last hours of his trip reflecting upon his future and whether he'd be able to stand many more years of incarceration. A few weeks later, Blake escaped by scaling the prison wall with a rope ladder. When last heard from, he was living in Moscow and working in the Cairo section of the Soviet Foreign Ministry. Halshead wasn't the only one in legal trouble. Leary had been busted in December 1965 after he and his daughter were caught transporting 3 ounces of pot across the Mexican border into Laredo, Texas. Leary was fined $30,000 in addition to receiving a maximum sentence of 30 years. While his lawyers appealed the verdict, Leary returned to Millbrook. But the political harassment continued. Relations between the acid commune and the affluent townsfolk of conservative Dutchess County were always a bit strained, to say the least. When the town bigwigs heard that some of the local teenagers were hanging around Millbrook, they pressured the sheriff to put an end to the shenanigans of Leary and company. At the time, the Dutchess County prosecutor was none other than G. Gordon Liddy, the future waterbugger whose arsenal of dirty tricks included LSD
The kids are
and other
right.
hallucinogens to neutralize political enemies of the Nixon administration. But these events were still a few years in the offing. As far as Liddy was concerned, Leary and his pernicious band of dope fiends epitomized the moral infection that was sweeping the land. He was eager to raid the Millbrook estate, where, as he put it, the panties were dropping as fast as the acid. He and a team of deputies staked out the mansion for months, waiting for the right moment to make an arrest that would stick. Early one morning in April 1966, they decided to act. Crouched behind the bushes with their binoculars, they noticed some kind of film being shown in the house. Splendid, thought Liddy, jockeying for a peek at what he hoped was a pornographic display. The prospect of exposing a citadel of smut as well as a den of dopers was fine by him. He must have been disappointed to find that the film only showed a waterfall. The deputies made their entry in classic no-knock fashion, kicking in the front door and charging up the main stairwell. They were greeted by Leary bouncing down the stairs in nothing but a shirt. A warrant was read aloud, and Leary was finally persuaded to put on a pair of pants. The search continued for 5 hours. A small amount of marijuana was found, but no other drugs. Leary accused the police of using Gestapo tactics and violating his constitutional rights. When the Supreme Court ruled that suspects must be informed of their legal rights at the time of arrest, the bust was thrown out of court. Leary had escaped on a technicality, but Liddy was still hot on the case. Roadblocks were set up around the estate, and anyone who wanted to visit had to submit to a lengthy, humiliating strip search. The state of siege grew more intense, until the commune was forced to disband in the spring of 1967. The golden age of anarchy at Millbrook had come to an end.
Hey, everybody, tune in to Recent Tartarians.
Recent Tartarians. Recent Tartarians. All right, well.
1967.
What do we? How many people we still got here? 10. Well, all right. I'm gonna play a couple songs. If the numbers build back up again, I might keep going, but it's getting kind of late. But I'm gonna take us off the screen for a minute, Morgan, because this is a good song and I want it to go full screen. So.
Yeah. Okay. Big up my multi-dimensional entity. Big up my multi-dimensional entity. I'm talking truth and now they're thinking traumatics mad. I'm talking truth though the truth is I'm a savage lad. Truth hurts so I kill him using tragic facts. We need to be responsible and take the planet back. Listen, human beings must be blinded by cataracts. So I'm tying razors on my hands and giving them happy slaps. People panic and the place is getting manic fam. Every human being must die to save the habitat. So fuck it, I'm going mad and grabbing cash. Growing hydroponics and I'm feeding them organic mass. Grabbing handfuls of cannabis from plastic bags. Then I'm rolling up and smoking up the magic fags. I'm making oils from the birds, I'm also dabbing wax. I'm doing big bombs, I'm Andy, then I'm shagging slags. I'm taking massive dabs of LSD and acid tabs. I don't do the crack, so I stay away from smashing slabs. When it comes to psychedelics, I'm a master. I'm activating all my low and higher chakras. I'm smoking DMT and drinking ayahuasca. Then I'm eating magic mushrooms with my fish and pie and pasta. I'm like a rasta, all I do is smoke the herbal. Infinite supply, I don't need a home to burgle. Every day I got the grades, no commercial. And I'm mentally a mess and in my head there's loads of hurdles. Now I'm tripping out on ecstasy, the roads are purple. I'm seeing sacred symmetry and roads of circles. No rehearsal, I'll be the first to mention. Every second of the day I wanna leave the third dimension. You can learn ascension by taking psychedelics. Only natural plants though, cheap drugs are quite pathetic. I'm like a crazy scientist, I'm like a medic. Cause these psychedelic compounds have altered my genetics.
psychedelic experience and you haven't gone on an isolation day, you've missed out. You've missed out on a huge chunk of what life really is. Life is a massive fucking mystery. And there's only a few different ways to really crack below the surface of that mystery. And the best way is psychedelics. And the heavier the psychedelic, the better. And guess what? No one's dying from psychedelics. All our thoughts on psychedelics are all based on bullshit propaganda that we heard about people, going crazy or losing their minds on. You're not going to go crazy. You're going to go fucking insane. All right, all that stuff is going to remove your ego, and it's going to explain to you what the world is really all about. Best way is psychedelics.
Bop, bop, bop. Quando way running up buns a lot. Ain't got no nigga who taking me spot. Where were they from?
Everything is done the same way. Everything is done the same way it was for the LSD experiments scientists conducted in the 1950s and 60s. Some of the most dramatic results have been with terminal cancer patients struggling with anxiety and paralyzing depression.
I start seeing the colors and the geometric designs, and it's like, oh, this is so cool, and how lovely, and then boom, visions began. I was being shown the truth of reality.
Psychedelic, 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 yeah, it's very psychedelic. Wow, psychedelic, 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 psychedelic. I'm a psychedelic writer, poltergeist fighter, Anunnaki sniper, extremely hyper, backpacking hiker, big mountain climber. I'm a survivor with a solar-powered lighter, ganja in my grinder, traveling to China, climbing up a mountain, and I'm grappling with tigers, big fat vaginas, heavy like a spider, coming from behind her, then I'm sliding it inside. I'm a psychedelic tripper, acid tab liquor, sticky bird picker, I'm a Cali pack shipper, ganja leaf clipper, blazing on a swisher, I'm a skinny dipper, I'm cold, I never shiver, I slap you with the slipper, shank you in your liver, cold-blooded killer, blood's running like a river, gold medal winner, drum and bass spitter. I see a goat when I'm looking in the mirror. Don't be bitter, I never been a quitter. I think of loads of lyrics when I'm sitting on the shitter, sipping rum and liquor, chilling with a stripper. I'm zipping up my zipper if a fanny smells a kipper. I'm a nipple flicker, tie her up and whip her. I make her come quicker, she come inside the knickers. When I was 14, I fucked the babysitter. I left the fanny flaps looking like a flipper.
Psychedelic drugs like magic mushrooms make a lot of us think of the 1960s, but those drugs are making a comeback in a new way, potentially treating depression. So far, the studies have been promising. Stephanie Whitfield has an exclusive look at a new trial happening right here in Texas.
I'm a psychedelic writer, poltergeist fighter, Anunnaki sniper, extremely hyper, backpacking hiker, big mountain climber. I'm a survivor with a solar-powered lighter, ganja in my grinder, traveling to China, climbing up a mountain, and I'm grappling with tigers, big fat vaginas, hairy like a spider, coming from behind her, then I'm sliding it inside. If I'm a psychedelic nutter, you're inbred like butter, your missus wants a photo, it makes a fanny flutter. She's a dirty fucker, she's begging me to fuck her, I bend her over backwards, and then I make her suffer. Watch me handcuff her, the dirty little scrubber, I tie her up and make her come, and then I fly to Russia. I quit weed for 5 months, I had to Cali pack it in, but now I'm blazing on on the Aki berry gushers. I'm a sticky bug stinker, super deep thinker, DMT astronaut, ayahuasca drinker, Titanic sinker, cyanide sprinkler, Japanese samurai, apocalyptic winter, bamboo splinter, big massive blister. I'm never stopping, I'm a long distance sprinter, psychedelic binger, long as fuck finger, poke you in your eyeball, I'm a psilocybin ninja.
We are able, through these pneumatic manipulated exercises, through the breath and pressurizing, and to get into the deepest part of the brain, which also is activated during the REM sleep, the deep sleep. That's the DMT. The DMT is to release trauma. It's like a drug, and we are able to activate that. By the way, we say, get high on your own supply.
What you think about that, Morgan? How you like them apples? Pretty good, huh? yeah. I know that's like a Scooby Dooby Doo doo doo. Whoa. I used to be a lunatic, right? Is that how it goes? Scooby Dooby Doo doo doo. Whoa. I used to be a lunatic. All right. Well, anyway, I'm gonna end the show. I'm getting out of here. I'm done. I've had enough. Good night, everybody. Support me if you can. All right. Bye. Thank you for showing up. It's late. It's like 7 in the morning here. See you guys tomorrow night. We'll do it again, maybe. We'll see what happens. What's tomorrow? Halloween? Whatever that witch's holiday is we covered. All right. Peace. I'm going to play a few songs and be out.
Well, it's no mystery to me. A ball of flat, we never will agree. You think that it's a globe until you see. When you see the earth is flat, you will be free. Gravity, you're just a theory. You've never been proven, so I don't believe in gravity. Like a crazy dream, I pray we wake up. It's all make-believe. If you want to believe in scientism, believe. Put on your favorite face mask and go get your vaccine. 'Cause everything NASA shows you is make-believe. Just remember CGI when you watch TV. Buoyancy and density explains it better than gravity. Gravity, have mercy on me. 'Cause people get so angry that I don't agree with gravity. It's all make-believe. Hope you all notice, then you'll break free. What I'm trying to say is the earth is flat and clean. And God is good, at least He gave us weed. We are
The sun and moon are close, why can't you see? Don't let the government tell you what to believe. Gravity, you're just a theory. I hope you're not angry that I don't believe in gravity. A scam indeed. You've never been proven. It's all make-believe.
The Fraternal Order of Police president tells me this crop of LSD is a major threat to police officers as well as the rest of us. He says it turns normal people into monsters that possess this superhuman strength and no ability to feel pain.
Check it. Yo, if you ever need help after a nuclear assault, who the fuck you gon' call? Me, Cannibal Hope. Savages approach with bangers and cannons to smoke. Who the fuck you gon' call? Call me, Cannibal Hope. How your daughter been abducted by a cannibal cult? Who the fuck you gon' call? Me, Cannibal Hope. Gamma radiated Cannibal Hope, genius and dope. Who the fuck you gon' call? Call me, Cannibal Hope. Yo, jump the Grand Canyon barefoot. Throw they helicopter 1,000 miles from their hood. Personified rage, used to turn green before I learned to monetize pain. Mangle the coke, ill bill, Cannibal Hope. Burn my eternal soul if I ever betray my eternal oath. Family friends shoot each other in park cars at Gemini Lounge was only 2 blocks from March. Mars was 40 mil that got Morty killed. Thought he was more wavy. I call my grandmother sauce gravy. And when the shotty blows, adios. Not proud to say my uncle how we shot dope and sold Cosby coke. Artifacts, heartbreaking like a teen suicide bomb attacking Iraq. Beyond rap society, brainwash, stay calm. Ice water like Raekwon. They artificial like a prosthetic arm. Listen, the pistol pop like champagne. And rock like Van Halen when they had Dave. Pop the strong for the milli, drug dilly, young Billy. With Chuck Jury in the cut grilly. Angel touch gelato. Remember that a brand you can trust is the motto. LSD in the fruit punch. It's the ILL lefty 2 guns. Trust me, you don't want to smoke. Fuck around, transform into Cannibal Hope. If you ever need help after a nuclear assault, who the fuck you gon' call? Me, Cannibal Hope. Savages approach with bangers and cannons to smoke. Who the fuck you gon' call? Call me, Cannibal Hope. How your daughter been abducted by a cannibal cult? Who the fuck you gon' call? Me, Cannibal Hope. Gamma radiated Cannibal Hope, genius and dope. Who the fuck you gon' call? Call me, Cannibal Hope.
Static selector. I'm a walking bad habit, eat tabs up in the cabinet. Savage rap status, vocabulary extravagant. A rock star, popping rocks in bars. Used to flip bud, now just rapping, caught me a car. No telling, Connecticut felon. I GPS him and find my mark like Magellan. With more lines than Corey Feldman, I never cease to impress him. I cardiac arrest him with every studio session. I'm killing them, no question. Web's back, better hold your breath when I'm rhyming homes. I murder beats, I'm Jonah Hex with a microphone. Fiends saying I'm the dopest yet. And haters, I shrug them off until my fucking shoulders sweat. I'm breaking bones, a modern version of Casey Jones. Sword in hand, I'm the winner playing the Game of Thrones. Fuck beef, my rapping style's filet mignon. Getting drunk, fuck your driver, somebody take me home.
Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops, hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch. I know that I should change, but I don't really think I can. It's just part of my nature, I never cracked and never ran. The world is falling on me when my back was in a jam. I always kept on fighting, that's exactly who I am. And this is who I am, no way that I can change it. I'm buck wild, stupid and dangerous. My best friends are not strangers. These are the motherfuckers I hang with. We speak the same language, and I ain't saying French, English, or Spanish, or Spanglish. I mean pain and anguish. This cocaine slaying and bang bang shit. Mac 11s that we aim with. In other words, I'm rolling with the same clique I came with. On the same list, and fuck being famous. Fame dreams are for groupies. I'm a real life gangster that you ain't seen in the movies. What I mean is I'm truly off the hook, like a phone in a nursing home, homie. I'm that Boston crook. Take me home. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch.
I damage tracks, so listeners always ran it back. Always with a half ounce stuffed into a sandwich bag. I kill it quickly and always keeping the realest with me. Stealing all the fucking insulin from Wilford Brimley. Diabetes, rappers could never beat us. I've been spitting shit like this since I was just a fucking fetus. Keep your chick with me as long as she give dome. Rolling up the diesel and burning like Jim Rome.
Now I stand here as a man with the past, the inspiration for the kids on the corner, but still got the laugh of a mental patient. The infiltration of the game, born from a central hatred of fame. A pencil shaking with pain, an infant staked in a claim from the wrath I became. My paragraphs I'm saying are futuristic pictures of the past from which I came. And this is slain with the shotty and the hoopty, son. My whole career's a robbery that they could never scoop me from. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch.
From Mattapan, going through Dorchester to get to Roxbury, just to get more fresher. Going up Mass Ave, over to Newberry. I need the new what? I stay in new everything. I got game in the hood, swear to God, everybody know my name in the hood. And the clothes are dope, yes I must say. Threads and emos, Adidas, Johnny Cupcakes. Hey girl, come here. I'm one of them boys that be in front of the corner mall downtown crossing. I'm a dawn to calm out, comprende. Eyes like the cigar sign, smoking on Fenway. I never go to sleep, never woke up, nothing sweet, but I'm Dunkin' cause my donuts. Hi Tiffany, can we date, hun? I'm Mr. Boston, not from VH1. No! Yes! King Spider. There was ever a question in your mind? Who's the best of the beat? Stop it. I'm the motherfucking king. Beacon Hill, I know you got me. I see you, Duval. See how? Where we at? Sometimes I want to go somewhere, man. You know? Where everybody know my motherfucking name, everybody do cocaine, you know? It's a place like Boston, you know? Beacon Hill, Paul Revere shit.